Okay. Alright, so just gonna be hey, name's Manny. Gonna be jumping on, reacting to some videos. This is gonna be on Twitch. I think I'm gonna just stream on Twitch for a little bit, just to see the difference between Twitch and YouTube. I don't think it's gonna be almost any difference, but why not just test it out, right? So first video we're gonna be watching is, one second. There it is. Tower Fantasy in 2023. So Tower Fantasy, I did play when it was released. I played it to the end of the story that was available. Since obviously, if you played it, you know they like dole out the story in parses. And haven't played it since I put it down. I'll be honest, I think I even uninstalled it. Mainly because the few people I knew who played it, they all made characters on different servers than myself, and I did not want to reinvest in the game. It's not like I put in a lot of money. I maybe put in $20, or maybe whatever it is for the battle pass that they have. Like, that's about it. But at the same time, it was also a lot of time, and I'm like, yeah, I'm not gonna redo all of that just so I can play with some friends. Like, I'd just play a whole different game then at that point. That was an unfortunate situation and for me, but let's go ahead and take a look on how it's doing so far. Massive decline does not sound good, so let's take a look. And this is, of course, Asmin reacting to Sticks. So
Tower of Fantasy in 2023, the critical state and massive decline. Well, that doesn't sound good at all. You guys can remind me about the Genshin trailer after this, okay?
Well, I think massive decline, I don't know, that's with a lot of MMOs, unfortunately.
Is not a bad game. On the contrary, let me preface this by stating that Tower of Fantasy is not a bad game. On the contrary, at its core, it's actually a very fun, very beautiful MMO. Yeah, but nice. It is grossly mishandled. It has seen hackers repeatedly exploit issues that were known to be present in the Chinese version and time gates progression, all of which have severely inhibited its success and further its growth. While no game is perfect, despite some people believing that their game is, the vast majority of video games, and even more specifically, gacha games, see a decline in terms of active players and revenue. Case in point, Path to Nowhere, which is regarded as one of 2022's biggest hits, earned $7 million globally in its first month. In its second month,
holy fuck,
it made $3 million. That is a 57% drop in revenue over 30 days. How is Tower of Fantasy doing comparatively? We'll take a look at that as soon as I thank each and every one of my patrons over on Patreon. Your guys' support is invaluable to this channel, and to me, I cannot express how grateful I am to all of you.
What's funny is, like, I don't really mind gachas as long as, like, the base game doesn't really require it. Like, if the game isn't, like, so difficult that you need those, like, best in slot characters, like, have to be maxed out, you know, where you draw multiple of them so you can level them up. Like, as long as it doesn't need that, I can usually just ignore it.
Also, if you have a moment, consider following me over on Twitch. I stream there every weekend. Tower of Fantasy released globally on August 10th, 2022. It had one of the largest launches of the year with millions of players lined.
It was actually pretty crazy to see how many people played Tower of Fantasy whenever it came out. I remember there were it was about a good week or so that it was one of the top directories on Twitch.
Oh, I wasn't paying attention to that.
Get in game.
I was talking about how many people were like
in its
I
month
ran
of
into.
Release, Tower
By the way, this fucking ability here, I'm pretty sure this thing is garbage. Because like your basic attacks just do more damage than this thing.
He saw millions of new downloads. Player
a lot of times using those like extra, like, I don't know what to call them, it's not abilities, whatever they are, equipment, I guess. I don't really know. Either way, a lot of them was for like auxiliary stuff, like giving you a shield, stunning things, healing you, like stuff like that.
Activity was
or
off
mobility.
The charts. Social media was overrun with players sharing screenshots, their thoughts,
really?
their opinions, and ultimately was one of the top trending topics across Twitter for several days.
That's what I was
that
thinking
first
of.
month, which comprised a little over...
To be fair, the reason why Tower Fantasy was trending on Twitter is that everybody was asking, why the fuck are the collectible items on the starting zone island time gated for 48 hours? That's what everybody was tweeting about. They were
hated
looking
that.
around.
Probably my biggest gripe and why I almost quit the game before even like finishing it was because of that.
That's what it was.
So stupid.
It's ridiculous.
Weeks, the game managed to accumulate $34 million in total revenue across Android and iOS devices. And according to sources, not only do a large number of players active play via and also spend...
I can't fucking believe that they sponsored Emmy to play this game like 5 times. I haven't been... They never fucking pay me to play the game. I paid...
You're not a cosplayer, Asmund. Like, to be fair, like, Emery is gonna have like way more like her audience is gonna have more of an appeal to the game. I think so, at least.
Them to play the fucking game. I have like multiple
cute girl
fucking
being cosplay.
like max
That's
star
basically
characters I played. I 100%ed every zone. Yeah, the whole time I said how bad the game was. I mean, you know, it is what it is. Yeah. But I did play it. I mean, what the fuck?
Via their phones.
That's funny.
But
I paid
Japan
for him
makes
as a sponsor.
Well,
yeah,
40% of all revenue generated.
And it was like
$34 million.
I don't know if the audio is going to be
for a gacha
like
game. There was only one.
Sorry if it's not. I'm still like messing with it.
That could compete with the success that Tower of Fantasy saw.
And I was trying a new setting today, so
also managed to
I'll see in the VOD if it's any good, right?
Surprised about this. Like,
Nikki makes over 100 USD in revenue.
It's like, you know what I really think it is? You know how like the booba streamers, like when did they really take off? I think booba streaming really took off whenever they stopped pretending like they're playing video games. Stop pretending like you're playing video games.
That makes sense. And
I know why you're here. You know why you're here. Let's get down to business.
It's a weird one to say, because what if like a booba streamer liked playing those games? I don't know. Like, it's
and
weird.
I think Nikkei, the reason why it's successful is because of that. It's because it doesn't pretend like it's a game. Well, it kind of does, but everybody knows it's not the point.
Yeah.
And they don't even try to have it be like they literally had.
They know their audience.
They had Tectone, a fucking ad for this video game. This is an ad. It says one-handed shooting game. And it has Tectone with one hand on his lap and the other on the mouse.
More than Genshin did globally in its month of release.
That's
an achievement
nuts.
that no other gacha can really claim in recent memory. September came around and saw a decrease from $34 million down to $24 million in revenue. That's just shy of a 30% drop. And
I love how, like, you know, in other video games, you compare like subscriber numbers in certain games. You'll compare like Steam players with games like Tower of Fantasy. You just compare about how much money the game made. It's pretty much the same thing.
Yeah.
A much better ratio than was seen in Path to Nowhere. Unfortunately, concurrent and monthly active players for September weren't tracked, so it's unconfirmed how significant or insignificant the player base drop was. October was where things really got interesting, though. October saw the release of their first major update, 2.0.
I never did this
which
one.
was touted by many players on Discord and Reddit as a patch that would save the game. Also, seeing the title launch onto Steam. What we saw, however, was a decrease from $24 million to $6 million in revenue. While a 30% drop in its first month is relatively insignificant, this was instead a much more alarming 75% decrease in revenue.
Well, I'll tell you why. One of the reasons why there's a decrease in revenue.
Alarming
it's this fucking mechanic right here. This is a mechanic where he just goes underground and he just comes out of the ground with a non-telegraphed attack that you just have to count in your head if it's going to hit you or not.
I somehow doubt that's the reason why. I think it's the reason why most MMOs just seem to fall off after the first month. Like, it's just how it is. Like, it's new, people are excited. Once the excitement goes away, like, you're either in the game or you're not. And most people just probably weren't into it.
And it does your entire health bar.
Because almost every MMO has that, whether it's the big ones or small ones. Or not small ones, but like new ones. You know, you the expansion releases, bunch of people play. As the expansion progresses, less and less people play.
It was like Sobek or some fucking shit. This boss was trash. I can't believe they
never
reused
played this
them.
boss.
The fuck them, it's just garbage.
5% decrease in revenue.
Yeah, true.
That is of immediate concern. This month was also the first month where player statistics were tracked, showing a total of 613,000 active players logging in over the course of the month of October. From upwards of 5 million players to 600,000 over a month and a half is quite a substantial decline in activity, but players were likely just expecting something different from the game, resulting in a mass exodus of interested players. November saw the introduction of patch 2.1, including a fan favorite character, Lynn. Given the introduction of an entirely new area and character,
sounds like they have a lot more content. So, I mean, that was the reason why I quit, was I ran out of content.
That really wasn't the case. What we saw was instead an increase from
and of course not having friends to play with. But honestly, I play solo most games. I think it frustrated me because it was a lack of content and I couldn't play with my friends to make up for that lack of content.
$1 million to $8 million in revenue. That was a 33% increase, which sounds impressive, but given patch 2.0, 2.1, and Lynn all released within several weeks of one another, you'd have thought that players would be spending more. November also...
The problem, there's no hype in the game, and they took too long to do server transfers, too. Like, I remember I was playing in this game, in the game, and I was like, oh, I'm going to join everybody else's guild. And then I realized that nobody else in the entire, like, fucking Twitch, nobody else that goes on twitch.television plays on my server. Everybody else is on another server. So I'm sitting there all by myself like a fucking loser, and I joined some anime simp guild called Thideology. And I never talk to these people, and then I log on, I look at guild chat, and like 3 days ago, somebody's talking shit about me. It's like, what the fuck is this? And then finally, I'm like, okay, well, I'm going to transfer to another realm, and I couldn't do it. And then, even better yet, so there's one hairstyle in the game, which is like a long hairstyle, kind of like Sephiroth in a way. And I had just got done watching Fist of the North Star. And I'm like, bro, if I can use this hairstyle and change the color of this dude's outfit, he's going to look just like Shin. It's going to be fucking perfect. And you know what? You can't use it in the game. Even if you unlock it, you can't use it in the character customization. So it's just all these little stupid fucking things. There's no reason for them.
That is dumb. So you can unlock it, but you can't use it.
You can transfer.
Is it like gender locked?
That's nice. You can transfer now. But guess what? You weren't able to. See, you can't go and just say, oh, well, we're going to have server transfers in the future. Bitch, fuck the future. The game sucks now. I don't want to sit around and play the game for 3 weeks, for 2 months, until you guys figure out how to click a button.
Because I mean, it's true, but it's also, you have to take into effect, a lot of people, when they quit games, it takes quite a bit for them to come back. Like, that's why patches, like MMOs, like the patches and MMOs don't really do much, but like a whole new expansion will.
10,000 to 460,000
to get players back into the game.
Tracked players just up and vanishing over the course of a month, even after all of the aforementioned.
I'm telling you, bro, like, oh my god. And then like the channel system, I felt like I might as well have been playing Genshin Impact, because this is
I have a kitten who is trying to get my cables.
So is Tower of Fantasy. There's 75 different channels for each zone. There's 75 players in the zone.
Oh my goodness.
Every person has their own version of the zone.
And updates, which really should have been motivation for them to come back and at least try them out. December, a month that saw an increase in earnings for Genshin Impact, Uma Musume, Raid Shadow Legends, the 7 Deadly Sins Grand Cross, Blue Archive, and a plethora of other games, all of which I covered in my video yesterday, if you want to check that out, left Tower Fantasy
kind of trailer is it that we're looking at? Well, it kind of looks dumb, I'll be honest.
To an all-time low of $5 million. That is a 37%.
Imagine only making $5 million, guys.
Drop. This is with the introduction of patch 2.2 on December 22nd, the Nemesis rerun.
I don't think they should have named it patch 2.2 or 2.0 or whatever. They should have like really marketed it as like the next big DLC. Because like I said, patches don't really do much for people. It's just a number. But if like there's a name to it, like there's like maybe new continent, obviously new stuff, like basically you want to have it almost as like a whole new game. So
an event on the 15th through the 26th, another new character in the form of Tianlong. We also saw a decline in terms of active players from 460,000 in November to 270,000 in December. A drop from 5 million to 200,000 in 4 months is an unfathomable exodus of players and is the most critical the player base has ever been. Regardless of whether you're a blind hater of the game and want nothing other than its failure or an unfaltering...
Well, I think another reason...
That's a weird place to be.
Let's be
you
honest,
want a game to fail just because you don't like it?
Another reason why this game isn't doing well is because Final Fantasy just had a patch. World of Warcraft just had an expansion. New World had basically an expansion with Brimstone Sands. Also, Lost Ark has, had Belshazzar and Kakul Seidon come out in that period of time. Genshin has had updates as well. Like, people are going to go and play different games. Yeah, the Sumeru update, is that it? Yeah.
Ardent defender of it, you cannot argue that this is beyond alarming for the game if it continues on this trajectory. Tower of Fantasy, it might be a fun game, it might be a gorgeous game, but it is headed into 2023 in the worst state that it has ever been in. It has seen a decrease of 95% in terms of players and a
95%.
That's pretty crazy. That's like New World.
That's pretty bad.
Yeah. Like that basically is telling you like not only is it just like the MMO thing where you lose players, something is fundamentally wrong with the game and you need to find out what that is. I think it was the time gating along with the server transfer things, but it could be wrong.
Like just for context, that's worse than New World pre any of the changes. Like no changes made to New World, still retained. I mean, at least they only lost 90% of their players.
Pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, damn.
Decline to the amount of 85%.
Somebody said it in chat. Anime Shadowlands.
In terms of...
I don't think so. Like, it's not like the, they did like a terrible job across the board. I think it was just core things that they just messed up on.
Revenue.
And unfortunately, people left in.
Months.
No reason to come back, right?
Be 6 months from now. This game is headed in one direction, and that is an undeniable certainty. How long it takes to get there is the only question on our minds. I don't think that the game is really going to see much in the way of additional growth in the future, despite what active players want for the game, which is a shame because this game...
That's not true. Like I said, they need to release an actual expansion that has a name behind it, has basically so players feel like it's a new game so they can get hyped about it again. Because it's not like players stop playing, at least in my case, stop playing because the game was trash. Like if your game is just garbage, then there's not much you can do other than maybe just like Tower Fantasy 2, you know what I mean? But I think in their case, they just need to look into what other MMOs do to get the hype up, even if it's like a long-term plan. Like obviously short-term, I don't think they can do much.
Could have been great. Could have being the keyword.
Well, yeah, I mean, it could have been good, but you can't release a game half-cooked with a bunch of stupid fucking features to it and then expect people to play the game. They released the game with a bunch of features that were not available.
Yep.
It's not a surprise, and like the like even
like I can understand not doing the server transfers like immediately, but I think after the first month it should have been available.
the chat system in the game was fucking garbage. It's terrible.
It was. Like finding a group for stuff is just annoying. Like it's I don't know if it's because they designed it with like mobile in mind, but it's freaking dumb.
Like, look at a good, like, World of Warcraft has a great chat system. It's really, really, really good. Final Fantasy, I think WoW's is better, to be honest. I think WoW's chat system is way better than Final Fantasy's.
Well, what do you mean by chat system? I think the group finder, like finding groups, I think they're about the same. I don't think they're really that much different, to be honest.
But Final Fantasy system is great. New World system is
garbage.
It's good.
It's not good,
right?
It's not good, man.
The truth is, Tower of Fantasy system is fucking garbage. And the only
you know what's funny? I think about it with WoW system. At least when it I'm just speaking mainly finding groups and stuff like that. WoW actually took it from Final Fantasy. Like I think Final Fantasy took it a little bit from WoW originally, but Final Fantasy just blew past them in terms of like ease of access and like finding things that you really want to do. And then WoW obviously I think copied a lot of it, and now they're at the same level. So, and I prefer that. So
only time that I was ever in general chat,
I have no problem with MMOs stealing from each other.
Weebs spamming these little fucking emotes of anime girls over and over and over.
It's basically
nobody
Twitch
could
chat.
talk.
Yeah.
Nobody could have a conversation. And then finally at like 4 a.m., some guy's like, "Hey guys, who's ready for Donald Trump to come back?" And then people would start talking about it, and then the anime faces would start popping up again, and then nobody gave a shit about him anymore. And that's it.
It's here. Now, if Tower of Fantasy isn't your thing, don't worry, I got you covered with 2 videos on screen right now. One featuring a list of every confirmed gacha releasing this month, January 2023, and the other featuring a recently announced gacha game that you should totally be checking out.
I don't understand why people would want to go out of their way to play a game that had gacha in it. Like, I can understand that people that
yeah, I mean, I play the game if it's good. If it has gacha, like I said, I can just play around that. It's not a big deal for me. Like, I really like Genshin. Some things, of course, like really, like I didn't like about it, but like the gameplay is just really good. I like the whole collectible thing. So
that want to play a game because they think it's good, and the game incidentally has gacha in it as well.
Exactly. Yeah.
But I can't imagine, like, you know, you have like your favorite genre. It's like, you know, mine is like maybe MMORPG.
I think like a good example would be like card games. Like people play those card games to be into like deck building and stuff like that. They don't get into it just so they can collect all the cards. I would assume like probably 99% of the player base. Obviously you have some, you know, hardcore people who are like, oh no, I just want all the cards or I want all the gacha characters. But most of the people is like, no, I just like playing card games. Yeah.
Or like action RPG games, and like maybe FPS is like a close or maybe kind of like a second to that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, who the fuck tries it? It's fun, but why? Like, what's fun about this? I don't get it, okay? I'm not a gambler. I've never gambled. Never gambled my money, ever.
It's only fun, at least to me, when I'm like, I get lucky and get something like cool. But even then, it's like, I would much rather just not have that. Because it's like, why don't... Give me in-game stuff so I can just unlock them. Like maybe a storyline that unlocks them. Not a storyline, like a... What's the word I'm looking for? Like a side quest chain. Chain quest, that's what I was thinking of.
Does not happen. People like dopamine from getting...
Like how you unlock the mounts. Like you just get the pieces for them. But even I don't really like that, to be honest. It brings back like PTSD from like Warframe, so...
5-star, also waifus. But what do you mean dopamine? Like like you just have to spend money. You're not winning anything. Like, for example,
dopamine.
If you get the character and you only spent $230, you just spent $230. Like, you just took that money, lit it on fire.
Pretty much.
It's not like you can cash the character out. This isn't a blockchain game. You're not going to be able to sell it. you know, and put it on CryptoZoo and put it back in its egg. No, you just, best case scenario, you have a good character in a video game that you paid money for. Who cares?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
I don't understand it. It feels good because the game assigns artificial value. With chances are low, makes you feel like you won. It's worth. I just can't understand. Like, yes, obviously, when you're playing the game, it's cool that you get the item, but like, fuck. I just don't understand. I cannot get it. I like it whenever I hit a hone in Lost Ark, or I get my character in Tower of Fantasy. But at the end of the day, if I don't get it, I just spend another $100 and then I get it. And if
Yeah, I mean, that's a good example with the honing in Lost Ark. Like, it does feel good when you get it, but to me, it's just like, I'd rather just the system not even be there.
If I don't get it, then I spend another $100 and then I get it. I just repeat that process. Like, here, let me go ahead. Here. I'm going to show you guys, this is the gacha flowchart, okay? Let me see if
Esmond in his drawings.
Think this up. Okay. Okay, so want character. Okay, this is your want character. And then we're going to go over to here. That's going to be yes, and this is going to be no. YES. Okay. So now we're going to go ahead, put it right about there, and then no, or sorry, let me see here, not want character. Okay. Have character. Okay, have character, yes and no. Okay, no, spend
more money.
$100. Okay. And then this is did you get? And let's go back over here. And let's go over here. Did you get it? Alrighty. And
it's gonna branch off yes or no.
Oh shit.
No, spend another $100.
Realized. Okay, yeah, shit, this is not good.
I think I think he could have made this a little easier by just doing the top one. Did you get character you wanted? Yes, no. No, spend $100. And then circle back to the did you get the character you wanted?
Oh no. Oh no, I did not realize this. I messed up my graph. Okay, did you get it? Okay, this is yes. That looks like an S or an X. This is yes, this is no. Okay. And then, so if the answer is, oh, actually, wait a second. Did you get it? Yes. No. Okay, and then if it's no...
What he should have done was, if he's going to keep going like this, put the no here and the yes here.
I did this in college, guys. If it's no, it goes back over to spending $100. And if
oh, so like I said, like he should have just done up here. Did you get character you wanted? No, spend $100. And then, like, just circle back. Like, did you get...
The answer is yes.
That's here.
Then you go to the next one here, and then this one is...
Don't spend.
Get excited about new character. Okay? And then after you do that, it goes back over to here. And so this part actually doesn't even matter. Oh, actually, yes.
It's basically this one over here.
If the answer is yes, oh, yes, it does. It goes all the way, oops, let me make sure that I don't mess it up here. Okay, it goes right here. And so this is the gacha
system
gaming guide.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah, right here. This is good. There we go. So this is the way it works. So let me explain exactly in case anybody doesn't understand this. So do you have the character? If the answer is yes, then you get excited about new character. And if you have it, then you repeat that cycle. And if the answer is no, you spend $100. Did you get it? If the answer is no.
I think the only game where I spend like literally 100 plus on trying to get a character probably be Star Wars. Like they had a mobile Star Wars game. I forgot the name of it now. But yeah, that's the one that like really like woke me up to like, oh man, I just dropped $100 on this stupid phone game. Like what the heck?
Then you spend $100 again. But if the answer is yes, then you get excited about new character. And you had.
And I also did the same with Mass Effect. I think 3 or maybe 2. I forget which one. I think 3. I could be wrong though. For the multiplayer, trying to get like the weapons.
That character, no, it's a new character. And then so you spend $100. And did you get it? Oh, wait. Yes. Oh, you need to get it on 6-star. That's true. I forgot about 6 stars. Yeah, yep. This is the way it works, guys. And so you repeat this until you run out of money. Yeah, you just do this until you run out of money. And then that's it. You're done. Yeah, did you get it? Did you hone? Yeah, exactly. Feels absolutely awful, though, whenever you run out of money. Yeah, I bet it does. Oh, my fucking God. Is that the same thing with expansions in WoW? No, it's not the same thing.
How is it the same thing? Wow. It's so dumb.
Number one, I was going to say they don't cost $100, but now they do, actually.
It's mostly the case where it's like, it's not like you buy an expansion and you might get content like out of it. Like you might unlock the main storyline, you might not, you might just get the side quests. It's like so dumb.
But that's only for the premium edition. So yeah.
That would be funny though.
This is where we're at here, guys. There's a clear reason why gambling exists. Yes, this is the gotcha flowchart, gentlemen.
Yeah, he definitely could cut out a lot of this. Basically cut out all this part, maybe put this here, and just have it where spend $100. Did you get it? Or spend $100 and then put it back up here. So you can take out this, go from here to this top one. As long as this top one is, do you have the character that you want?
Zoom in on this. There we go. Oh my God. Why? What is this? Like it can only be like fucking 100. Oh, there we go. I forgot about this little thing. What the fuck is this? It can only go from 50 to 100? What about like 150? What about like 120?
I think you can grab the...
What a piece of shit. What a piece of shit.
I think you can grab these corners and stretch it out, but I don't know if he knows that.
Program. How does Microsoft still have... Why does Microsoft still have such a shitty fucking program? I don't understand this. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't apply to free-to-play players, though? Yeah, it doesn't. This is the way you play gotcha, guys. I think this is actually one of my good ones. I might save this to my might save this to my computer.
Okay, so like I didn't expect the video to be like pretty much over at like this point here. And the rest was just an arts and crafts lesson with Asmon, so alright. That was a pretty good video. Critical state and massive decline. What's funny is like this made me actually want to kind of go back to the game and try it again. Just because there's a lot more content. But next video, Lost Ark is dying. Is that? I mean, more than normal? I'm not sure. I seriously doubt that's the case in Korea.
It's the Lost Ark situation. It's been in a bit of a situation. It's had a bit of a problem.
Yeah, botting problem especially.
And nobody knows where 200,000 players went. And 200,000 players didn't go anywhere because it weren't players. They were bots. So, let's hear Zeals. You guys know Zeals. He's one of the most well-known Lost Ark content creators. And he's made
top 3.
A State of the Union video to Lost Ark, Amazon Game Studio, and Smilegate, and then probably all of this shit in Korean. Here we go.
I promised myself, right, that
Oh, let me move my...
there is an issue. Right now, I want...
Get next to him.
Where the heck do I want to put me?
Name. QLMXQ. Like, what is this? Elon Musk's kid's name? What the fuck? Who names a character that?
Why not?
Nobody.
I don't have a body, just a head.
If there is an issue, right now, I want... Like, yesterday, we were trying to make a character together.
They're all right
and
there.
we're just trying to look... This is what I'm talking
I guess
about.
down here would be fine. I'm not in anyone's way, so...
What a good timing. Like,
Why not?
So I've been thinking about this. I've wrote down a lot of things, and I just don't want to sound angry or frustrated. And I know, like,
too many
my
events.
voice
Why
doesn't
not?
sound the friendliest, but like, it took us way too long to just browse the auction house. And I told myself, going back to what I was saying, if that issue came back, remember Amazon, we told you about this issue. When you guys fixed it, I was very happy.
Yeah.
But then it's back now. And I think
the best thing about this is the fact that I would not even categorize that in the top 50 problems this game has.
I don't even know what he's
That's
talking
my
about.
favorite part about the auction house problem.
Maybe it's the bots doing it?
It's not
sure.
even in the top 50.
I know why it's back. There are some hints
The game is
left
the
of my
problem.
character.
That's one problem.
I tried so many times to talk about these things. It's been like building up
How
inside,
you
man.
get that
And
pet, that leopard?
I try to write it down, but I guess here we go. You know, first, I don't
here
want
we
to
go.
sound angry. Okay, I'm not angry.
I'm mad.
I just want
I
to start
am.
with a thank you. All right.
Maybe
Thank
frustrated?
you for bringing Lost Ark, right? Come on, man, to the Western audience. Finally, that took so long, man. Like
It
through
took
the
a while.
game, I was able to meet and work with some like great people, dude. You know, I met a lot of people, and this game really changed my life. I remember I heard from Asmon's stream back in 2021 June that Lost Ark is gonna come to the West. Dude, I remember watching the stream, and I was like, holy!
Yeah, I was
I
excited.
dropped literally
Yeah.
everything.
Wouldn't you know before Asman? Isn't Lost Ark like your game? It seems weird that you wouldn't have known that.
Dude, I dropped everything, like sacrificing my bread to prepare and cover Lost Ark. I literally made up my mind in 10 hours to quit the previous game I was covering, stop making YouTube content, stop streaming.
He won't even name it. He won't even name the game.
The game?
He won't even say it.
What game was
I
it?
don't want to say what it was called. You don't want to give them any ammunition. You don't want to encourage them.
I'm actually kind of
And
interested.
for 8 months since that
Is
June,
it Guild Wars?
you know, I have streamed Lost Ark
Yeah.
to shrinking audience because, of course, they're not interested in the Lost Ark content because it's not out in the first place.
Or
and
Maple Story?
It's not what they
I'm not
signed
sure.
up for, so I was losing subscribers.
Well, the reason why people don't watch as much Lost Ark content is because a lot of the mystique of the game is gone and it's already been released. Lost Ark has a stable and good population. Even if it's only 100,000 people, that's still a good amount of people, especially just for one region.
Yeah.
I think the problem is that there are a lot of things that this game has that are fundamentally at odds with the way that Western players play video games and want to play video games.
The honing system.
Followers,
I
all
would
that
assume.
stuff on
That's the
Twitch.
issue.
But for 8 months,
That's my
man,
biggest
as my
problem with the
viewer
game is the
count
honing
went
system.
down to, like, even
I
in
don't
the
think I'll ever
50s,
play it
dude.
again.
Nobody talking to my chat sometimes. I
sucks.
just didn't care about the statistics or numbers,
we
man.
saw that
I wanted to
before.
cover this
Okay.
game, man.
It's also like the visuals. Like, look in front of you. You have like a bunch of people just almost identical, especially like these two. It's like I'm like, I always recall the stupid meme with Buzz Lightyear, and he goes in that store and he sees like rows upon rows of Buzz Lightyears. Like, that's Lost Ark to me.
Since
Yeah.
2018,
Yeah.
and I didn't want to play in only Korea because I knew one day it was gonna come to the West.
Yeah, you don't want to invest all that
I was
time.
a little bit jaded when they announced it to Kremlin the first. When Kremlin got it first, I was a little bit jaded, but you know, when I heard that it was coming out to the West, dude, I was so happy, dude.
Yeah.
So, anyways, man,
A lot
it
of
was
things I
really
saw in the
good
game
luck
did make me
and
excited.
A lot of hard
I played
work,
the
I
fuck
guess,
out
it
of
all
this
paid
game.
off. And this game,
Yeah.
once again, like the previous game,
I leveled a bunch
changed
of
my
alts
life.
too.
Previous
I'm not
game.
saying this to really boast or talk about my.
Which is funny, like I level a bunch of ults, and it's like the game is like very like, oh, you need ults. But for someone who leveled ults, like I actually did not like the leveling in the game at all. Like I know you have that stupid your home base where you can level them, but it's like, why can't I just level them while playing like normally and make that a fun experience? Like that's, I don't know, it just felt bad.
Myself, but because there are plenty of others in my chat or those that consume my content that pretty much are very passionate. They love this game. They've waited for years.
You know what's really sad is that I did all of my honing in Punica, and hearing this music gives me mild PTSD. Whenever I hear it, I think about like leaving the honing station and then that girl saying lie, and then going to cut another stone and then fucking it up. Yeah, I can't get over it. That's why I went back to Vern. It had nothing to, there's no other reason. I couldn't hear the music anymore. There was too many bad emotions attached to it.
You know, they were fans before the launch day back in February 11th.
Mm-hmm.
We're all pretty passionate about the Lost Ark IP, and I guess this is why we care a lot and we voice our opinions and complain or whine, right?
Lost Ark is an incredible game in a lot of ways. And Lost Ark is a literal dog shit game in a lot of ways. That's the problem, is that the game is fundamentally fucking incredible. Like, the combat is the best action combat I've ever played. I think it is amazing. The Legion raids, even Vicus,
I was muted.
which I don't
Sorry
like,
about that.
is fucking...
So, I said it, I probably was muted when I said it. But with the whole being frustrated with the game, like, a lot of WoW players were like that. Because it just felt like, you know, Blizzard wasn't listening, and they just felt like they were bringing their game down. And that's just frustrating when you're really, like, into the game. And then what Asmon's talking about now is, like, the combat. Like, Lost Ark feels amazing to play. It's one of my favorite action RPGs to just play, like, the combat and using your abilities. But at the same time, like, where you can use it in, it's like really hard content. I mean, it's not like super hard, like you can't do it, but unfortunately a lot of it is like group play. So not only do you have to be an above average gamer, at least on the West, obviously, I don't know, maybe Korean players are just overall better players, but can't speak. But on here in the US, it's like it's not really like, most players are bad. In the West. Like most are bronze, maybe silver. And then of course, like, you have above that, but like very few people hit above that. Like overall, if you look at the main populace. So with Lost Ark, like, you basically have to be like a diamond player to do most of the content, or at least like where you get like all the gear. So
amazing. Brawl Shaza,
maybe like if League of Legends, like you couldn't play like most of the heroes if you weren't like diamond and above. Like, it just wouldn't last that long, I think, and I think that's what's happening with Lost Ark.
is incredible. Vaulton Gate 2, one of the best fights I've ever done. Kakul Sadon, the clown.
I haven't done any of these.
Even some of the dungeons are really, really good too.
Because it's like, when I got groups for some of the, what are they called? The hard raids? I forget what they're called. Chaos, whatever the name is. Like, it was just super toxic. Like, it wasn't even towards me, but it made me feel like, man, why am I playing this game? Like, people are just freaking nasty to each other.
Awesome.
Like, I was trying to teach a guy, and then, like, everyone voted to kick him. I'm like, dude, just teach him. Like, I don't know, just...
We don't complain and whine.
Guardians
Not my
are
type of
fun,
game.
too.
Because we hate
First, like,
AGS.
5 times.
I think not. I think okay. I can't, dude.
Yeah, gameplay's great.
These guys, these horses. But we say these things because we care. We
Yeah.
love this game, and we don't want this game to go sour, right?
No,
Or
no.
sourer.
Exactly.
I don't even know if that's a word.
Sour.
Whoever's
Yeah.
watching this, I just want you guys to understand where we're coming from, right? Like, I just want to reiterate once again, like, how awesome it was for y'all to bring this game to the West and start this talk by stating how grateful I am, at least, to those at AGS Espalgate. I was able to interact with you guys. I've worked with a lot of game companies, but you guys...
Yeah, I really wish Dragon's Dogma, like their MMO, released in the West. I would have really liked to play that.
At least when you talk to
Kinda
me,
sucks.
it's like pretty instant. And helping out and stuff like that. I mean, you guys have done some
I have had nothing but good experiences with Amazon.
good things and some things that were not so good, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's just be real. Like I'm the same. I'm not perfect too. I did some L's. I did some W's. Like I said, dude, this is not gonna be like a praise only
sorry, my
message.
kitchen is, like,
or
pausing my video.
Whatever it's gonna end up being. I
Oh
just
my goodness,
want
go
you-
away. Go
you
away.
guys to know that
Go
I'm
play.
coming from a grateful state. I love this game. We love this game. And because of these feelings, I'm sometimes a little more concerned, sometimes a little more sensitive. What I'm trying to say is I just want 2023 to be a better year, dude, for Lost Ark. It's almost the year, man. And we still have some of the same issues, which I want to talk about. I don't know if you're noticing something here. And I've talked to you guys, I'm not going to say any names, but I've talked to you guys about the bot situation. And you guys are saying that you guys are IP banning them. I know some of these.
It don't work.
Yeah, obviously.
It doesn't work. It doesn't matter if you're IP banning them. It don't work. That's why there's so many people. Whatever you're doing is not working.
Yep.
You guys have been telling me where they're coming from, what country they're coming from, what VPN, I mean, what country they're VPNing to connect to NA or EU.
I almost think they need to do, like, I don't know if Lost Ark is one of those games where it's like, after a set amount of time, like, I don't know if that would work. Because I'm thinking, like, of other games that have that same issue. And I know some of them do it where there's, like a trial of sorts. Obviously, Lost Ark is a free-to-play game, but what I mean by trial is, like, before 30 days, you can't really interact with the auction house or do group messages.
Look, at the end of the day, we just want these guys out of here, man. It's been 11 months, dude. It's been 11 months. And it's affecting every aspect of
I'm
this
assuming those are
game.
bots.
As I said, man, we care about this game. I like this game. I love this game.
I think the problem with the game is the gameplay loop. There are a lot
For a lot of players, at least myself
of
included.
games that have tons of bots, and it doesn't ruin the game. Like, yes, botting is bad. Botting makes the game worse, 100%. However, even if you took every single bot out of Lost Ark, it would still have the same fundamental problems.
Yeah.
And people still, it's not like the bots are gone, let's come back and play. No.
Playing this
That would not
game, but
happen.
this is not looking good. Whether a new player's coming here or not, like whether it's a veteran or those that started from day one, waited for this game for 3 years, they don't want to see this stuff, dude. I know it's a tough job, but that's not my job. I'm a consumer. My job is to consume this content, okay, that you provide. And right now, what you guys are providing is a little bit embarrassing, to say the least. Like, how do I get
Well, it's a
not
real
emotional
player.
about
Look at
this
that.
sometimes, you know?
Wow.
Like, it's so sad.
Holy shit. You guys see that? That's not a bot.
I think the bots are affecting the auction house again. And you guys said this was fixed. It's not. It's not fixed. I want you guys to know. Sometimes you guys don't know, and that's why we gotta communicate, right? Also, gold inflation's back. Why is it back?
gotta buy some
Who's
more gold,
pumping
guys.
the gold? You may be asking, right?
gotta buy
we
some
all
gold.
know, right?
That's looking
Yeah.
good.
It's the bots. They're pumping the gold.
Yep.
I'm seeing what they're doing. They're doing the unas right here. They're trading in the gold. There's a lineup. They're doing unas, getting the gold. And what are you gonna do this time though? Like, I'm not angry. I'm not shouting. I'm just sorry. This is the way I sound. I can't do anything about it. But
I mean, you're
I know what they're doing.
kind of obviously
they're doing the
angry,
unas,
but you're not
they're getting
shouting.
the una
That's true.
tokens, and they're converting it to gold.
It doesn't matter what they do. Because the problem is not, even if you get rid of Una's task gold rewards, like theoretically, it wouldn't matter. Because they would just do something else. The problem is that they're not getting banned. That's the actual issue with the game.
There's a swarm of them over there. There's a swarm of them. Gold inflation is happening. Blue crystal prices have exceeded Korea, where there aren't as many bots.
Holy shit!
I mean, it's not perfect over there too, but at least it's more control. Would you look at that?
I will not accept that Amazon can't hire one guy to just log on, check all the channels, you go through them, and he just goes bing, 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 bing. Fucking boots him out of the game. Instant ban. Go to the next channel. All right, that one's done. Let's go to the next server. Bing, 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 bing. And you're done in like 3 hours. And he could just leave for the day, come back tomorrow, do the same thing again. It's so easy. How can you not hire somebody to do this?
I mean, I just logged on and I already know where they are at.
They're right there.
It's not the golden toad.
How is it that, like, Amazon, it's like the only people that don't know where the bots are is Amazon. Every player knows where there's bots. Every streamer knows where the bots are. All the viewers know where the bots
Blizzard
are.
was like
the
this
only
too
person
with
who
WoW.
can't figure this out is Amazon.
Like, I remember there was a zone, I forget, Spires of Iraq? I could be wrong though, but there was like this zone that was like known for its bots. And I remember going there and it was just, it lagged me out. I had to like get out because I couldn't even move properly.
We don't know where they are. Nobody will tell us.
Bots are pumping gold into the market. It's making gold less valuable. Free to play will struggle more to purchase blue crystals, and NA East is the least affected by this. NA West is even worse.
Yeah, I heard NA West, isn't it like 5K?
Oh,
Instead
Jesus.
of like purchase cost, I know it's like 4.5K. Is it up to 5? Yeah, 4.5. Yeah, I saw DatMods make a screenshot of this the other day. Bro, that's insane.
Yeah.
We'll talk about the regions too.
It's good for the whales,
Right,
but
it's
like
like this
everyone else.
4.5K. Holy shit.
That sucks.
We're all affected. South
gotta
America
start
as well,
honing.
right? So bots, I mean, do I need to go any further? Bots affect all parts of this game.
Well, the problem is like gold, like the game's super pay to win, so you can buy gold to buy the mats. So it's like, of course it's going to affect everything. And whitebotting is more serious in Lost Ark than other MMOs.
Whether it's the auction house crashing or us being unable to purchase things conveniently.
Yeah.
Not only that, you put like
It's
these player
annoying.
restrictions where we can't list items more than 20 per day per roster. Not only that, we can't even, like, after we purchase gold.
It's like now everybody gets a handicap because they don't want to fix the game.
We can't even spend it for 3 days. Like, there's just so many.
What is this?
Like you
Wait,
pulling
what?
out the
If
gold
you buy
from
gold, you can't
Luna's,
spend it for 3 days?
Gold from the rapport, just like changing these band-aid fixes that are affecting players more than these bots. Bots will always seek a way, but you're making this game a little bit less and less comfortable for regular users because these preventions, the measures against bots are just not working. Let's be honest. It's been 11 months once again.
How did how can you not hire somebody to just like log in, come in the morning? All right, Bill, go ahead, clean it up. All right, go on over to the vendors. Yep, there's one. Get them out of here. Up, another one. Get them out of here. There it is. Yep, just go to the vendor.
Yeah, I mean, you would think it wouldn't cost too much to hire like a small team that is specifically focused on banning bot behavior, and then another team that is for appeals.
There's one. Yep, get him out. Boom. XCY43271. Mokoko with the exact same gear as every other player. No interactions whatsoever, and they send all their gold to XC54321. The same as every other bot is. Guys, I think I figured out what's going on here. There's no way. I guarantee you that they have this information. There is no fucking way that 5 people couldn't solve this problem.
I don't know about solve, but they would take a massive chunk out of the issue, the botting population.
Because anybody can see it. Like somebody with no internal knowledge can see it at all.
We need more drastic measures. I feel like it's been too safe so far. I don't know what the legal obligations that you've signed with Smilegate is. I don't know what it is. Can we move away from maybe Steam or have a launcher or something like where we authenticate our identity or something? Like we got to do something, right? We can't play safe anymore. Like these little.
I don't like the solution that like fucking they can't figure out how to do the bot, so we need your driver's license.
Exactly. That's basically like the issue you were talking about, in that they make all these inconveniences because they just don't want to do their job on banning bots.
I don't want to do that. Like, no, just fix the bots.
Tweaks like the 20 limits per day. It's not really working.
Yeah,
bots
just we need
also
another
being
launcher.
fueled by RMT. We got to talk about RMT. RMT needs to be like RMT.
I don't give a fuck about RMT. I'm gonna be honest.
Me either.
Everybody is. If you click that button right here, the store.
The shop button, exactly. It's basically RMT light. So if you have an if you think the RMT is the main issue, like you're just wrong, because the game has an RMT system in it. So obviously that's not going to be the issue.
Or you're RMTing in my mind. You are RMTing the second you click that button. If you buy gold through the Blue Crystal system, it is the exact same to me than if you buy it from G2G. It's my opinion. I think it's the exact same. Fundamentally. It doesn't, like, in terms of the integrity of the game. Yes, I understand, like, RMT fuels botting, but, you know what really fuels botting is Amazon not doing anything about it.
It's an issue in every MMO. It's an issue in Korea as well. I don't know how this is going to be stomped out.
Botting is an issue for a lot of MMOs, but most MMOs have that on lock, like Guild Wars. I think ESO, I don't remember running into any bots. Final Fantasy, WoW lately, I haven't really ran into any bots. And I'm trying to think of any other MMOs I played recently. Even, weirdly enough, MapleStory, when I played it like a year ago, like I rarely ran into bots.
But we need more drastic measures against RMT. Solving bots would, I think, also make RMT less and less desired by players.
Yeah.
Because these bots are pumping so much gold that people can access such cheap gold.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, do you want to spend, like, let's say you want to spend $50 and get 120,000 gold, or do you want to spend $50 and get 200,000 gold? Well, you're going to go with 200,000 gold. $100 USD is 1,000,000 gold? Really?
But that also doesn't fly fully, because why is the gold market going so up high in the regular shop if that was the case? If everyone was just doing the RMT outside of the game. That's not the case.
That's horrible. Where is that? Wow.
Asmon. That's funny.
RMT says, yeah, but there's so many of them. Which one? That's crazy. Oh, no. That is so bad, guys. Wow.
From a third-party site, right? Another thing that I want to talk about is region merch. I'm not gonna...
It's also like, why can't Amazon shut down G2G? I don't understand why they can't do that.
I'm pretty sure they can, because they who did it? I know Nintendo did it with the emulators. I think someone else did it for like a cheating program. I forget who. It was like a competitive game. I think maybe CSGO. It could be someone else though, where they were selling trainers for the game.
It makes literally no sense to me why they can't shut it down. Because Blizzard shut down Honor Buddy. It already happened.
Yeah.
Yeah, foreign country. Yeah, there's somebody probably hosting their servers. You can do it to something else. It's a private company. You can shut it down somehow. I guarantee you.
Yeah, it might just be like the legal process. Just Amazon may feel like it's just not worth it. That could be the case because there's no way to know how much it would cost to get the legal team to do that.
Blast anybody's names, and I'm not gonna show DM logs. I really don't want to go there, but I told you guys back in 2021 December, I sent a message, a long letter, which you guys read, saying that well, maybe not all of you guys, but I said I don't want another Russia 2.0, Lost Ark Russia 2.0.
Exactly. Somebody says you can't shut them down. Eddie, if G2G was showing everything, all of the old racist Disney movies and all of the Disney movies, how long do you think G2G would exist for? Probably a number of hours. Yeah, few hours. No.
Yeah.
No, I don't buy that.
Just because you're a private company doesn't mean you get around legal stuff. Like, if in the TOS in the game it says you can't be selling gold outside of the game, that's just how it is. Like, you don't just get to make up like your own rules just because you're a private company.
Asked, are you guys even having meetings?
I mean, if you're big enough, you know, maybe.
I was
but
told no, like
at least here in the West.
I was so concerned after comparing Lost Ark Korea and Russia. I was like certain that if we have NA West and NA East and EU Central and EU West, I mean, back then we didn't know there was going to be a EU West.
I think that's so weird.
The game just popped in popularity, so you had to do that. But what are we going to do after? Right? Are we going to do some region merging? Are we going to do something about the auction house? Can we merge them? Like South America as well. Like, people they cannot afford the region prices.
I think it's also the fact that people don't see other people in the game. Like, you need to make sure that in an MMO, you see other players in the game.
It's a shared world. Yeah.
Like, you can't go around and there's just bots everywhere. It's depressing.
Yeah. Like, I remember I tried getting into Gathering in Lost Ark, but I like ran into like literally like 50 bots, like almost right off the bat. It was the most crazy bot situation I'd ever seen, and it just killed any motivation I had for gathering in the game.
That's why blue crystals are soaring.
Yep.
Because people cannot even list blue crystals to sell. I warned you guys about the regions. Like, if you split NA West and East, you know, people gonna come into forums or chat or somewhere and discuss the price discrepancies. Okay.
They were gonna do that no matter what. Like, just plain and simple, they were gonna do it between US and Korea, US and Russia. Like, it doesn't matter. If there's two things that can be comparable, they're gonna compare them.
Okay, and there are way more bots in the West, I think, because of their gold inflation being way higher.
Well, there's going to be more bots where there's more players. I mean,
that makes sense.
You know, you want to fish where the fish are, right? So if there's more players in a game, there's going to be more bots in that game. It's common sense.
If you let them run wild,
Pricing of the regular materials way higher, blue crystals way higher. Region merges, at least like the auction house. Like, we got to think about stuff like these. I'm not saying do it now or do it tomorrow. Like, can we start thinking about it, right? Like, we need something here. There's a lot of players that are in these regions that cannot play.
You know what? I think I saw a video that I'm going to watch after this one that kind of ties into this one. So
play a game, whether it's lack of players or the economy is just too screwed.
Yeah.
There's so many other things I could talk about, but I just want to cover like some of the things that really got me.
I think it's the day-to-day with Lost Ark. The day-to-day grind with Lost Ark is really fucking boring.
It's also casual, unfriendly. Like, let's just be fair. Like, if I was I'm an above average player, I would say. I don't know what the average player is, but I'm pretty sure I'm more than above average. Beat every FromSoft game like Dark Souls, Sekiro, of course Elden Ring, and don't really have any problems with them. Did raiding haven't really done like the high end rating just because I don't. Thing is, like, I'm a good player, but I don't like super competitive stuff when I'm playing games now. I did back in the day, not so much now. And Lost Ark just felt really like outside of the island system, the islands, which to me were like my favorite part about Lost Ark. I really liked exploring the islands, doing those little side quests, just unlocking your rapport, I guess, with some characters. Even that got kind of boring though, the rapport grinding, which is basically rep grinding in WoW. But outside of that, like the main game, like that the game wants you to do as dailies and wants you to mainly get your gear from. Like that stuff is just kind of sucks. Like it's, in my opinion, is just too hard for the average player, and it because of that, it makes the community pretty toxic around it.
And the other problem is that you can't really sell anything on the auction house.
Like think with WoW rating, like how toxic that got. Like it was not like that back in like Wrath. It just got worse and worse and worse as the game progressed because the raids got harder and harder.
Because there's only a handful of engravings that are good. Like for example, there's like 10 or 15 engravings that no.
And Mythic Plus like probably had the most. There was a time when Mythic Plus, the dungeon Mythic Plus, was like insanely toxic in WoW. Like it was unbelievable. Like I know that it's gotten better, but man, it was like, I think it was back when you can actually lose your key or something like that. I don't really remember too much. I just remember like being in a group and they would literally invite someone, check his stuff, kick him. Invite someone, check his stuff, kick him. It was freaking crazy.
Nobody cares about and nobody uses, and the engraving books are worth 1 gold even as legendary. So that means that whenever you play the game and you have weekly cooldowns on these things, there is like a 95% chance that the item that you get is literal fucking dog shit. And you're not going to make any gold with it. And that's
basically trash. Like, here is a coupon to a store that is no longer open.
That's it. And then you have like things like running 2 Guardian raids. Why do you have to run 2 Guardian raids? Why not just give it more rewards and make it 1 Guardian raid? How does that make the game worse? It doesn't. It makes it just objectively better. No, because what people are going to do, and again, this is game design that's not taking into account the players. What do players do? What do you guys do? You do 1 Guardian, and then you turn around and you do the exact same Guardian again, right?
Yep.
That's what you do because you want to do your highest level Guardian because that gives you the most rewards. That's boring. Having to kill a boss and then immediately go and kill the same boss again is shit gameplay.
Mentally and emotionally. So another thing, I mean, I think these are like core fundamental issues, right? Even if all these issues are fixed tomorrow, Lost Ark has still issues. It's not a perfect game, right? But then we gotta fix the foundation. Fix the foundation for the current players. Fix the foundation for those that are wanting to play this game.
I don't think he's brought up anything other than the botting situation, so I'm not sure what he means by the foundation. I just truly believe there's just not enough solo casual content in Lost Ark. And like previous videos have said, like if you can't keep the average casual player, the game is going to die a slow death. Just because the casual players are what keep MMOs alive. Just how it is. Because they're the majority, and if your game can't keep the majority, then the minority ones aren't going to be enough to keep the game sustainable to release more content. If you're not releasing content, you're not going to keep those people either. So, just a vicious cycle.
We got to talk about disconnects.
It's why like your MMO dying is like actually a legit fear. Because if the rumors are like, if everyone feels like your MMO is dying, no one's going to want to play it.
Disconnects are still a real thing. All right, people are disconnecting.
What?
Maybe it's
still
because of the bots flooding your servers. I don't know, but we gotta fix the disconnects. You gotta at least acknowledge it, and
we waste like 30 minutes.
Tell us what the plan is. You know, they just can't play the game. You're just telling them, if you can't fix this, like if you're not gonna say anything.
The problem is like if you get somebody disconnected out of the game, you can't go and re-invite somebody into the raid. It's like you have to reform the whole raid, go through the whole thing over again. So it's a lot of work to do that. And also it's like it's just like if you have one person die in a fight, sometimes you can't complete the fight.
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
There's actually too many fights like that. That or if someone dies, like there's mechanics that will wipe you if even one person's dead.
Okay, here we go.
You're just telling them to leave, right? Why would someone stick around and play if they're just getting disconnected every 10 minutes because of the server instability? This is 2023. We can't have that stuff happen. We gotta fix these servers. Maybe it's the bots. We gotta get rid of the
I don't think the
bots
year
and
has
get
much to
rid
do
of
with
all
it. Like if
problems.
you're
I don't know,
getting
but we gotta
disconnects, that's an
work on
issue no
something
matter
here. Or we
what
need
year
somehow,
your
like,
game came out
communication
in.
about that, right? I would love like I've been invited to Loa On. I could talk about that for an hour. I don't want to talk about that. There's already threads of my Korean viewers who are like, why was this guy physically invited if you weren't even gonna ask this guy about NAU or the Western audience, any questions for the Western players, right? Me, ATK and I went there and we literally have like, we promote this game like crazy to the Western audience.
Honestly, I don't really mind that Smilegate doesn't give a damn about the Western audience. I don't really think it should. I think that's Amazon's role. Like that should have been Amazon's role, is that Amazon gets the feedback from the players on their end, you know, because that's Amazon's in charge of like the NA stuff. Or West Coast, I'm not sure. Either way. Or NA, I think is the right word. But so that they can like, okay, well, what is actually wrong here? So we know it's a botting problem. We know our players aren't the biggest fans of wasting time mechanics like 2 Guardian raids. And then they just pass the information on to Smilegate. They're like, hey, for our patch on our end, can you change these things? Because they've done it like already where they changed some things for us that wasn't for Korean. That I know, I think.
Audience.
I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure they
like,
have.
When the game launched, we had maybe like 80 to 90% of all YouTube viewership when it came to newbie guys and stuff.
That's
So
probably
we were
true.
invited, which
Him
I'm
and
very
Cannon
grateful
and
for.
Saiwo.
But people are also like, why would they even invite it if you're not even gonna talk to them about NAU stuff? Like what's like okay, well I don't want to get into that, but I feel like we need our own kind of like.
I don't think that's the problem. I think that like there's like 2 different categories of problems with Lost Ark. There are Amazon problems, and then there are Smilegate problems. Smilegate problems are like 2 Guardian raids a day, the stupid alt system, like mechanics that are so punishing that it makes people gatekeep the content for only people that have already killed it 10 times. Like those are Smilegate problems. Like Fion's probably also Smilegate problem, maybe an Amazon problem, it's hard to say. Amazon problems are like
The bots.
disconnects.
Disconnects, yep.
Bots. RMT. Like those are Amazon problems. The game design problems are Smilegate problems.
But I still think like Amazon should be the one trying to like distill what the player base is actually wanting or really dissatisfied with and passing that info to Smilegate. Like I don't see why Smilegate has to, because they're already like more than successful in Korea.
Loa On, it doesn't have to be with slides and crazy like, you know, bands coming there. We just need like a round table, like a talk that you guys do with like New World or something. As publishers, I think we're owed that, you know, a round table where you just talk to us about the server instabilities, like what measures you're taking, what measures you're taking against bots and RMT, like just stuff like that, and like some kind of like data would also be nice. But like, you know, just having us for a talk like you did for Crown. Crown thing was pretty cool. I'm not saying go get Gold River. I'm just saying like you guys did it before. You got Twitch involved. Why can't we get another one? This was great. Except for the North Korea part. I mean, this was great.
I don't remember the North Korea part.
Not even asking for the scale, by the way. I'm not asking for the scale. Okay, I'll take a...
All they need to do is just sit down every once in a while, take questions from the player base, and the game will improve. I think a really good example of that is New World. New World has
I was going to say that. New World and Blizzard's starting to do that as well, where they just talk about the game and what they plan to do.
Substantially and massively. The numbers reflect that. The game design reflects that. The community reflects that. New World has listened a lot to the player base, and
Yeah.
the game has gotten better.
100%.
It's possible.
It's way funner.
And
Like,
you know what else is an example
even
of
the
that?
leveling is way better.
Almost everything in Dragonflight, and a lot of things in Shadowlands too, that were actually the good things, these were Blizzard listening to the player base.
Yep.
Zoom call, for that matter, with a couple of the AGS people, right? And you know, this is not the first time. It's not the first time I'm making this video, man.
Yeah.
It's not the first time, dude. It was 3 months ago. Other than Loa on, like not like a Loa on, but like we need more communication, like, you know, like events like that. But also,
yeah, just like he said, like a round table of sorts. Like basically get some of the people who make the decisions coming out. Like, okay, this is what we're doing. This is our goals, and you know, like maybe explain a bit on how the bot problem got so bad. Like, okay, we thought we took care of it, but we've been seeing player feedback that it's gotten worse again. So we will be working something on the back end. We can't go into details because, you know, the bots could circumvent it or something like along those lines.
we have the
I think a lot of
open
players would just
API.
appreciate
That
it.
was
And the other issue, by the way, is the fact that Smilegate is Korean. Like, if I want to complain
Yeah.
to Gold River, that's probably not going to happen. Like, because I'm going to be like, bro, what the fuck is this shit? Like, why is it bad? Like, what is this? And he's like, well, I don't know what that says. Okay, anyway. Yeah, he doesn't even know.
Yeah.
released by Smilegate a month ago. I would love like some API.
It's just on Korean, yeah.
Now I know that you guys don't want to share API because there's gonna be a lot of bots in the
Speak
API, and
American.
that's gonna look embarrassing. But let's fix the bots, right? That goes back to what I was saying. But it would be nice to have API. It would be so good to have API. It'd be so much better for the community, being able to like check out other people's specs, what they're doing, and stuff like that. Like be able to like review and see what they need help with in their roster. API would just be so good for the community, I think. Also, like, man, I was a little bit upset, man. I stayed up with you guys for the New Year's because like Korea got that New Year's sunrise event where we got some silver and emotes. Like,
Oh, that's cool.
okay,
Wow.
that takes a little bit of development time. I get it. I mean, I think we deserve that. But if
Are
you
there are there any males in this game in Korea? Like, there's
That is
literally
literally
no male characters.
Every girl. Yeah, every person's a girl.
can't do that, I get that. But like, not even a server message. I stayed up, man, with my viewers to see if you guys gonna say like Happy New Year's or something. And I get it. Maybe in, you know, I mean, I think all over the world we like to spend the last couple weeks with our family at the end of the year. I get that, but couldn't you?
They could have done
something-
pre-recordings. They easily could have done that where they just do like a Happy New Year's pre-recording and just release it like on New Year's.
like a script or like an alarm setup. So at like New Year's, you could say Happy New Year's from us, and then
Well, I think that what they really should do is they should just have, like, what they're doing now is kind of good, that they're having an accelerated release schedule, so the American version of the game will catch up, or NA version of the game will catch up to Korea. And
Yeah.
then, whenever that happens, there will be literally no excuse for the same content not to be there.
Exactly.
mail us something, or I don't know, man.
You sold the shit down though? Yeah, they
no,
have.
Man, we're not asking
That's
for
true.
much, dude. Because you know what your player's gonna do. Like, you know we're gonna be comparing all the different regions, and just, you know,
I don't think the average player will do that though.
When
just to
someone
be
is
fair.
getting more than the other, we want that, right? People with sibling, you know, when, you know, like Jetty gets more attention than Susie, Jetty's gonna be a little jealous or envious. It is what it is, man.
Yeah, of course.
Even as adults,
Yeah.
grown ass, hairy, bald adults,
Okay.
we're gonna feel the same, man. Like,
Damn,
come on,
shots
dude, we're
fired.
watching. We got internet. We know what's happening in Taiwan. We know what's happening in other regions. You know,
What's
once again, I don't
Taiwan?
want to throw shade, but some of you guys don't even know about what's happening in Taiwan. You guys don't even know that API was open API. That kind of like, I don't know,
mean
like
China?
that tells me like, you know, do you care, man? I hope you guys start caring more for 2023, dude. It's a great game, and I'm grateful it's out, but we got some fundamental issues, right? I don't even want to talk about artists. I don't want to talk about, like, I could talk about that later. Once it's.
What about the Fions issue? What about, like, I mean, the thing is, there's like a lot of huge issues with the game. Like, Lost.
Yeah, I think. Like, I think for this, I can't remember his name anymore. But the creator or the video, like, what they're talking about is a lot of stuff that, like, if the game was directly comparable 1v1 to the Korean version, they would be perfectly happy. But I think for most people here in the West, like, that's just not what we want in games. I mean, it could be wrong. I don't think I am, but they need to change things from Smilesgate's end that only affects the NA. Because there's just a few things that are just, like, really bad.
Lost Ark is a great game in a lot of ways. That's why I still cover it. That's why I still play it, etc. But damn, there are a lot of ways that it's not a great game too.
The game is playable, right?
Yeah.
We need the game to be playable, dude. I don't know. I think that's all I gotta say for now, dude. I just have to get it off my chest, dude. I'm tired of this.
It's
tired,
sad,
dude. Not in like a negative Nancy way. I'm just. This is not what I want to see. Like, this is not what I want to like listen to, or people joke about it. People are. It's so prevalent that people are joking about it.
About the
bots, about the DCs.
Yeah, everybody knows
and you know
about
what?
it. Yeah.
Yep.
Maybe for some people it's funny. I don't think it's funny. I think it's embarrassing.
It is. That's why it's funny.
I think it's very embarrassing. I don't know, man. Whether you're from Smilegate or Amazon, I mean, you're Amazon, dude. You're Amazon. You own the world. Come on, you can't fix these bots.
Yeah.
Whether you're from Smilegate, I don't know. Like, you can't just let West.
How can we possibly figure this out?
Let the Western region just be like. Just can't leave us like this, right?
It is.
I'm not
sad.
saying like you gotta care, right? It's corpa. It's a business.
I mean, even by that logic, you should care. It's the same reason why banks and stuff have like a fraud department. Like, they have to care. It's like, if it's a negative impact on the player base or customer base, whatever it may be, and even casinos are the same way. Like, if it's a negative for the customers, and that's it, like, it doesn't really serve a positive for the company, then more than likely they are going to do something to resolve it.
At the end of the day, it's about money. I get that, but at least act like you care, man.
That's the end of it.
In this video,
holy fuck, yeah.
myself.
I mean, I can only imagine. It's pretty sad right now, I think, probably being a Lost Ark player. Especially the thing is, like, imagine being a Lost Ark player and looking at how much effort and time went into New World.
Yeah, you're like, what is it? The saying, the redheaded stepchild. Like, you're basically like, no, like, of Lost Ark. Like, because they don't really care about the NA. Amazon doesn't seem to care about the NA, so.
Right? I mean, how much they're putting effort into New World and making content about New World and trying to help the player base. Like, you look at the Lost Ark subreddit.
Yeah.
They're gone, guys. The tens of thousands level 1 gems are all gone. Oh, no. Guys only want one thing, and it's fucking disgusting. I don't even know what the fuck that is. Bricked account, AGS has done nothing. Look at this. Oh, okay, let's go down here. Yeah, of course people aren't happy about it. It's common sense, man. Holy shit. When you disconnect just before Gate 5. I don't know, man.
Damn, I can't even imagine.
On the DC issue. That's great. Thank God. Yeah, his account got bricked? That fucking sucks, man. I don't know, man. I just really hope that they're able to actually fix this kind of stuff rather than 200K bots banned. Look at this. Rather than just pretend like it's not real, towns feel so much more alive without the bots. Yeah, I think so. Let me just see here. Yeah, here's actual real people in the game. Imagine that. Rather than you and 75 bots. It's sad. New World's infested with bots. It's horrible. Well, compared to Lost Ark, it's great, okay? So just keep that in mind.
I think I ran into like a few bots when playing New World, but it wasn't much.
Lost Ark Red only has 200,000 plus.
It's hard to say if they even were bots. They could have just been
mainly a Korean game,
big and grinding.
And the Western game, I think it had a great release, and then it had some weird stuff happen with like Argos whenever people were really worried about it being pay to win, and I think it basically was. I think by the time Vaulton came out and Vicus after that, like Lost Ark is always going to be pay to win, but if you play the game consistently, you will not be locked out of content.
Yeah, that's the point, like, and why gacha is, like, I don't really have a problem with it. As long as I'm playing the game and it doesn't feel like I have to put in money, then sure. But with Lost Ark, I mean, you not only have to play consistently, but I don't know how to explain it. It's like you need gear to get gear, pretty much. So it's like, it's hard to push your gear when it's like people don't want to group with you because you're low gear level.
I think that's pretty fair. You realize the bots are being more efficient than you are? Yeah, exactly. If I reacted to Reddit, I'll look at a couple of posts, but not a whole lot of them. I'll look at more of them tomorrow. I think
funny.
I'll start the stream tomorrow and react. And oh my god, Asmon's main reason he's playing oh well, I mean, you know, it is what it is, right? Yeah, makes sense. Let me link the video before I actually go any farther. Sorry. I'll link the video. This is Azil's video. You guys have watched a lot of his content. He's been a Lost Ark creator for quite a while, and I would absolutely recommend you guys to give him a sub if you care about the game and you like watching it.
Yeah, in terms of Lost Ark creators, I think Zeals is up there with like Siwo, Siwo, a little Russian. I think he's Russian. I'm not sure, but yeah, Lost Ark is dying. I don't think it's the bots are just the reason, though. Just gonna be perfectly honest. So, all right, but there it is, this one. So, Lost Ark bans tens of thousands of innocent players. So I think this kind of ties in with the first one a bit. So we'll just watch this.
Amazon Game Studios, who is far and wide known to be an absolute paragon of competence, issued a ban wave in the last couple days that has negatively
honestly, like, I do think he just made that like he was being sarcastic on it.
Affected tens of thousands, if not more, innocent players. Some of these players have reached out to me via Twitter. Some of them have reached out to me via Facebook, some via Discord. There have been a number of threads opened on Reddit. There have been threads opened on the official Lost Ark forums. There have even been threads opened up over on the Steam community section for the game, and players are absolutely livid, and that is completely warranted. Before we jump into this video, though, I do want to take a moment here to thank all of our incredible patrons over on Patreon.
I mean, were all of them banned for the same reason? Maybe they were doing RMT.
Your support is absolutely incredible, and I cannot thank you all enough for being a part of this journey. Also, if you have a moment, consider following me over on Twitch. I stream gacha games there every weekend. Now, I will preface this that while these were sent to me initially on January 13th, and I was going to cover this January 14th, as of 9 hours ago, so roughly 3 p.m. on January 15th, Amazon did issue a statement on their public forums that goes on to state false bans following January bot ban waves. Greetings, heroes of Arkesia. Following a recent wave of bot bans, we've seen an increase in ban appeals from players who have been incorrectly impacted by these bans. We have determined the error that triggered these false bans and are actively working on reversing them for all affected legitimate players, regardless of whether a support ticket has been filed. In the meantime, you are still welcome to submit a ban appeal ticket to customer support so that the team can more quickly assist with restoring your account and removing all penalties.
That makes sense.
Thank you for your reports and patience as we work to make this right with affected players. Now, that does seem like your basic legal jargon statement, and
it's not legal jargon. They could ban you for whatever reason they want. Like, that's nothing to do with legal. It's basic corporate speak, if you want to call it that. But I think in terms of what they could have said, this was the best way to do it. Like, what else do you want? They understand there was a problem. They found what caused the problem, and now they're actively working to fix the problem. Like, that's... what the heck? Like, I don't know what Styx is expecting here.
And you can't really expect more from them than that. But the fact that this happened 2 days ago, and it took them over 48 hours to not only address this publicly, but begin working to remedy it is...
Well, it could have been it took them that long to find out what, like, how it happened. Like, what happened, make sure we have a fix before we say anything. It's just common, man. Like, if they just came out like, hey, we know people are being banned, we don't know why, but we're working on it. Like, is that any better? I honestly don't think so.
Pure.
And even they say here, like, whether you submit a ticket or not, we will get this fixed for you. But if they do it early on, it's like, well, how do you know who was falsely banned if you don't even know what caused the ban to be false to begin with? So,
Amazon quality. I mean, just looking at the
let's see. Okay, so it's been earlier since I played. Honest review now. The game looks fantastic. Meteor grind. What do you expect? The creature looks... it's great. So, what the heck? Sounds like everything's good there, but maybe. There's no players in this game. Just bots versus bots. Go ahead and take a break from the pay-to-win grind fest. Hope I don't get banned. Banned for no reason. Oh no, I got banned from a bad game. Pretty awful game. Like, some of them do mention bans, but not a lot of them. Like, this one and this one, I think, is the only ones that mention a ban. I don't know about this one, though.
Reviews on Steam.
Get banned, though I don't play. Like, how would you know you got banned if you don't play the game? Like, that's the thing I'm getting confused on with these things in here. Was it just you heard about the ban wave and tried to log in? I would guess. I'm not sure. You'll get visible profile ban on Steam by playing this mess. Profile ban? That seems different than what they're talking about. You said it was on the 15th. This was posted on the 14th. So I don't think that is correct. Or repetitive gameplay. Lame attempt at a good time. Or a good MMO. Yeah, I don't think this has much to do with the bans.
Right now, these are very negative. Very, very negative.
Game gave me a ban for being inactive. Only reason I was inactive was because the game was trash anyways. I gotta see my Steam account, see if it shows me I'm banned without actually having to get into the game. Because otherwise this tells me, like, okay, you guys are being weird. Like, once that playing was just alerted I had been banned. Because I have not been active with Lost Ark at all, so...
Admittedly, the vast majority of them are from people who have only played for several hours. There are a few that have been banned after playing
if you're not playing the game, apparently just stop bot accounts, which is visible as a game ban under your Steam profile. Does seem to be highly incompetent. Let's see here. Which is visible as a game ban under your Steam profile. Give me one moment. I'm going to check my Steam profile, because I should fall under this umbrella, because I did play a bit, and then I did not play for quite a while, so... I mean, obviously I'm not going to say it's a guarantee, but it's like, based on what everyone's saying, like, it's high likelihood I should have been banned. Let's see here. They said in your profile page, right? View my profile. I don't see anything on me being banned. Yeah. So it didn't affect me, but that could just be luck, I guess. I don't know.
For 30 hours, 50 hours, none of them are really active players, I don't think. The Steam community section
Did I play in Steam?
is
I'm like
lit
second guessing
up
myself now.
with players reporting that they have been banned.
I did.
Mass report this game. Reason, it is harmful to your Steam account. Now, the reason they're saying that it is harmful to your Steam account is because after you have been banned, this is what you get. You get a public notice stating that you have one game ban on record. This is public. They tarnish your entire Steam profile, your entire...
Do people care about this? I don't know. Like, that's just... I think Styx is blowing it out of proportion. I didn't even know this was something you could publicly see to begin with. And even if I saw it, it's like, okay, well, what did you get banned from? Like, if I had a friend and I saw he was banned, I think that'd be an interesting conversation starter. Like, you know what I mean? Like, oh, dang, you got banned? Like, what'd you get banned on? And it, like, as long as it wasn't something like really bad, like even hacking, I wouldn't really judge someone. I'm like, oh yeah, I was like trying to hack Lost Ark or something like that. So
entire account, your entire record, and everyone is capable of seeing it. And this is a mistake on their part, something that you had absolutely no active part in. This has gotten so bad.
I'm sure you could send an appeal to Steam though, just letting them know, and they, I would assume, might do something. But even then, it sounds like Amazon's already working on it, so
that people,
it's not like they ban people and were like, well, tough luck for you, you now have that mark. And it's not like the Scarlet Letter. Like, I don't think anyone really cares if you got banned in a game.
people went over to the Blue Protocol subreddit and made a thread titled, "I feel bad for this game as their publisher is Amazon Game Studios," with the top comment being, "I didn't really care until I saw the erroneous ban wave on Lost Ark today. Imagine getting a game ban on your Steam account because Amazon Game Studios don't know how to issue bans properly." People have repeatedly expressed time and time again that Amazon
I do agree with that.
are absolutely and unequivocally incompetent when it comes to publishing their games and also developing their games. But this right here is further proof. They did not address what it was specifically.
Of course they didn't. They don't want... They can't do that. Because what if it was like... What's the word I'm looking for? Like, there was a reason behind it, and they're just going to modify it so it doesn't affect actual players. But it's still going to be there. It's just going to be modified versus just removed. So it just makes sense why they wouldn't tell you what the reason was for.
That triggered this, only that...
I can't even think of a case where they ever do that. Not just AGS, but any developer where they did, you get banned on accident. They almost never tell you why you got banned.
They are aware of the trigger in question, and they are working to fix this for affected legitimate players. How many of these legitimate players actually get their accounts back remains to be seen, given the patches that they released for New World, given how they've already handled the issues that they have come across in Lost Ark thus far. I'm honestly not too optimistic that this is going.
They did pretty good with New World when it comes to restoring like legitimate player stuff, from what I understand. I could be wrong on it, but I recall when the issue happened and they deleted a bunch of people's stuff, including my own, it was returned to at least to me and other people I knew about, and I didn't really see much about it after that. So they did actually do a good job there.
Gonna go over well, but it is interesting and actually kind of amusing that their mass purge of bots also triggered an exodus of players from the game, with their purge only having a positive impact for a mere few hours, as bots are once again back in the game, back to plaguing it. Granted, not to the extent that they were last week, but they will be back up there soon. Should Amazon be receiving all the hate that they are? Sure, yeah. You have to hold companies like...
I don't think so. I mean, to a degree, especially if you were one of the banned players and you actively still play the game, that's gotta suck. So yeah, you should be mad at the company. Um, I do think Amazon should give like what's the word I'm looking for? Like mail that has like items, maybe gold, whatever, fions. Hope they get rid of fions, but you know what I'm saying? Like just a mail out to like the affected players so that they can, you know, get a little something for being affected. Or just put it as a whole, like give it to every player who wasn't across the servers. And then because here's the thing, like the more they do ban waves, the better they're going to get at it. That's just how it is. Obviously, Amazon's pretty new at the genre when it comes to that kind of stuff. So I think it was to be expected that they would mess up here and there. But if they can get the blanket bans to where it's really just affecting the bots, as long as it's affecting 99% bots and maybe just 1% players, to me that would be fine. Even if I was part of that 1% player, as long as, you know, I could get my stuff back. Like, it's a minor inconvenience while taking out one of the biggest issues of the game, which is the bots. And if they could just run that like once a day, blanket ban that actually nails 99% bots, I think for overall the game, that would be much better.
Like this accountable, regardless. Have they handled it well? Admittedly, I would say that they did. I know that might be a contentious opinion, sure, but they did go on to address this. They did take a while to. It did take them over 48 hours to admit that this was in fact an issue, and that left 2 whole
I don't think
days
that's
of
that
people
long.
unaware of what was actually going on. So the
I don't think it's a fast response, but I don't think it's a particularly slow response either.
rate with which they did address this, unacceptable. But they did address it, and they are working to restore and reverse the bans that they did in fact issue. And realistically, that is all we can ask for. I don't know, maybe they might want to also hit those players up with a little bit of compensation. Maybe that's just me. Either way, what do you guys think? Do you guys think they handled this correctly? Do you guys think that the hatred, the anger was warranted? Let me know. Now, if Lost Ark isn't your thing, no problem. I got 2 different videos on screen.
It's pretty much exactly what I said.
Right now that are totally going to be of interest to you. One featuring a brand new MMO that you have to check out. The other featuring a list of MMOs that are releasing this month in the month of January 2023. Go check them both out.
So time's really only going to be like the telling point on this, on whether they do get everyone who was an actual player unbanned. But as I mentioned, like for their first ban wave, I think they did it before, but it's like not common in Lost Ark, at least on the NA side. So yeah, just do more of them, learn from your mistakes, and hopefully as time goes on, maybe they'll get to a point where they can issue out ban waves without banning actual players. But to me, I think unfortunately, it's just a worthwhile sacrifice. Like as much as I would hate to be on that person, but I have been when I played New World. Like, to me, I understand it. It's like, you gotta do what you gotta do to get rid of these bots. And if it's a slight inconvenience to some players, it's better than a major inconvenience to all players. That's just my mentality on it. So, alright. Next one I want to watch is why Genshin Impact is an artistic and technical masterpiece. I think so. Like, take away the gacha system and like some of the like energy crap, where you can't do like dungeon after dungeon. So basically take all the parts that like force you to spend money in a way. And I think Genshin could have been like Elden Ring level of like, not success, because obviously it made more money than Elden Ring, but in terms of like player love. Because with Genshin Impact, like most players either love it or hate it. Elden Ring, it's like most players love it, and like very, very few like terrible players hate it. And by terrible, I mean like you're not good at games, unfortunately. So, and not good at games, I should say you're not into challenging games. I guess that might be a better word for it.
Regarding Genshin, yeah, I'm gonna play it. Bro, this is single player gacha game. People pay real money to beat the CPU. Here's why. The girls are hot. We're going to take a look at it. Why Genshin Impact is an artistic and technical masterpiece.
That's funny.
I'm
True,
gonna be
though.
real.
It's funny,
they
though.
spent $100 million a year on this fucking game. It better be an artistic and technical masterpiece. That's a lot of money.
When was the first time a video game truly... When was the first time a video game truly made you say, wow? Maybe it was walking out of the vault for the first time in Fallout 3.
I would say the vault in Final Fantasy 14. I would also say Elden Ring. Like the Nakud City, the Eternal City, and you go down that shit and you're like, what the fuck? Or Leyndell, or Dark Souls.
I was gonna say Dark Souls like
the
has a good amount of them.
Dark Souls is like the
or Sekiro when you first run into that big snake.
wow moment whenever I beat Dark Souls happened when I beat the game, and the credits rolled. I said, "What the fuck?" That was crazy. Yeah, I feel like there have been a number of good wow moments in games recently.
Dragon Age Inquisition, when like there's this spot where like you see two giants fighting each other. You can go over there and try to kill them if I remember right. So.
And Orlando, yeah. After those little dick boys crawl you over there, or fly you over there.
Or maybe it was watching the first Colossus pass you by in Shadow of the Colossus.
Yeah.
But for me,
that was pretty cool.
It was the first time I saw the world of Genshin.
I'm gonna be honest too. I actually think Belshazzar Gate 6 was a wow moment fight, and so was Vaulton Gate 2. I actually think that those fights are S tier on a level that no other MMO is actually above. There are fights.
I mean, to be fair, Asmin, you haven't played the raids, like most raids in Final Fantasy. You played like basically vanilla and Burning Crusade raids of the Final Fantasy like universe. So I don't know if you can say like, oh yeah, they're better than every other MMO that you've personally done. I would say that's fine, but I don't know. It just feels weird that you would say that.
Fights that are equivalent to that, like Mythic Gul'dan, but I don't think there's anything that is like objective.
Because I think of MMOs raids, I think Asmin really only has experience in WoW and a very little in Final Fantasy, and that's, I think, about it.
Just
and of course Lost Ark.
Better.
An impact.
It's so good. Any WoW moments of WoW? Yeah, Mythic Gul'dan. That was fucking badass. Ragnaros, heroic, and Phase 4.
But why is it so beautiful anyway? What's going on behind the scenes here? How does Genshin Impact manage to combine real-life influences with an incredibly convincing 3D anime art style and create something so unique and fresh? The perfectly executed anime art style is a big reason why so many players like myself have developed an unbending loyalty to this game. And it's this exact art style that I want to dissect today. Without further ado, let's explore the art of Genshin Impact.
I know somebody in chat goes and says comparing masterpieces to Genshin. The reality is that I bet Genshin is a masterpiece. I bet honestly the graphics and the style of this game and the way that it plays is probably fucking perfect for what it is.
Exactly. Yeah.
Now it might not be what you want.
The universe of Genshin Impact was
fine.
created with an outstanding amount of attention to detail, upon an intricate framework that contains a surprising amount of reference to the real world. We'll get into that in a bit. Genshin's universe is split between 7 factions, each corresponding to an element.
By the way. I didn't
These
know
include
that.
the 4 elements considered by the Western cultures as the pillars of
It's been a while since I played Genshin. I think that's another game I'm going to be going back to, just to see what kind of content's available now.
the Earth. Along with
that's basically the same reason why I stopped playing Genshin as like Tower Fantasy. Is just I kind of ran out of stuff to do other than just grind, which I'm not really into.
With other elements derived from Eastern traditions. Each elemental domain has a god, or archon, presiding over them, with their names along with many others directly lifted from Ars Goetia, a pagan grimoire. Even the twins' names,
did not know that.
The 2 possible characters a player can choose at the beginning of the game, are clever wordplay meant to represent yin and yang energies and the polarity between heaven and earth, combining different elements of ancient religions, Gnosticism.
Man, that's a difference in the way it's designed. You know, like that's a, you know, like damn, they changed that. They changed your character model up a lot. Just a bit, yeah.
And Eastern schools of thought, Genshin Impact became a sampling platter for many profound concepts. What makes this game so great is that its boundless wisdom was neatly packaged into a format that makes it fun and visually appealing. And it's easy to understand why this title became so successful in such a short amount of time.
It's really
when you
nice.
consider that these players
Like,
were also so successful in
like, that's what I'm saying. This shit, that looks really good.
What? Yeah, and that's gameplay. That is legit gameplay, what you see in the game.
Just objectively, like, for the art style that they're trying to go with, that's fucking amazing, man. That looks so good.
such a short amount of time, when you consider that these players were also faced with a unique gaming experience on top of the stunning visuals. The vast open world invites careful exploration, and the intricate storylines honestly kept me glued to my screen for longer than I'd like to admit. Yeah. In an interview by Pocket Gamer,
my plan with the game is whenever I play this shit, I'm actually going to play through the whole story. I'm going to play through the whole story, play through the whole game. I'm going to do it like I did Final Fantasy.
Koyo's president for
didn't do that with Final Fantasy, man. You kind of gave up halfway. I'm not saying you're never going to go back to it, but it's been a while. Like, you're waiting for a new expansion. Like, I don't know.
Wei Liu mentioned that the team's love for Japanese entertainment was the bedrock for creating this game. Although the vast majority of the group, comprising of more than 400...
And I'm not like one of those people like, oh, Asmund needs to play Final Fantasy. He needs to play it. It's like, my thing was more, he didn't even reach the end game that was currently available before quitting the game. Not quitting, you know what I mean? Like, before he stopped playing and played something else and hasn't come back. Like, that's what I mean. Like, you didn't do that with Final Fantasy, so what's to say you're going to do that with Genshin? Like, maybe you'll just get to a point where, like, okay, well, new thing came out, so I'm going to play that and not really play Genshin again. I don't really care, to be honest. But I think it's just like, I don't know. I think it just feels weird to me when you say you're going to do the same thing when it wasn't something that was good to begin with.
100 people were of Chinese descent. Now, this is really interesting to me, since most of the in-game scenes could easily be mistaken for authentic Ghibli movies. An overwhelming number of players also noticed the resemblance to the beloved Breath of the Wild, and Wei Liu confirmed that the cel-shaded Zelda installment was in fact a heavy inspiration for Genshin Impact.
Yeah, of course.
Can even win away.
Why not? Breath of the Wild was freaking amazing. Like, if you can get inspiration from a game, might as well go top shelf, right?
Called the Skyward Blade through the Wish system. However, I am here to say that Genshin Impact is a lot more than just a Breath of the Wild knockoff, as it draws inspiration from various games.
I think what happened is, like, it originally was kind of a Breath of the Wild knockoff, and then after a while it evolved into its own thing. Legs, and it's its own thing now.
Exactly.
It's like it might have started like that, but it's not anymore.
And game mechanics, including previous MiHoYo games such as Honkai Impact 3rd. And yet, with the visuals being so heavily inspired by existing styles, Genshin Impact has still managed to carve out its own unique artistic identity. To achieve this, the studio used the beloved anime style as a stepping stone and defined the game's visual character through a plethora of cultural motifs anchored in real life. Every location of this game was carefully created to reflect real-life places. The characters, both playable and non-playable, were designed to fit within a cultural background that players all around the world can relate to.
There's no fat people in this game, so I don't know how Americans can play this shit.
There are, but they're enemies.
I've never seen a single fat person in Genshin Impact.
You can fight them, the bandits.
There is? Oh, okay. Alright, never mind.
I think this is a perfect
not
time
as a playable character though.
They're the bad guys.
As a horrible artist myself, much of this game's appeal stems from the gorgeous scenery. I actually have a course that teaches you how to create beautiful environments like this using Unreal Engine and Blender, so make sure to check out that link in the description.
Cool.
When designing the world of Genshin Impact, MiHoYo's art department had two things in mind: to develop certain styles that perfectly match the essence of each faction, and making sure to communicate that aesthetic effectively. Now, Genshin Impact was built entirely on a customized version of Unity due to its extensive multi-platform support. 2 different render pipelines were put in place, which is quite a strange practice to see for a game like this. However, given the heavily stylized nature of this game, the studio saw it fit to employ 2 separate pipelines.
Okay.
A PBR pipeline for the environments and a cel-shaded hand-painted pipeline for the characters.
That makes sense, right? Because like you want to have those characters, they need to be hot as fuck. Because like that's what's gonna get people to spend money.
Yep.
Because like you have a new character comes out, that's what's gonna on God, true, absolutely, yeah. They gotta make those characters just right.
We're going to get into both of those a lot of times through this video. The first region a player gets to explore is the Anemo Nation, which corresponds to the wind element. The Anemo Nation resides in the city of freedom called Mondstadt. In German, the name translates to Moon City and is heavily inspired by Germanic architecture. The half-timbered houses are reminiscing of medieval German constructions.
I don't think I caught on to that,
striking when compared to the houses of the
that was just medieval.
Altenburg.
Damn, that place looks fucking nuts. Holy shit. And people live in there? They have like internet and shit there too, right? I would always be worried if I lived in a place like this that like there wouldn't be like running water. But the reality is I bet there's probably more like conveniences and the Wi-Fi is probably better here than where I live. I don't know how that happens. Like Nick can go over to Norway in the middle of a fucking rainstorm and have 1080p streams, but he's downtown in Austin getting disconnected.
Yeah, that's weird.
The city of Mondstadt
looks really nice though.
Was built in an oval shape in the center of a lake, which seems to have been inspired by Bern, the capital of Switzerland. In the center of Mondstadt is a giant awe-inducing cathedral, which was most likely inspired by the
That looks really cool.
That's interesting to call it Bern because, you know, that was actually the name of the Lost Ark city of Vern in the Korean version, and Vern also has a cathedral that looks similar to this, and so maybe the Lost Ark city is also derivative of the same thing.
That would make sense.
Look at that.
Regensburg. For the environment design itself, the render pipeline takes into account the day and night cycle, weather conditions, as well as the complexity of the environment. All throughout Tevyat, you won't find a single baked light source. All of the lights and environments are dynamic, including the local ones that contribute to both direct and indirect lighting in the proximity of the player camera. With Genshin Impact, the beauty really is in the details. The use of dynamic shadows all across the game enhance the 3-dimensional feel of Tevyat. When players walk under a tree, the leaves cast shadows onto their bodies. Volumetric fog of different densities in certain regions or time of day periods come into contact with the local lighting, enriching the atmosphere and creating a unique experience at each part of the day in each different location.
That's cool.
Speaking of volumetrics, I'd love to take a second to point out Genshin Impact's incredible cloud volumetrics.
Yeah, it's a lot of stuff you wouldn't notice by itself, but when it's all put together, like it leaves like a really good feeling of playing the game.
The games will use 2D
like the immersion of
clouds
it
in the background to fake them.
Yeah, I don't know. Can we think of a game like that just, you know, puts some fucking white shit up in the air and they say, hey, that's a cloud?
But Genshin Impact has physical, dynamic clouds that move, shift forms, and react to light, casting shadows
That's crazy.
on the ground
I didn't know
below.
that.
I'll be diving into these techniques in more detail in my new upcoming series, Game Ready.
Can you get on top of that mountain?
Objects blocking the sun or
sure
moonlight create these beautiful god ray effects, coupled with the expert terrain blending and post-effect shaders such as bloom and color remapping. The end result is stunning imagery that could trick most eyes into believing that this scene is actually 2D artwork.
Yeah, I think that looks good. It looks great.
Now, as we go past the walls of Mondstadt, we're met with high mountains and green pastures spreading for miles, which makes the outer area look a lot like the Mondsee area of Austria, which, for record, is also known as Moon Lake. It's a fun little detail.
That's a nice place. I like to live in a place like this, man. Like, I used to live in a place
Looks
with
really
like
chill.
woods and shit, and now I live in a place with like apartments and shit. It sucks.
Yeah.
I found. Special attention was given to the grass of Genshin Impact in order to achieve.
You would think he'd have less of a raccoon problem with apartments instead of forests.
Rain.
to
the
me.
studio modeled and textured a variety of grass concept motifs. These were then given randomized densities, size, orientations, and multiple sets of grass LODs were grouped together, and simplified versions were prepared for each set to keep things nice and optimized. Cliffs and mountains also occupy a big portion of most scenes in this game. To maintain a stylized, consistent look, the studio tried to retain some of the brushstroke effects. The texture applied to rocks comprised 8 different layers, and each of them had 3 different versions to account for detailed differences seen at specific distances. The hand-painted layers are actually fully procedural and use a lot of cool color blurring and blending techniques to get the desired look. I go over this technique extensively in my stylized texturing course, and I'll leave a link in the description for that one too. Genshin Impact features hundreds of different models of trees, bushes, and other foliage. The team had to employ several shading tricks to make them blend seamlessly into the environment while retaining some of the details.
I would say that's kind of impressive how they have. I'm gonna just go back real quick. Well, you got Mr. Squirrel here, and his
shadow affects the grass.
The shadow is on each individual blade of grass.
Yep.
Isn't that nuts? Wow, it's not cat, guys. Come on, what are y'all, stupid?
They use spherical models for the leaves, along with a technique relying on the angle of the player's camera to clip individual leaves out of the render.
Damn.
The specular and shadows between the leaves were then weakened, and a minimal level of lighting was set to prevent the shadows from looking too dark, which is essential in this painterly Ghibli style. If you look closely enough at the trees, you'll also notice some subsurface scattering on the leaves of the trees.
And like, look at her boobs too. I didn't notice the leaves at all, but look at this.
If you look closely enough at the trees, you'll also notice some subsurface scattering on the leaves of the trees.
Bro, there's like more physics in like one of these characters' boobs than there is in like all of a World of Warcraft raid.
Mimicking an effect we see in real life.
Like the physics right,
light creates a rim effect on the edges of leaves if sunlight shines through at the right angle.
Waifu isn't
If you venture further into the wilderness
much of a
on a
waifu.
mercantile route, you'll soon find yourself before a natural landmark called the Stone Gate. From here, the scenery gradually shifts, and the architecture, along with the path, slowly reveals the motifs of a new region, Liyue. Governed by the god of Geo, an element corresponding to Earth, the nation of Liyue resides in a very lively
Chinese theme.
This is one of my favorite environments in the entire game. The architecture of the city was heavily
maybe
inspired by
Japanese,
ancient China, featuring warm
I was gonna say, like it felt more Chinese than Japanese.
For a team of
It's like
Chinese developers,
kind
it
of
was
thing.
paramount to bring Liyue to a level of perfection, as to reflect the gentle yet imposing as to reflect the gentle yet imposing beauty of their own hometowns. Seas of reeds embellish the terrain close to bodies of water, dancing with each gentle breeze.
That was Monica,
Inspired by the delicate balance of content and empty space which characterizes Chinese Shanshe landscape paintings, the team built an array of peaks and stone forests as a backdrop for prominent landmarks. The soothing scenery brought forward the name of the first piece of architecture we see in Liyue, the Wangshu Inn. Its design drew from the Wankong Temple, built into a cliff near Mount Hang in China. The environment art team for MiHoYo mentioned how important it was for them to represent Chinese characteristics in front of a global player base. To achieve this, they compared...
Yeah, that's the thing, is like you don't really see a lot of that. That's why I'm excited to see that Wukong game. Because like obviously...
Ancient China actually is like a really cool theme. Like I wish more games implemented it. Because you have like, to me, like the top 3 would be like medieval ages, like high fantasy, like dragons and stuff like that. Then you have like the samurai time, where like the yokai, and then you have ancient China, which is like the cultivators and that kind of stuff.
Obviously, it's
usually like my
Dragon
top
Ball Z
3
is
in terms
based
of
off
like
that.
themes.
So like you kind of have an idea of it, but I feel like it's like kind of underrepresented as like a mythology that like people are aware of around here in the U.S. at least.
That is true.
Various landmarks and pieces of Chinese culture, and finally selected the area of Zhangjiajie as one of the main sources of inspiration.
That's so
I am so
badass.
sorry for butchering all of these Chinese
That looks
words.
really nice.
Yeah, I couldn't do any better.
That's cool.
Version 2.0 brought players the third large-scale region open to exploration.
Look at that.
Centered around the element Electro, the theme for Inazuma was Eternity, a beautiful contrast to the short lifespan of Lightning. Inspired by Japan, the region is located in the easternmost part of Teviat, in a group of islands accessible only via the ocean. The vast landscape is dotted with painterly sakura blossoms, and high mountain peaks preside over the backdrop. Grand Narukami Shrine, the region's largest, closely resembles traditional Japanese places of worship, Players get to
Yeah.
walk through imposing
That's
torii
really
gates
cool.
and cleanse their hands on purification troughs. Lion-like statues resembling Japanese komainu act like shrine guardians, and fan, lotus, and cherry blossom imagery can be found all throughout Inazuma. The region's very name comes from Inadzuma, which means lightning in Japanese. These elements blend beautifully with an encompassing anime art style, creating an unique, almost austere atmosphere.
Yeah.
MiHoYo put a lot of effort into making Inazuma a dream world for any anime fan out there, and I really believe they nailed it. Genshin Impact managed to beautifully balance the heavily stylized look with real-world architectural influences, but there's another layer to the design of Teviat that makes the game environments truly unique. The 7 elements serve multiple purposes for the game mechanics, but they also influence the design quite heavily as well. Affiliation to the elements is present in every design choice, from the intricate costume design to VFX to the architecture itself. Mondstadt, the city of wind that we talked about earlier, is built on many different elevation levels with plenty of staircases, allowing its inhabitants...
Isn't there like one of the characters that like her lore is that a monster tried to eat her, but her ass was so fat that the monster choked to death and it died and she escaped?
Ganyu. So it is...
Yeah. Yeah, so that's the kind of game. Yeah. Holy moly, that's a great plot. I thought so too.
to glide from
Isn't that sort of World of Warcraft plot for the Galakron in a way?
One wall to the other.
But with rocks?
The Nemo emblem of wind can be seen on many items, including the crest of the Knights of Favonius, the city's protecting chapter. The elements influence everything from unique talents to the appearance of the characters, even their personality. In most cultures, water symbolized the body, thus emotions. Hydro, or water characters, in Genshin Impact were designed to look soft, quiet, and empathetic. They feature big, bright eyes and soft facial expressions.
That's smart.
Their animations are graceful and flowy.
And see how they do this? Like, she doesn't really have cat ears, but if you want to imagine it, you can. That's a smart little subtle
Didn't even notice that, Asmon. Dude, what the
thing that they put in the game.
What? I played Final Fantasy and I don't get... Okay.
Soft facial expressions. Their animations are graceful and flowy. Pyros, on the other hand, look passionate and determined and are a little more spicy with their personalities. To solve the challenging issue of several cultural influences and references all mixed together, MiHoYo used the elemental system to bring everything together into a single cohesive world.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I didn't think about that when I was playing it, but
distinct enough
yeah.
for the player to feel compelled to keep exploring, but they are similar enough to make Teviat into something original. Character design. All right.
Okay.
Character design is the bread and butter of Genshin Impact. As a
Yeah.
free-to-play
Sure
game
is.
of such quality,
For a lot of
Genshin
people,
Impact
I would
Mainly
say
relies
the
so.
on
bread.
the gacha system to turn a profit.
Yep.
The characters are the most desired type of content in the game, and much of the storytelling revolves around them. In addition, perfecting their appearance was the key element in order to achieve the desired anime style.
Oh, that's absolutely true. Like, I don't know how many times like I ever make a comment. Like I said, fucking this is on Twitter. I went and I said, where's Twitter? I see if I find you guys what this is. Knows that's true. Anyway, I said anybody who had Makima as a profile picture is a simp. Everybody knows that's true, right? I mean,
I'm not sure who that
it's
is.
not anybody.
Is that
any
from
dude
Chainsaw?
that has her as a profile is a
Man?
fucking simp. And I remember there were some fucking Genshin Impact profile pictures that took fucking great offense to this. And that's how much people like the characters, though, is they have this, like, this their profile picture, that this is who they are.
Special attention was given to the shaders of the characters to ensure an authentic anime look. They hand-painted shadow masks specifically for the face, which they can later adjust automatically based on the direction of light. The position of the shadow can be artificially set based on the material settings, light intensity, and even mesh curvature. The color in the darkest areas can also be controlled by the color of the environment and at the artist's preference.
Oh
As
my
a result,
God.
the team spent copious amounts of time perfecting the concepts and making sure
Holy
that they not
shit.
only fit within the world, but also revealed critical details about the nature of the game. Each character features a complex set
That's all
of
of them?
past, present, and future interactions with the world of
shit.
Pavia. Each character has unique features and animations that distinguish them from the other characters. It is these core features that the team uses as guiding principles for the character design. In an installment of their developer notes series, MiHoYo revealed much of their thought process behind the creation of a character named Xiao. They drew inspiration from folk legends and religious stories and blended influences from Taoist deities, ancient Chinese spirits, Buddhist guardians, and mythological creatures. This result was a rich character with a unique set of values, drives, and personality traits. His outfit reflects a young, competent warrior that moves swiftly like the wind, which is his corresponding element. His accessories are all rooted in ancient Chinese tradition.
Is there like any character in Genshin Impact that's just like a big, hairy, muscly man?
I don't think so. I mean, there's like
No. Okay.
strong characters like Diluc, I think his name is, like the fire guy. But
So they have fat people, but they don't have. Yeah. All right. That's,
oh, I see what he's saying. Like as an enemy, they do.
I see how it is. Yeah. Only. Oh, yeah. Only NPCs. Okay, I got it. Not
Yeah.
yet. Yeah. They need to add one of those.
The mask he wears in combat draws from Chinese exorcism masks. He wears a vajra, if I'm saying that right, at the neck and censer at the waist, 2 items ritualistically used to fight evil. Another great example of character design is Zhongli, the current vessel of the
Zhongli, like I know a lot of people liked him.
god Morax. He features a long ponytail, a deeply rooted Chinese symbol of social status. He has the scales on either side of his robe, which represent the emperor's power and adaptability. His design contains a lot of patterning, references to the 12 symbols of sovereignty introduced in the Zhao dynasty,
Jesus, they put a
exclusively
lot
worn
into
by
this.
the emperor. Barring
Holy
a few
shit.
characters, Genshin's character design rarely features actual armor, despite all playable characters being fighters. The focus on the design
wonder
leans
why.
more on the visual appeal rather than practical considerations.
Yeah, I
Most
bet
outfits
that's
revolve
true.
around a predominant color, which generally signifies the element associated with that character. That color is then paired with shades of white or black, then a few splashes of accent color are added for more visual interest. The accessories are what sets most of their designs apart. These accessories mostly fit within a certain theme related to their nationality. Mondstadt characters have more dagger-like triangular shapes as embellishments with more belts. In contrast, the clothing of Liu Wei features plenty of Chinese knotting, thick cords, and tassels. Each elemental affiliation is also reflected in the character's movements. Wind characters feature quick movements that end in a slow, controlled manner. They are swift as the wind, but retain their gracefulness with every attack.
That's impressive.
Geo, or Earth characters,
Like, I mean, you gotta admit, like, they put a lot of fucking thought into this.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't know it was this deep at all. Oh my god.
The game is really, really good.
Zhongli
It's
feature
just
quick, imposing moves.
some
Their power
mechanics
can be
on it
felt
just make
in
it
the
really.
steady
No
way that
wonder
they
people
attack
waste
and
their
move.
paycheck on
It's
this
almost
game.
like that they stay grounded. In order to further distinguish each character, the developers gave them unique abilities, which come with their own visual effects. These are heavily influenced by their corresponding element, but they retain some individuality and reflect some of the character's backstory. Razor, for example, was presented as an orphan who was raised by wolves. As a result, his
this is
elemental
alright.
burst in
Yeah, I played
VFX
this
shows
character.
a wolf spirit slaying
What's
his
a
enemies.
girl?
Barbara,
Oh.
one of my favorite characters, her ability shows a colorful
No, it's a
burst of
dude.
magical notes, telling of her habit of humming all over Mondstadt. All
It's
of
a
these
guy?
complex
Okay.
elements of culture,
Never mind.
inspired
We're good.
design, and technical art prowess are all perfectly blended together to create one cohesive, beautiful piece of art.
That's impressive,
So, yeah.
man.
Genshin
Holy
Impact's pretty
shit.
cool.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to say, I mean, that's impressive they put that much work into it. I didn't even really know that it was that deep. I thought that,
Yeah.
again, it was just a Breath of the Wild knockoff, and like the style was just because it was easy to make. I didn't know it was this much. Oh my god. Oh my god. That is
Yeah, it does. This video does make you appreciate things that you may more than likely have missed while you were actually playing it. I don't think it's gonna make me want to buy characters more. Like if I get them, I get them. If not, it's not a big deal.
it's just crazy.
At least for myself.
They didn't have a bald playable character yet, though. Yeah, of course not. Like most of the people that play this game are kids, man. They don't want to have a bald guy in the game. That reminds them of their dad. Like they don't want their dad in their game. Like they play the game to get away from their dad. Okay, Dad, leave me the fuck alone. I'm trying to play my game. Like get the fuck away from me. Like stop. Like I'm not gonna take out the garbage. Yeah.
I don't know about kids. I would say late teens and 20s is probably their biggest player base. I could be wrong, though.
Of course that's it. Yeah, 100%. This is a kid's game. A lot of young people play Genshin Impact. I think so. Obviously, like, it's not like only kids play Genshin Impact. Nah, there's plenty of grown-ass fucking men that play this game, too. Yeah. But the truth is, it does have a younger audience. Absolutely. Yeah, for sure.
I agree there.
Let me see here. It's a dad playing the game. Yeah. It also, like, that's another thing. Is like a dude comes in and plays this game. He doesn't want to be reminded the fact that he's fucking bald. Like, that's the last thing he wants to be. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, it's a big, hairy, greasy, smelly man. Yeah. Average age is Tectone age, though? Yeah, I guess so. I think this is crazy. Like, I really like this video. This is really well put together. Hopefully he do more of these, and I'll watch them out. Yeah, that's it. Riot just released a cinematic for the first time. It's likes, past dislikes, past likes. I don't know. I'll look at that maybe if I want. I don't know. We'll see. Tectone is a representation. Yeah, Tectone's the average Genshin player. There you go. Lucari and Tectone. That's the real face behind.
Oh.
That's what it is.
Like skip there.
Yep, that's what it is. Uh-huh. Tectone's the average Genshin player. There you go. Lucari and Tectone.
Yeah, I think the only Genshin streamer I even watched a little bit was probably Tectone. I'm just not a big fan of like streaming Genshin just because it's, or at least watching streams of Genshin, because it's the reason why I play it is just to do the collectibles, check out the scenery and stuff like that. That's the real face behind the player base. Yep, that's what it is. Uh-huh. Pretty much. I mean, it made a bunch of money. Like, I doubt it was kids who made them all that money, so. Why Genshin has an impact on artistic and technical? I think so. Like, I do think that the spearhead, of course, was Zelda Breath of the Wild, but I think Genshin brought it to a whole new level. Alright, I'm gonna actually take a small break here, because I gotta use the restroom and probably get myself something quick to eat. I'm starving. So I'm just going to put on some music for now. 1 second. What do I want to put on here? What do I do? Sure. Let's do this one. Let's do some Elden Ring. Alright, I'll be back. Okay. Let's see here. Just move myself back to here, I guess. That's fine. Okay. Actually, that's okay. Alright, so next video we're going to be taking a look at is new Elden Ring leak, boss rush mode. That's so Elden Ring boss rush mode. I don't know what that's gonna do. Like, I guess it'd be interesting, but to me, it's just not like something I want to do. So
Elden Ring leak. I don't know if this is true or not. We're gonna find out. Here we go.
Alright, what's going on, guys?
Hi.
You've probably seen the title and thumbnail of this video by now, and we're going to be talking about a potential boss rush mode coming to Elden Ring. Now, the way
I feel like they're gonna for sure do this. They already did it with Sekiro.
I'm going to approach talking about
I mean, it makes
this
sense
is gonna
to
be a
add
bit
it.
different than what
It's just
you're
not
used to
something
from
I'm
my
interested in.
videos. And the
Okay.
reason for that is that this isn't really speculation, although the later half of this video will be mostly speculation, but we are dealing with legitimate insider info,
Well,
and I
let's
want to
see
be
it.
careful about how I approach this. So let me get a few things out of the way to start. Number one, this was not leaked to me. I do not have connections to any insiders at the moment, and have not for a while. I have seen everything
Not
I'm going to be
yet.
telling you guys floating around in the public, so as far as I'm concerned, it's fair game now. But I can say that
Yeah, I think that, like, I mean, here's my perspective, is that, like, leaks are not super cool, and I wish that we never had leaks. I think
Yeah.
leaks are really disappointing for the
It's an
people
overall
that,
negative.
Like, create
Like,
the
there's
content
really
to,
rarely
like, have it
ever
leaked without
positives.
them, you know, being able to be ready for it. It sucks. But, like, once a leak gets out and everybody's talking about it, you can't just pretend like it's not happening.
Yep.
what we're going to be talking about is real, and I did a lot of digging, and it all checks out. But before you start getting excited, there's a lot of context that's going to go around with this. So I really encourage you to watch the entire video all the way through,
It's 8
so that
minutes.
you don't misunderstand and spread information
Come
that may
on,
not
of
be
course
true.
we can
That
do
being
that.
said, though, let me go ahead and tell you what's been going on.
Honestly, with boss rush mode, I can't even speak. With boss rush mode, like, I'm really just waiting for, like, people to make content on it, like, to watch people do it. It's just like, I doubt I'll do it. I may try it. I just don't like boss rush modes, like, in any game I've ever played.
So we recently had the first DLC update for Elden
Yep,
Ring,
the
and it is
Colosseum.
important to specify that this was considered DLC. In
Yeah.
the internal file names, it was specified DLC 01.
Yeah, okay, that's good. So there's going to be at least 10 because there's 2 digits. I like that. 10 DLCs for Elden Ring, guys. It just got confirmed right now.
And was even marketed
If
in
only.
certain ads as a DLC. Now, the
Yeah,
reason that's
that would be
important
nice,
to know
but
is
I
that
doubt
according
it.
to a lot of rumors and leaks that have been going around, this Colosseum update was only a fraction of what the actual DLC was supposed to be. You guys might remember a lot of the videos
I think it was very smart for them not to release all of the DLC at the same time. That way people can do the Colosseum and play through all of that and
Yeah.
then come back and then get excited for the game again whenever they bring out the actual new content. And I do think that the Colosseums are fundamentally new content. They're new areas, new ways of playing the game. It is fundamentally DLC.
It is, but it's also, like, DLC very specific on a part of the game that if you like it, great for you. If you're not big on it, well, there might as well not be DLC. And I think that's one of the problems with, like, the Colosseum updates. For someone who's like me, who's like, I wasn't really into the PvP, so it's like, well, okay, there's PvP DLC. Guess there's technically no DLC. So
Sure. In the same way that, like, RBGs are new content for World of Warcraft, like back in Cataclysm. I would say so.
yeah,
I made covering a
I'm
lot
not
of the
saying it's a
findings
bad
that came
thing. Like, to me, any content's better than none. Like, if you want to add PvP stuff, even though I personally don't do it, like, I don't really have any problem with it. Because it shouldn't just be about me. Like, I get it. There's people who really like PvP in Dark Souls. So it makes sense that there is going to be DLC about it.
came out of data mining from patch
It just
1.07,
doesn't
such
excite
as
me.
the new maps, the new legacy dungeon map, parameters of up to 30 new bosses, and sections of many new weapon
30
types.
new
According to
bosses?
info, some of that
That's
was
pretty
supposed
crazy.
to come with this first DLC as well.
What
I'm
the
not sure
fuck?
exactly how much, but there was definitely more that was planned. However, as we can see, that didn't happen. But there's another detail in that rumor, that it may have included a boss rush mode originally, and the only reason I say may
I think people would really like that. I think with Sekiro, the boss rush was pretty much universally well received.
there is
Because
would
like a lot of
say-
people, they like Elden Ring's gameplay.
I actually thought about it a little more with the boss rush. I actually would play it if just to try out different builds against bosses and stuff. Like I think that part would be really cool. Like if they made it where you can basically respec, I guess in a way, like redo your character and make different builds much easier to do for the boss rush. At least that's if they could do that, then I would definitely play it just because I like messing around with the builds. But outside of that, I don't know if I'd be that much into it.
But they don't like the open-ended nature of the game versus like, let's say Dark Souls, where you go from boss to boss to boss. You know, it's much more constrained.
because I'm working off hearsay. From what I gathered, a boss rush mode was almost definitely in development at one point. However, we don't know the outcome of that, and I'll elaborate more in a second. But for those
I
went in too
learned
early.
that.
those of you that aren't familiar with what a boss rush mode is, this is a section of the game that allows you to re-challenge all the bosses you fought along your journey after you've beaten the game without having to completely restart. As it stands,
I mean, boss rushes have been in games for a long time. They were a lot more popular back on, I think, PlayStation.
right now, the only way to do that is through co-op, but this would give you the means to do it solo. This is something that fans have been asking for in Elden Ring for quite a while, and given that many of the bosses grant you a remembrance, they could definitely make this work lore-wise. Now, you may also remember that Sekiro received a boss rush mode after winning Game of the Year. And
bro, this boss was such a dick sucker. Oh my god. I just like, oh fuck, it was so bad. Oh god, it was so fucking bad. I love this boss. Yeah, I killed him. I didn't run him off the edge. I killed this motherfucker, and it was hard.
Yeah.
in this mode, you could visit a sculptor's idol and do what is called a reflection of strength. You could challenge each boss individually, but you also had the option to go down certain lines and run a specified gauntlet of bosses with a specific reward for beating all of them without dying. Now, Sekiro's boss rush was the only update we got for the game, adding new features, and that notoriously this game did not receive DLC. But Elden Ring is a different story. According to every single talk I've been hearing,
yeah, I think it's one of the only FromSoft game that didn't really receive DLC.
Through the grapevine, DLC is in production at From Software.
It might have been because it's like the least friendly to casual play. I'm not sure though.
And as it seems,
I think that DLC for Elden Ring is a guarantee. Of course we're gonna have DLC for the game. The game was massively fucking popular. The publishers are gonna push them to do it. Obviously, there's like, because here's the thing, is like with Elden Ring, I bet there was probably 3 or 4 different zones that were planned that just didn't make it into the game. Because that's what's happened with every other game, is there's always been cut content.
according to this rumor, has been for quite a while. Because in the talks about the boss rush, it seems like this may have been the original purpose of the Colosseums. As we know, the Colosseums that we have as of right now are very bare bones in comparison to what we had in the past. We don't have multiple maps, we don't have leaderboards, and we don't have rewards for doing it. And even though I do absolutely love the Colosseum update and I've been having a blast with it, I can definitely see that there may have been some shaky development going on due to the overall feeling of them being a bit incomplete. And if that part of the rumor is true,
I didn't really play the Colosseum update, I'll be honest. Like, I saw it was like mainly PvP, and I was like, not really something I'm gonna play. Just because I've always thought like Elden Ring PvP has always been kind of sucky for PvP. I mean, it's interesting, don't get me wrong, but it's like, it's too much lag. It just isn't a fun experience.
That at one point the boss rush may have also gone into the Colosseum. I can definitely see the potential there. Now, before we
I think that a boss rush should be at the boss's like location personally, because it's like whenever you're fighting, I don't know, Fire Giant. I don't know. I feel like fighting the Fire Giant inside the Colosseum. I don't know about that one.
start going off the rails on speculation and trying to figure out exactly what this is going to be like and when it's going to come.
That, or maybe have like a Coliseum, where the Coliseum kind of changes depending on the boss. Like the Fire Giant, maybe it's like all snowy and stuff and a bit bigger, because obviously he's a much bigger boss. So I think that would make more sense.
Let me levy expectations a little bit. From the info I could gather in my investigation, it doesn't seem like this was ever confirmed, only that it was in development, and was ultimately either delayed or scrapped in favor of what we have now. I've also confirmed with data miners that there's no evidence of a boss rush mode in the files at all, so I think we have an equal chance here that it could come in DLC 2 or it was scrapped entirely.
I think you also have to keep in mind, what I remember about the Sekiro boss rush is it came way, way, way later. It didn't come out like 6 months after the game. I feel like it came out over a year after.
I didn't even hear about that, to be honest, with Sekiro.
I also do find it kind of strange that this is coming out now, because I do remember an interview a while back where they had stated that they had no plans for a boss rush mode. But of course that could have changed literally any day after that interview. But as we know, over the past few weeks, From Software has stated multiple times that they have much more planned for Elden Ring, and that we also have news that's supposed to come out any day now. So for us on the outside looking in, it definitely looks like this could be something that's coming. Although let me specify again, there may be an equal chance that it was cancelled in development, perhaps in favor of the PvP modes. So let's talk about that.
I highly doubt that they canceled it because of the PvP modes. If
they may
I
have
had
delayed
to guess, I bet doing a boss rush mode is probably not that hard to do. Like, especially like if you compare, like, I don't know, what takes more time, making an entirely new zone or doing a boss rush of old dungeons?
That, and it's kind of obvious because it's like, I think even modders would be able to get a boss rush out fairly soon.
Or old bosses. Like, I mean, come on.
If this does happen,
maybe I'm wrong about this, but I don't think
to judge what a boss rush mode might look like in Elden Ring, I think Sekiro is a good metric to go off of. They could definitely make it work based off the remembrances of being able to reflect on that strength. The only problem,
that's what they did in a lot of the Dark Souls mods, is that you would get an item from the different bosses after you killed them, and then using that item would allow you to fight them again. It would like reset the fight, kind of.
The problem is there's a lot of bosses in the game that don't have remembrances. Although the argument could definitely be made that you fight them enough throughout the game that you don't need to have the option to replay it. And considering the vast amount of mini bosses, I really don't think they would all make the cut. However, we currently have 15 remembrances in the game, and we don't know how many DLC is going to add. I don't think that's a bad number by any means. However, there's a lot of fights in this game that have repeat bosses, but in unique situations, such as
2 Crucible Knights, wow, and such as 2 fucking robot Sphinx dick suckers.
Or 2 Gorgors.
The Godskin duo, the different types of dragons, and the Crucible Knights. I think many of those would belong in a boss rush mode, so I'm not exactly sure how they would go about it in terms of the numbers. But if this was originally planned to go in the Coliseum, I'm not exactly sure how that would have worked, because we have a lot of bosses that are specifically tied to their arenas. Bosses like Rykard, Radahn, and Malekith all make full use of the location you fight them in. So
I think Malekith is actually like Malekith would probably work inside the Coliseum. It would be scuffed, but the other 2, you're definitely right.
I mean, his boss room is basically the Coliseum.
That presents a problem in that regard. Although I imagine that if we were getting a boss rush mode in this game, you would just be refighting them in their respective arena. The one thing that Sekiro did that, if this is true, has me very excited is that we got new versions of some bosses. Genichiro, Ishin, and Owl all had revamped moveset.
Weren't that was like the inner Owl and inner Ishin? Is that right? I never really played the boss rush for Sekiro, but I watched like 4 or 5 videos of different people playing through it. And they're like a little bit harder.
That put a completely new spin on their fight. And we have some prime candidates in Elden Ring that, if they made an upgrade for them, would present a whole new challenge.
I think it would also be cool if they like added like a whole new boss, if you were able to like beat every boss in boss rush mode. Like there's like a secret boss that gets unlocked at the end. I think that would be pretty cool.
Imagine if Malenia had an upgraded moveset.
That would make me actually want to go through it and like beat every single boss.
Final boss.
Also, like have leaderboards for like clear times. Of course, I mean you might get people who are like cheating, like and hack the game to get like crazy ones, but That or have it where they have like a maybe a star system or like a bronze, silver, gold system where you know, similar to like Dragonflight's flying, where if you do it under a certain time limit, you get like a bronze star or whatever it is. I think that would be pretty cool. Like that way you can work on like getting gold on everything or whatever color they want to use.
Boss in one of the gauntlets. That would be such a good addition to the game for those of you that want a higher challenge. But if the boss rush is something that they're still planning to do, when can we expect it? My personal hunch would be along with the first major DLC. I'm not talking about the Coliseum update, even though that was DLC. I mean the first fully fledged paid story expansion that
we're talking about like a Dark Souls 2 DLC. Super Waterfowl Dance. I feel like Malenia is a gimmick boss. I think people vastly overstate her difficulty. I think if you look at people that are fighting that boss, 80 to 90% of their deaths
it's like
come
RNG.
from waterfowl, or the waterfowl dance puts them in a position to die to the next ability. If you took that ability out of the game, out of the fight, this boss would probably be no harder than like Radon.
Adds new areas, new bosses, new weapons, and new enemies. And the reason for that...
The characters, I think, the bosses that I think they should do...
I just scroll. Yeah, because I like solo or one-shot Malenia. And I'm like, that wasn't even that hard. And then I looked at videos, she didn't use like the abilities he's talking about. So I just got lucky. In a way.
Upgraded moveset for is Radon. I think Morgott. Because I don't know about you guys, but I felt like by the time that I got to Morgott, the fight was a fucking joke. It wasn't hard at all. So I'd want to see like an upgraded version of that, a much harder version of that that's like way more challenging. You were over leveled. Well, I think that the game...
Yeah, the game places him in a place where it is hard to run into Morgott early on in the game, where he would make more sense. So he is like too easy for where he's placed in terms of the pacing of the game, at least I think.
Game... If you play through the game without rushing through the story mode, you will naturally be in that position. Yeah, he didn't deal enough damage, needed more. Yeah, I think he needs more health and damage. I think also, like having, like, it would be really, really cool if they gave the phase 2 of Godfrey, the Hoaraloo phase, they gave him like a totally new moveset and like a bunch of new abilities. Yeah. That would be awesome.
Because he does change a little, I think, in the like a different phase, but not enough.
Those would almost definitely be part of the boss rush.
Yeah,
but as to when I think that itself is going to come out, I think April is a good time. I mentioned this in one of my recent videos about how I believe DLC is going to be coming out in the next fiscal year to balance some of the waning interest in Armored Core. And that fiscal year does start on April 1st. But that's something that we're going to have to find out in the investors report, which should be coming out in a few weeks. And we also have whatever news they were talking about that should be coming out any day now. But one thing we can be certain of is that DLC is on the horizon, and hopefully shouldn't be too far away. But let me kind of go back through the main points of this video one more time just to get the facts straight, so that we don't get some misinformation here. Okay. As it stands right now, this is just a rumor. However, from the many sources that I reached out to and the investigation that I did, it seems like a very credible rumor at that. This does not...
I mean, they did it with Sekiro. I mean, no, Sekiro is the most recent game before Elden Ring. So it would go to make sense that they would also do it with Elden Ring.
And Elden Ring was their most successful game. I believe their most successful game thus far, so...
I think that's
not
fair.
Mean a boss rush is definitely coming out. It very well could have been scrapped, but it appears like it was being worked on at some point. We just haven't seen it yet. Anyways though guys, that's gonna pretty much do it for the video today. I hope you enjoyed. If you did, be sure to leave a like on the video and subscribe if you're new around here. And let me know if a boss rush is something you'd be excited for. Personally, I think it would be a great addition to the game. It would be a fantastic way to test new builds and practice for challenge runs and that kind of thing. So I really hope this turns out to be true, but we'll just have to wait and see. And with all that though guys, I will catch you in the next one.
The thing,
and I think if not, I mean, mods I'm almost guaranteed are going to do something, so. But either way, I mean, I think DLC is almost a guarantee. Like, I really don't see a world where they don't do it. It would be really, really weird if they didn't.
Is also that people will always have boss rush modes if they are like serious players. So like the way that you would do it in Dark Souls 1 is that you would have to do like a file editor and then put the file in another folder and then copy it over to do a boss over and over again. It was like kind of annoying unless you had like another tool. So like serious players are going to create boss rush modes anyway. So I think that if Elden Ring added that, it would just make the game better. Yeah, because it yeah, exactly. So as soon as you got there, you had to take the file over. I did it a lot whenever I was preparing for the Deathless Dark Souls 1 run. I did it like 50 times to practice for Bed of Chaos, so I would know like exactly where to point the arrow and then throw the bomb to get through the fight, and I still fucked it up sometimes. And yeah, you can make the file read-only. Oh, I never tried that, actually. That's a good idea. Bed of Chaos does require precise. Yeah, it's like super fucking precise. And not only is it precise, but like you have to execute them extremely fast. So yeah, modders are already able to randomize bosses. Boss rush is not far. Exactly. And I think that again, it's like Dark Souls Cinders, for example, had a boss rush. Like even if
exactly.
From
like modders are going to do
a
it.
boss rush themselves, there will 100% be a boss rush that is created by the community. And one way or another, I'm excited to play it. There we go.
I'm surprised there's so much left of the video.
Let me link a video to you guys. We've watched a lot of these Islestorm videos. I like them a lot. I think they're short, they're to the point, and it's somebody who actually makes content about Elden Ring that's like not just gameplay, like talking about the game, different commentary, and I'm really glad to see that. I like that a lot, and yeah. I think that's about it. So hit one side, quit out, reload, go the other. Got no time for the bullshit boss. Yeah, there you go. And Metroid Prime screen title. Yeah, I actually played Metroid Prime. I played the first one, but I never finished it. I got to the last boss. I couldn't figure it out, and I quit the game. I remember that.
Wow.
Favorite boss in Elden
That's funny. I really like Metroid Prime. It's one of my favorite games.
Ring. I don't know what my favorite boss is. I think it could...
Oh, I'm sorry.
Could be Radahn or Godfrey. I think those are probably the two.
That like snuck up on me too.
It probably is Radahn, because I think that Radahn is Malekith. Malekith is too easy. I think I think it's just such an easy fight. And also like the part of Malekith where it's actually challenging. It's like what, like 10 hits, 5 hits, it's over. I don't know.
He doesn't have a lot of HP.
Radahn for theme alone. Yeah, it's like I think the lead up, like the Malekith reveal is probably the coolest reveal in the game, 100%. However, like the Radahn, like you know the fucking that like humming as you're walking up to the arena to fight him, and then like if you are a pussy like McConnell, you would summon different NPCs to help you in the fight. Obviously, good players didn't need to do that, but there were some pussies that did that. Then, obviously, his moveset is really cool and interesting. The fact that you can fight him on horse or as a, off the horse as well, like either strategy works.
Yeah, I think in terms of like fan favorite, like I think Radahn is like a lot of people's, just because it's such an interesting fight. I guess it's difficult, but it doesn't feel like really cheap.
I think is super fucking badass. I also think that just the way that, the meteor thing is probably the coolest moment in Elden Ring, I would say.
Yeah, definitely for transitioning into a new phase. Like, it's like top 3, I would say.
One of the coolest moments.
Yeah.
I think just, it's not even a question, Radahn is the coolest boss. Like, from a lore perspective, from a gameplay perspective, from a combat perspective, I think he's the best boss. Like, if I was going to look at Godfrey, I feel like Godfrey Phase 2, again, it ends too soon. Because Godfrey, I don't know if you guys know this, but he has less defenses. And he takes more damage in the second phase, which makes sense. He's not wearing his armor anymore. And it just makes the phase very easy. Also, he has a couple of different abilities that are extremely, like, super slow telegraph, super easy to avoid, like the grab thing that he does. And he just leaves himself open so much that usually by the time that you
if you know the fight, you can take him down extremely quickly.
And Mohg, I don't like Mohg. I think that Mohg is a fight that's built entirely around baiting you.
Yeah.
It's like the only thing that Moog is good at is role catching players, which I think is I find it to be kind of a cheap trick. And also, I don't really like the fact that you can just get the Wondrous Physique to just completely avoid the blood face. Moog is an easy fight if you go to his palace late.
You just negate it.
Yeah, Moog's theme is dope, though. Moog looks really cool. The lore behind the character is really interesting. Like, yeah, 100%. And his weapon is fucking amazing. He has, like, one of the best lines in the game. But overall,
the fight itself,
I would say Radahn is the top fight.
Yeah, Moog, the fight itself is, like, pretty forgettable with Moog, so.
After that, I think in terms of aesthetic, I would say Godric is really cool. He reminded me a lot of, like, Ludwig in Bloodborne, except he's really easy. And let's see. Besides that, Rykard. I don't like Rykard. I think obviously Rykard is a really cool boss. Visually, Rykard is one of the best bosses in the game and could be the best boss in the game.
Super
but
unique,
the fight
unique
is
looking.
done through a gimmick, and I find that boring.
Exactly. Like, he's kind of too hard without the weapon, and he's too easy with the weapon. It's just not a good way to do it.
Let's see.
And in fact, can you beat him without the weapon? I'm not sure. Like, I think I tried and just got wrecked. I'm like, okay, I'm just using the weapon.
Fire Giant. I don't like Fire Giant. Plasudiax. I don't know why people wipe to that boss. I think he's so easy. He is very cool. Yeah, I would say, like, visually Plasudiax is S tier for sure. Moenia, I think Moenia is like a B tier fight. It's my opinion. The only cool part is phase 2.
Yeah.
It's actually the most boring fight in the game. Movesets are repetitive, very binary dodge on the right click, on the right frame check. Yeah, exactly. Let's see. The bird boss, I don't like that one. I think Crucible Knights are some of the best NPCs. I feel like whenever From Software makes another version of Elden Ring, I think that we can almost guarantee that we will see Crucible Knights in the next version. In the same way that, like, you know, whenever the fucking, what's his name? The Tower Knight, I think that was his name, in Demon Souls. Like, we saw him in Dark Souls 1. I think he was in Dark Souls 3 or Dark Souls 2. He's in Dark Souls 3. And like that NPC was just used in the future many times. Black Knights as well. I think Black Knights, or the Crucible Knights will be the new Black Knights going forward. I can almost guarantee you're going to have an NPC that uses their moveset, because I think it's very good. Trying to reset schedule. I have to do a couple of things in the morning, and then we'll decide. Roll catching is the best way to design difficulty. That's how Nameless King was designed as well. I don't think Nameless King roll catches at all.
What are they called? Natural Born? Or the...
Yeah, I personally don't think so.
Like the Void bosses? Those are pretty interesting.
Yeah, I'm trying to think about... He does?
I mean, they're annoying to fight, but they're fun.
I did them a lot.
I thought they were cool.
Only if you fat roll? Yeah. I think Moog roll catches... Rykard roll catches with that one attack he does in phase 2 where he, like, slams the sword down at you and then it hits the ground, then he slides it. I think that is kind of a roll catch. Lawrence roll catches you with that three strike attack. I would say those are the roll catch NPCs. Anyway, I am going to I'm going to take a break. I'll be back on tomorrow. And again, guys, I have been on very late, very early. Just full disclosure, my dad's been sick. I've been helping him. Spending time with him, doing shit like that. Also, my schedule's gotten worse, and so I've been waking up later at night. It's been kind of weird. So that's what's been going on.
I don't think he announced anything, like, in terms of the severity, but from what kind of, like, the vibe I've been getting is that it's just a normal sickness. It's not like freaking he thinks they're going to pass away or anything like that.
I will be on, so that's good. Probably, I don't know, within 15 hours again. Hopefully, that's what my plan is. Hope your dad gets better soon. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. I do too.
Yep.
Absolutely. Yeah. So that's what's been going on. I'll probably be back on, and whenever I am, I don't know what I'm going to do. I I might go back and try Valheim again if I can get my character back, and
get his
I'm
character
not
back.
sure
Did he
what
get
else. I might do some
banned?
stuff
What
in
the heck?
WoW. I just haven't really decided yet. We'll figure it out. Thank you guys very much for watching. I really fucking appreciate it, and I'll see you all very soon. Peace.
Yeah, good video. I mean, unfortunately with these kind of videos, there's not much to talk about. It's just pure speculation. But it's also a case where it's like, it's a guarantee to come out one way or the other. Like, either FromSoft will release it or a modder is going to do it. So, better from FromSoft, though, just because most people just don't get mods when it comes to games. Like, they don't even bother with them. So, alright, next video here. Is WoW still the MMO king? I would say yes, just because when you say MMO, most people just think World of Warcraft. So I don't think it's like the best MMO, like by any means. But in terms of just like being known and like the, what's the word I'm looking for? Maybe the player base, I don't know. They haven't really released the numbers, but I'm assuming WoW is still like up there. I think Final Fantasy, like in terms of like which ones I personally think are like the best, it's probably like Final Fantasy 14. But yeah, I think most people just still know WoW as like the MMO. So let's take a look.
GOAT MMORPG. This is a video. A lot of people upvoted it on my Reddit. I'm gonna watch it. Here we go.
World of Warcraft. My on again, off again. 15-year-long abusive relationship with this game has really been something to witness.
He just like described like almost every WoW player who's been playing since, I would say, probably Wrath or Burning Crusade. I mean, I've been playing since Vanilla, so it's basically the same thing.
And here she is, pulling me right back in with a brand new expansion called Dragonflight. It's been a little while since I played this game, but I can quite comfortably say that back in the day, World of Warcraft just had no equal. And I'm not even joking when I tell you that I had multiple opportunities to lose my virginity in high school, and I blew all of them off.
Wow.
Zach and I did the exact same thing.
I can say at least I did not do that. That's so
this girl
funny.
came over to our house. It was like 3 in the morning, and we were 16, and we were like, yo, and she wanted to go out. She wanted us to go out driving because she stole her dad's car. And like, she was super hot. We both really liked her a lot, and she had her friend there with her too. And these two girls wanted us to go out driving around with them in her dad's car, and she was like way too young to drive too. And so anyway, we're playing, we're like leveling up in what was it? In Westfall. We were leveling up in Westfall, and I closed the door on her, and I was talking to Zach. I'm like, okay, so if we go out with her, and then we're doing that, we're probably not going to be home until at least like 4, right? And then if we go and we play at 4 until like 6, the sun comes up, and then we sleep for like 3 hours, like there's literally no fucking way we're going to make it to Dead Mines tonight if we go with her. And he's like, yeah, I don't know. And I'm like, yeah, man, I mean, it's just, bro, like, I don't fucking, that's not going to happen.
What?
And so I opened door like,
so
yeah,
funny.
Mom said we can't go. Sorry, bitch, later. Close the fucking door. We listen to Dragon Force and land the fuck out all night long. And you know what? We did do Dead Mines. It was fucking great.
Oh, I was muted. So I never did exactly that. Like, for me, it's like when people want to go out and do stuff, I usually it's just like, okay, well, let me finish what I'm doing and we'll go out. But I still remember one memory that I'll probably always remember is my friend at the time. He brought his like girlfriend over, or not even girlfriend. They were just friends at that time. They hooked up later, but she was like really, really hot. And I remember my friend not telling me he was coming over, like no text. Oh, text really wasn't that big, but we did have cell phones, so he could have called me. And I was in my underwear, like playing World of Warcraft, just leveling. I think it was when Wrath came out. I could be wrong, but I was just like no life in it. Didn't shave. And back then I did have like a bit of like I grew a beard pretty early in life. I looked like this crazy homeless person, like in his underwear. And I remember when they walked in, like he's like, "Oh, what the hell?" I'm just like, "Oh, are you kidding me?" Because I remember seeing her face and like her face like just freaking going big old like wide and stuff. Because back then I was like known as like a tough person, like not tough person, like I got in fights like a lot. So it's like people in my school know me as like the guy who would fight people. So it's you would not expect someone like that to be in his underwear just playing on the computer. Like, oh man, that was just, it was bad. Like, I was so mad at my friend. I was like, how could you not tell me you were bringing someone over? Like, I didn't care if he saw me. It's whatever. But, like, you're going to bring over a hot girl and not tell me. So, like, hey, you might want to not look like a crazy homeless person. Like,
just to get a few extra hours of game
Yeah.
time.
oh man.
And you want to know something interesting?
Story never happened? Ask Zach.
I don't regret it at all. I mean, sure, an
I don't
intimate
either.
lovemaking session with someone you really care about sounds pretty good.
What
but have
the
you
heck?
ever experienced the sheer ecstasy
That's
of
funny.
topping a DPS chart? An
Yeah.
in-depth, no punches pull story that got real dark sometimes. And of course, absolutely shredding someone in PvP.
Yep.
I'm not ashamed to say it. I was in love, but that was then. And this is now. And as easy as it would be to just say that I changed as a person, that would be an outright lie. I mean, sure, we did have our rough patches, and
Yeah.
I wasn't always the most faithful player. But I also wasn't the one
Is that
who
Warhammer?
turned into a fucking gold digger. I wasn't the one who kept changing and gaslighting all the history and story we'd been through over the years.
Watch your clever mouth.
Nice lady.
Yeah,
Someone
true.
please help. Blizzard
Yeah.
removed my testicles.
And most of all, I
True.
wasn't the one stealing pregnant women's titty milk out of the break room fridge. Over the years, WoW really did me dirty. And now, like a salty ex who just can't quite let go of what she was in the past, here I am, crawling back on my hands and knees, ready to give things another shot and figure out if WoW is still the god of MMOs or just another worn out, beat up, ready to settle down, money
Damn. This guy feels the way, man.
Oh my god.
What's funny is he's like actually saying it in
Oh
the funniest
my
way,
God.
but it's like a lot of players actually felt
grubbing
like this.
mess, still clinging to her old glory days. Now it would be quite
Uh-huh.
easy to just jump right in, pretend
Oh, this guy
everything's
is
fine,
great.
like nothing bad happened in the past. But we're not idiots.
Yeah.
So let's start mending or completely shattering what's left of this relationship where everyone should start when considering an old flame, but no one does. The numbers. Let's not beat around the Elwyn Forest bushes here. WoW was never your modest, small town, low maintenance MMO. She was always walking around with some real massive player counts. These
Yeah.
days, though, they're looking a little bit deflated. But context is required. That's only when comparing to her past self. The second that you start comparing to some of her competitors, you get a better idea of exactly what she's really packing. Oh, but yeah, quick side note. For all the graphs that I use in this video, I've had to pull and verify most of the data you'll be seeing here by myself over the last few months. I had to do this in whatever way I could because most of the graphs and numbers that you'll see out there on the internet are just completely wrong. For instance, if you were to look at most of the numbers that you would find,
Oh, how'd you get them though? Because like I don't think that's accurate. I want to see how you got them. Obviously, I think that anybody with a brain can acknowledge that World of Warcraft during original Wrath of the Lich King was the peak of MMOs.
Yeah.
Final
Exactly.
Fantasy last year, Endwalker will never remotely come close to that. Neither will New World, Lost Ark, Blue Protocol.
It was also like a case of like competition. Like there just wasn't the competition that Wrath of the Lich King. Like nothing even was remotely close to the experience.
Any of these fucking games. The next game that's going to do that is going to be some fucking Sword
Riot
Art
MMO?
Online shit.
Oh.
find on these game
I think
journalists.
Riot MMO, if it's seriously like really good, not just like average, but actually really, really good, like across the board, I think it could do it because it already has like the numbers with their with League of Legends
websites. It doesn't take a genius to realize that most of these numbers have been yanked right out from between the writers' ass cheeks.
Yes.
And simply because I don't quite yet have the same levels of hubris that they do, I'm going to warn you that there is still room for error, even on my graphs. I've made them as accurate as I can, but the only ones who really know the numbers are Blizzard. So just keep that in mind. Anyway, I'm digressing. See, the reality is that all of us, MMOs included, are fighting against the inevitable ravages of time. And there's only so many ways you can reinvent yourself before people stop caring. But for now, at least, even at its lowest, WoW has...
Is that true? I don't think so. I mean, look at Final Fantasy, for example. Final Fantasy 1, people like that one, and everybody is really highly anticipating Final Fantasy 16 30 years later.
Yeah, I mean, I see what Asmon's saying, but also, like, as someone who's, like, into Final Fantasy, you know that, like, the overall universe is kind of tied together, but not really. Like, there are different rule sets for different Final Fantasies, and completely different cast. Gameplay can be completely different. Like, it's pretty crazy. Like, other than having Final Fantasy in the name, sometimes it's like a whole completely different game. It's like Warcraft 3 to World of Warcraft.
So I don't think that you will run out of people that are excited about the content as long as you have people, as long as you're making the same content.
Warhammer is also like that. Like, Warhammer scope is just so crazy big that you can make like a dozen games on like the future Warhammer part and not even realize there's like a past Warhammer like genre, like where it's like, you know, like World of Warcraft, where it's like axes and swords and stuff like that. Well, the future ones like bolters and all those things. So
like, let me think of some other examples of this. There are plenty of things that have, you know, they've been working like fucking the Rolling Stones. Okay, these guys made music in the 60s and they're still fucking selling out massive auditoriums. They're like 90 years old or something like that. So yes, it doesn't matter it's the same. As long as you're keeping it.
A lot of the people who go there, I'm pretty sure, are like just fans of them and have been fans of them for decades. Like, I don't think it's like a bunch of, like, a mainly younger crowd.
Keep giving people the stuff that
I
they
could
want,
be wrong though.
or you adapt. And
maybe younger people just, you know, hear about the Rolling Stones, like I've heard about it, and you're just interested.
Evolve in a way that people like. Look at fucking Pokemon, Legend of Zelda, Counter-Strike. It's the same fucking game.
Pokemon's
it's not even
a
like
very
Legend
good
of Zelda.
one to
Like,
say.
we've had some pretty big.
Because Legend of Zelda, they did at least try to change up like the art style, gameplay a bit. But Pokemon, that's basically been identical.
Big changes between Legend of Zelda 1 and Breath of the Wild. But Counter-Strike, it's the same fucking thing, basically.
Yeah.
Smash Brothers, yeah. I don't think that it will ever run out of style unless they let it happen.
Always had the player numbers to blow the dick off of every other game in the genre. So that's it, right? Case closed. WoW is definitively the best.
WoW's the best.
And every other MMO out there is just radioactive copium. Except not quite. See, player count is only one metric that helps us determine where this game is and what it's...
Also, like, you have to keep in mind that he was comparing the player count the game had at its absolute peak, not its current player count.
Yeah.
It's doing right now. The big mistake that we all tend to make, myself included, is confusing popularity with success. See, the old formula of bigger player count equals more success.
I would actually argue that with MMOs, popularity does to a certain extent mean success. Because if you don't have a lot of people that are playing the game, that means the game is not going to have as many updates.
Yeah. It's a vicious cycle that'll eventually kill a game. In terms of success, like in terms of like the game being able to continue, popularity does, like, probably the most important thing.
Which means that the game is going to get worse over time because it's not being updated. There's no profit incentive to update it. Also, it means that your experience in the game will probably be diminished because the amount of people the game is designed for are not playing the game. So there is a point where the amount of
it's why, like, the whole like getting marked as like a dead MMO is something that the current player base of that MMO will fight against tooth and nail. Is that will kill the MMO.
Population of the game does matter. However, I think what matters more than current population is trajectory. So, for example, World of Warcraft in Warlords of Draenor lost like 2.7 million subscribers in 1 quarter. So that was really bad. But even after it lost subscribers, it had more subscribers than most of Mists of Pandaria. But everybody would pretty much say that Warlords of Draenor was worse than Mists of Pandaria. So
I think that's only because Mists of Pandaria actually had like a really good ending to it with Lei Shen. But if you took out Lei Shen or added something that was like pretty bad, I think Mists of Pandaria would be one of my least favorite MMO expansions.
What really matters is not the current number, it's the trajectory. So for example,
that is true. Final Fantasy. Like, Final Fantasy's trajectory is just, like, way better than almost any MMO right now.
That's why people that are playing New World can feel confident and happy that their game is, you know...
Because New World's trajectory was just, like, off a cliff bad. And now it's finally rising up. It's not rising up to the way it was dropping, but at least it's going up.
Pretty much stabilizing around, like, 40 to 50,000 players with no content update in months. Because... things are stabilizing at a point where the game is at a playable mass that is continuing to enjoy it and content is continuing to be released. So, but if your game is consistently going down, big fucking surprise, people are going to stop playing it. And they're going to stop developing content for it. And then whenever they stop developing content, then you're going to have more people quit.
Yeah, and that was like, that's why I think with a lot of free-to-play games, I never really get too upset when they have like some things in their monetizations that aren't the most fair. Only because I want to assume the developer wants to make money, of course, that's obvious, but like that it's going to release more content because of it. That's why Genshin and stuff like that, like I don't really have a problem with it because I'm like, okay, well, I'm going to avoid it, but I know there's a lot of people who are going to put money into it, thus giving me more content to play. Which is a good thing for me. Like, I'm pretty selfish in that, I guess. So.
Is a bit of an outdated concept, especially when it comes to MMOs.
It's not outdated for
MMOs. Put it this way. Let's say you make an MMO that has 500,000 players and pulls in $500,000 a month. That sounds pretty good. Until you realize that it's going to cost you $1 million a month to keep your game up and running. And that's not even considering initial development costs, marketing, updates, and
MMOs are super expensive.
And as you can probably tell, Bobtivation Blizzard's operational costs are a lot higher. Now imagine you've got a buddy who also made an MMO, but they've only got 100,000 players and pull in $100,000 a month. Okay. But their operational costs are only $50,000 a month. Now I know this example and the numbers I'm using are very reductive, but the principle remains the same. And guess which one of you...
What he's doing is he's giving you a reason for why mobile games exist. Very high profit margins, very low
or free-to-play games.
Not.
And why the free-to-play is becoming more popular than like subscriptions and buy-to-play like Guild Wars 2 is free-to-play games just make more money. It's proven again and again. So I mean, it's not just like on a business sense, but it's also a content sense. You got more money, you can hire more developers. That's really what it is.
Not hard to understand.
Who's likely to last longer unless something changes and fast. Worse than that, World of Warcraft isn't even Alternative Balduct's biggest earner anymore. Now, whatever you might think about this cancerous tumor called Diablo Immortal, it turns out Blizzard was right. People do actually have phones and very little willpower. In its short...
Who the fuck didn't think this was gonna happen?
Yeah, I think everyone who heard about it knew it was like gonna make them a lot of money, but it's also like not something you want to happen. It's just how it is. Like, I actually would prefer if they made Diablo Immortal like an actual good game, because that's the thing. It's just they're piggybacking off of the Diablo franchise. Like, if they released the game, like, they didn't call it Diablo, maybe they just called it Immortal. Like, I don't think it would have even a tenth of the success it did. So
I think people weren't mad that Diablo Immortal didn't work. They were mad because they knew it would.
exactly.
lifespan. Dibbles Mobile has raked in more cash than World of Warcraft has in the year of 2021.
Right,
and the game is
Asmund
free to
Golden
play,
Model.
technically speaking. All I'm saying.
But Diablo Immortal doesn't have the staying power that Warcraft does either. Like, most people who spent money in Diablo Immortal are pretty much done with the game. From what I understand, like, not many people are even playing it.
Fucking money.
Is why would activate
I
the
could be
bacon,
wrong though,
put in all this
because I don't really
love,
pay attention to
energy,
the mobile market.
resources, time, and effort to craft something with a soul, with an epic and grandiose world and story that almost constantly is never enough for its players, when instead they can just shit out an ultra monetized, psychologically manipulative mobile shitfest that makes them a whole golden boatload
Is
more.
this game good? This like Warcraft like Heroes game, is it actually good? No.
It didn't
okay.
look that fun,
Literally everybody is
unfortunately.
saying it's no. Okay. Who cares? Well, I don't know. Maybe it'd be fun.
Cash than something with a soul.
it.
This hurts to say, even when I'm mad at Blizzard, but WoW's success is beginning to fade in the face of modern gaming, and it's likely no longer going to be the primary development focus for Activision Blizzard. That is, unless, at least in the short term, there's something a little bit more solid that can be...
I don't think that it should be the prime development focus for Blizzard, because World of Warcraft is built on a 2001 or 2003 engine. They need to look towards the future. It doesn't mean they should cancel the franchise or stop making expansions.
Yeah, they need to do... I'm trying to think of anyone who's actually done it right. But maybe Final Fantasy did it the best, where they just scrapped the old thing, made something completely new. And I'm not saying scrap Warcraft, but they need to start working on, like, basically Warcraft 2, World of Warcraft 2. That's... that would, at least to me, make the most sense.
But they need to look towards the future, too. That's why you have things like Overwatch. Overwatch is great.
Yeah, I think when I found out, like, Overwatch, like, was supposed to be an MMO, like, it actually was disappointing, because I'm like, I actually really like Overwatch's, like lore and all that stuff. So
Heroes of the Storm, that was
I would have
a
definitely
miss.
played it.
milked out of the game. Inevitably, looking again at the
look
numbers,
who it is.
in the paraphrased words of a Wendy's munching attic goblin that's far more prolific than I will ever be on the internet. One hair on a head doesn't really tell you anything, but the more hairs you look at, the better idea you have of where this hairline is going. And this one at least looks like it's receding pretty fucking quickly away from World of Warcraft. So the game can still be...
Oh yeah, mobile market is just popping off, and it's going to go that way for, I would say, the foreseeable future. Because one, it's like everyone has a phone to begin with, so it's they got it not for gaming, but you can use gaming for it, so it's just convenience. Not everyone has like a high-end like desktop or laptop that can play games, but they have a high-end phone. Everyone wants like the new phone, so you have access to way more people. That's pretty much it. And a lot of phone games are very casual. They're very easy. So like the barrier to entry is like very low, and they're usually free to play as well. So basically there's absolutely nothing stopping you from playing games on mobile other than like the quality of the game itself.
Be considered successful, but every other game that they're churning out is starting to make them that much more cold, hard cash.
I do not think that is an argument, however, for World of Warcraft not being continuously updated. And I will use an example of the other game that World of Warcraft is constantly... Yeah, he did get me. He absolutely fucking got me. I forgot all about that video. If a good example of an example of... Fuck, I got so distracted by that fucking comment. I forgot what I was going to say. Right. Okay, so Final Fantasy... Are you familiar with the term loss leader? Loss leader means that a company sells a product at a loss in order to get people into a store and make them buy other things.
Oh yeah.
I would argue that Blizzard could still
Casinos
use
do that all
World of
the time.
Warcraft as a loss leader in the same way that I think Square Enix uses Final Fantasy XIV. Because Square Enix does a lot of absolutely shady things.
Like with casinos, like a lot of times they'll have you sign up for like a card kind of thing, like a credit card, but like a rewards card. and they'll send you like free buffet stuff, like, or free movie tickets or discounted movie tickets, stuff like that, just to get you into the building, so that like maybe after whatever you came in there, you'll stop by a slot machine.
Nobody's talking about the fact that Square Enix has doubled down.
Oh, they'll give you free shirts, free mugs, champagne, like stuff like that.
3 separate times on NFT.
Like, casinos are like not doing that out of the goodness of their heart. They're doing it to get you into the casino so that maybe you'll gamble.
And having blockchain stuff in their fucking games. Nobody talks about this anymore. Nobody cares because Final Fantasy 14 is really good. So
with what he's talking about, I mean, I do agree. Like, it's how WoW was, to be honest. Like, not really. Like, I'm trying to think. Like, Final Fantasy is like, it really is weird that they're like literally carrying the freaking company. Because if you took them out, like, all their other games are like really doing badly. So it's like, it's just funny.
You want to have a good game. That way, whenever people get mad at the bad games, you can be like, yeah, but we got the good game. You see what I'm saying? So I don't think that this means they're going to stop developing Warcraft at all. Because you use Warcraft as the loss leader to get people in the door, and then you get them in Diablo Immortal.
Or Hearthstone.
And then they spend all their money. So it's World of Warcraft is a gateway drug. Just like all the Fox News segments said, it turned out to be true.
Yeah, World of Warcraft bled into the Diablo franchise, making that way popular. And then, of course, the Diablo franchise made Diablo Immortal, like, as popular as it is.
Way less effort. Over the years, Activist Be Censored has proven that what matters more than any game they make is money. They will do whatever they need to, put whatever object in whatever orifice they have to not lose market share. And that means caring way less about what your long-term players think and feel,
the Pyro
and more
meltdown.
about the monetizable trends of the unwashed gaming masses. This kind of mindset means you're trying to...
my video watching that has like 2 million views? It's
Jeez.
Crazy.
Probably more than the original video.
Those directors completely against it. But do you see what I'm saying, though? How Final Fantasy can not have any of that bad stuff, but Final Fantasy can still be used as something that builds Square Enix's brand so they can afford to lose brand points in other areas.
Yeah, exactly.
How do you get them to spend as much money as possible on whatever product you're pushing, complete or not? And guess what? Complain all you want, but so far it's working out for them pretty fucking great. Put bluntly, if phone games like Diablo Immortal keep posting profits like this, nothing you say has any value to them, because...
That's true, and I would apply that to pretty much every single company, because they care about money.
Transactions speak
your
louder.
Wallet's always going to speak louder than your words.
Than words. They have zero incentive.
Transactions speak louder than YouTube comments is a better... it's a better way to put it into perspective. That's true. What it really does.
To not double down and dedicate more resources to what they would now consider to be the future of gaming. But of course, that's
it makes
just
sense,
the
though, because I think it is,
to
a degree, it is.
What I've said so far is about the past or the future, not about the present. And I'm pretty sure I didn't title this video.
Or at least it's like too big of a market to ignore. If you're a video game company, like, it doesn't make sense you would completely ignore the mobile market.
Where WoW is going to be in 5 years, or where it was 5 years.
Oh, I've done this one. Yeah, I do this about every week. Yeah, look at this. Well, holy shit, look at this. Yeah, I know this.
Years in the past. So let's take a look at the current gameplay instead.
Okay,
because what we all really care about as MMO gamers is what she feels like when we're inside of her. I'm going to be shocked if there's any monetization on this video by the time I'm done here. So currently, WoW is experiencing what some would call a returning golden age. Classic is in its wrath phase, and the Dragonflight expansion looks pretty amazing. They even gave us Blue Kael'thas.
And to be fair, I really think that the character modeling, the cinematics, the in-game cinematics in
better.
Dragonflight, I said it on release, I'll say it again, they are fucking incredible. They have more detail, more emotion.
Yeah, just the expression range that they've been able to put out is just far and beyond anything prior.
And more work put into them than we've ever had before. I love it. I hope they keep doing it. And the stories were pretty good too.
Yeah, a lot of the side quests I did like. I think overall though, I haven't been too invested in the story with Dragonflight. Like it's just, I think it's because the enemies look dumb, but it's probably just me. Like Proto Drakes look dumb.
Everyone and their grandmother who moved to Thailand is raving about how good the game is right now. And they're not wrong. This expansion is super fun, despite the prior presence of a certain rotting elf corpse that's been ruining the story over the past few years. WoW is beginning to show that old spark of wonder once again, with gameplay and complexity in all the right places, like the talent tree, the new flying mechanics that they yanked right out of Guild Wars 2, and even how you experience the leveling.
Nothing wrong with that.
This makes the game at least twice as enjoyable as it was before. There's plenty good to talk about here in retail WoW right now. From the new
Yes, I would say that retail WoW is good right now.
I would say it's average. I wouldn't say it's like that amazing, but it's definitely better than what it used to be. I actually don't really like the dragon class. I don't like how you can't really see all like the armor and stuff that your character normally has in dragon form. And the problem, I wouldn't really mind that if I can keep my human form, but you can't. Like it automatically puts you in your dragon form when you do abilities. And that's just dumb. For a game that's like about cosmetics, or can be.
It is fun to play. I do think that there are some problems fundamentally with some of the end-game systems. The game has to work through them. I hope it does in the next expansion or so. But it's good. It's good. You don't have to play it right now, and you're not going to get behind.
I would definitely recommend, like, if you haven't played it, to just wait a bit longer, just to see how, like, a few more patches come out. Especially how the trading post, how that's kind of received. Just because it's like, it's not like doing anything right now, you can't catch up, so.
But you can if you want to, and I think that's fucking great. Mythic Plus stale is 2 weeks old bread, though? Well, then don't do it. Is Dragonflight better than Legion? In a lot of ways, Dragonflight is better than Legion.
Yeah, I just don't think it's as cool. Like, just plain old. It's not, you don't get, like, the artifact weapons, which were, like, obviously, like, borrowed power may not have been, like, a good choice here, but I think everyone universally really liked the artifact weapons. They were really, really cool, so.
In other ways, Dragonflight is not better than Legion. Like, for example, if you were a high-end raider, I think that you probably enjoyed Dragonflight. You probably enjoyed Dragonflight more than Legion, because Legion basically made you feel like you were a sweatshop worker. As a casual player, I could see somebody still enjoying Legion more. And also, Legion was such a massive step up in quality in like 2016, 17, whenever it came out, that it was so much better than what we had had any other expansion before that, that it was proportionally that much more impressive at the time.
Exactly.
Class, to the cool-looking dragons, to the far higher levels of custom.
All I'm saying is that people remember the last half of Legion. The first half was terrible.
Customizability in playstyle, UI, and character. Even the professions seem to be relevant again. But with all that complimenting, I just can't help but want to crap in everyone's morning cornflakes. The big problem we're still facing is that Blizzard is still Blizzard. No matter how good the current WoW expansion is, they've still fucked up over and over again. They've ruined their players' trust and taken a hot, steamy dump in their eyeballs after promising nothing but the purest of epic fantasy. They They've lost a lot of trust over the last few
Yeah,
years.
the jailer was like
both with in-game and
what they did with
IRL
Sylvanas. Just
shenanigans.
Shadowlands
And
is
from
overall
a purely
terrible.
business perspective, it might not even be worth it for them to climb that mountain instead of just refocusing their efforts on another game or somewhere else entirely. Now, putting aside the IRL Blizzard...
Yeah, I don't think that's the case. I think that Blizzard can continue to use World of Warcraft as an IP to push other things in like their mobile universes that will cause them to make even more money. So effectively, like again, World of Warcraft might not have the best profit overhead, but it's a legacy game. It's something that like establishes like who Blizzard is, what Blizzard is, like Hearthstone, right? Like World of Warcraft enabled Hearthstone to exist. It enabled part of Heroes of the Storm to exist. So I do think that World of Warcraft will continue to be developed because...
And who's to say like they're not going to release other like mini games based on the World of Warcraft like lore, so or world.
It allows them to generate and create a world that they can monetize in other ways. And also, they monetize the fuck out of World of Warcraft. You have to pay to play the fucking game. You can buy gold, you can buy WoW tokens, you can buy store mounts, you can buy level boosts, you can buy pets. They're making a lot of fucking money.
Problems for a second and just focusing on the game. What happens after Dragonflight? Do we go through the same cycle of the next expansion being utter dog shit before they learn their lesson again and release something decent but to even less fanfare than before because they've lost it?
This is my favorite one right here.
I remember this meme.
Here, bro. That's really the way it felt like too. I love this meme. Yeah, exactly.
That was a really cool meme.
The meme timeline, yeah.
Another group of players. Who knows? Maybe this...
I haven't seen this one. Oh my god. The corruption over his face. The fucking heart of Azeroth. And then this one here, we got fucking, what is this, like Soul Senders, Soul fucking Emperors, Korthia, fucking a carrot on his stick, and the carrot's broken, and he's in chains. Oh no.
This is a new era for them. Then there's that missing feeling of novelty that WoW used to have. Don't confuse what I'm saying with nostalgia here. I'm talking about that unique experience, that thing that sticks with you. That one effect or graphic from a video game that's just imprinted onto your neurons forever. And if you still don't quite understand what I'm talking about when I say novelty, let's take a look at some other games. New World might have been a buggy mess at launch, but its sound design always stood out as incredible. RuneScape might not have the graphics, but it had its crafting systems and its atmospheric music.
The questline seemed pretty good in
had its flight systems. Guild Wars 2 had its NPC interactions and landscapes. You know, even Mortal Online 2 has something just floppily memorable about it. Maybe it's just me here, but modern WoW just doesn't have those standout features anymore. It all feels so
Mortal 2, I only know about it with the PvP.
I think that World of Warcraft's standout features right now are its in-game systems. Like, the people that are going to be diehard WoW fans right now are either super casuals or hardcore players.
Yeah.
Raid content, Arena, and Mythic Plus.
Yep.
Standardized, so risk-free. Firing a
Which
gun
is funny because I
no
prefer
longer
BGs
sounds
over
like
Arena.
you just took a quick drive through Chicago. Earning a mount just doesn't have the same appeal when you can buy all the better-looking ones off of the in-game store for real money. I could really go on forever about this. Back in the day, WoW was an innovator and a trendsetter. Almost everything it did left an impression on you. From the sound design, to the story, to the mechanics, to the atmosphere, to the neat little tricks that you would have to specifically learn to become a true master of whatever class you chose to main. But even after playing Dragonflight, the only thing that really sticks out to me is watching Wrathion, the rightful heir and child of Neltharion,
cower like a little bitch. Please fucking show
who was the most badass dragon WoW has ever seen.
True.
Getting fucking defeated
by a rock.
By a stray piece of debris.
Pathetic.
The very element his aspect is supposed to be in control of.
And it was so fucking pathetic. It was. And I feel like they only did all of this to make Rathian seem less cool. Because in my opinion, like, yeah, Rathian's had some L's, like, you know, getting everybody killed in Warlords of Draenor, and, you know, that was kind of a bad call. But the thing is that at the end of the day, it worked. So, like,
at the
Rathian,
end of the day, the world is not destroyed.
Every play doesn't
it
work, but it certainly is a play. Yeah, I went civilian after that. Well, that's the thing, right? It's like, I think that they just made him I think they made him more unlikable in Dragonflight on purpose to make the other Black Dragonflight leaders seem more equivalent. That's my opinion. Civilian should be the aspect. No, he shouldn't. Like, what the fuck did he do? He didn't do anything.
Yeah, they should have had more story about Civilian.
The foundation of the game still leans on some incredibly archaic
I mean, obviously, Rathian is just like too volatile to be
them, no matter
a leader.
How much they're updated. You see, usually, in order to attract as broad an audience as possible, a game is designed to have an easy learning curve and a high skill ceiling. World of Warcraft accomplishes this by slowly feeding you more abilities as you level up and getting you comfortable with their multiple gameplay mechanics, giving you more options in playstyle as you grow as a player. But one of the problems is the leveling experience is now pretty compressed from what I can tell, and they shit buttons out at you at a fairly rapid pace. And if
I think that there probably could be too many buttons in WoW.
There definitely is.
I would indulge an idea that is probably the case. Because it's like you compare, I don't know, like, I mean, like New World or, I mean, New World is super fucking simple. It's probably too simple. Like Lost Ark, you've got 8 abilities, maybe 9 if you count the Awakening, maybe 10 if you're like Mayhem Berserker or something like that. Very few.
I was thinking Lost Ark has
that's it.
Kind of a lot.
It would be
Some
nice
of the classes,
if
like,
WoW
more than
was
others.
able to cut down on a few more abilities, but I don't want to see that happen in a lot of ways because it's like last time that happened, it just made the game a lot worse.
That is true.
Unwilling to go out of your way to try customize your UI and control experience through the settings menu and several add-ons, there's plenty that just feels lackluster when compared to the control schemes of newer MMOs. This might be a difficult thing to do, but I don't want you to think about yourself when I'm talking about this.
Okay.
Because if you somehow stumbled across my garbage channel, it's very likely that you're very invested into MMOs, or you're just a veteran of the space.
Yes.
But take a moment to consider your brand new MMO player who's never played
there you
one
go,
of these
there
games
you go.
before.
Beat the fucking
Imagine
shit
what
out of
it
it.
looks
There you
like on
go.
gameplay for
Good.
the first time.
I don't think I've ever
Trying
seen
to
that one.
figure
Kids are
out
gonna be all
which one
right.
of these MMOs is going to suit them best. Do you think they're more likely to...
Which MMO is going to suit a kid best? I'll tell you which MMO. It's the MMO called Fortnite. Kids aren't playing MMOs. They take too fucking long. And kids didn't play MMOs back then either, usually. Like, most people started World of Warcraft whenever they were, like, 13 to 18.
Mid to late teens, yeah.
Like, I think many people started World of Warcraft, like, at 13 to 18. I was 19, yeah, somewhere around there. Like, I don't think you had a lot of 7-year-olds playing WoW. Now, there were absolutely 7-year-olds playing WoW, but I think that there were also a lot of older people doing that too.
Yeah.
Understand what's going on here?
How the fuck did that miss?
Or here.
Break. Get ready to break it.
Oh my god.
Make sure you guys are also doing this.
The simple fact is that WoW is currently having trouble attracting new players and a younger audience. And worse than that, if they simplified WoW like they've tried to in the past, they'd still have a hard time attracting new MMO gamers while now losing their old players too.
Well, they have to make a new game. Like, if you want to actually make WoW good again, you have to make a new game. But they have to either do that or reinvent the game in Classic WoW or like a Classic Plus situation like OSRS. Because like you can't have wars in World of Warcraft, because if you do, everybody lags out. It's insane.
Yeah.
The engine sucks. The fucking graphics suck. It's just outdated. It's still a good game. We still play RuneScape.
Like, it'd be really cool, like, if they just announced it, like, okay, we're still going to try to release content for the current WoW, but we are in-house working on, like, World of Warcraft 2. Like that, I think most people were like, awesome. Like that should have been happening like a while now.
I think Final Fantasy is kind of outdated too, to be honest.
It's almost to the point of like, I think they should have done that with like Legion being almost the last expansion for World of Warcraft. And then after that, moving on to World of Warcraft 2. I mean, obviously BFA and Shadowlands would have killed it, but
Honest. It's not like it's...
It would make sense because like the Legion was like the main enemy for so long. The old gods as well to a degree. But not as much as like the Legion, in my opinion.
This perfect, amazing fucking game, though. Like, it's not next gen. It's not going to catch people by surprise. People might not remember this, but like, whenever World of Warcraft came out, it looked amazing.
Yeah.
It was like you're comparing, like, even like the other games like 2004, like, so you're thinking like Half-Life 2, Halo 2. I think if you go back and you play World of Warcraft Classic WoW holds up better than both of those in terms of graphics.
You say,
I would agree.
Right now is the most exciting and interesting part of World of Warcraft, whether you're looking at classic or retail. It's the latest expansion, right? Well, to get there and experience that new, shiny, exciting content that everyone is touching themselves over, you're gonna have to drag yourself through 60 levels of an experience that just might not feel worth your time or effort when all you want to do is ride some dragons.
True.
And since WoW has so many expansions and stories stacked up on top of one another, it's quite the
I find it to be impressive. I think they've made Alexstrasza hotter. And it is impressive that Blizzard has managed to make her more, like, have her wear more clothes and also make her hotter.
Yeah, they're more form-fitting, I think, than her previous stuff. But I guess, like, I'm looking at these expansions, and it's like, I really wish Warcraft, like, had an MSQ of sorts. Like, not to Final Fantasy's level, but, like, something to try to introduce you to, like, the main points of, like, each story. You know what I mean? Like, that, I think that, to me, would be pretty cool. Like, it takes you out to Outlands, where you can eventually defeat Illidan. Like, don't make it too long, like I said. And then Arthas, defeat Arthas. Like, obviously not have you do raids, but, like, what's the word I'm looking for? Maybe have you just join, like, a raid, but, like, everyone else is, like, an NPC. Cataclysm, you beat Deathwing, just so you actually, like, know a little bit about, like, the world's lore. And then I don't see Shadowlands in here. They should probably just skip Shadowlands. That's not a part of Warcraft lore anymore. Just completely remove it. Don't have it there. Retcon it. They've done it before. Why not do it again?
Challenges.
At least do it like where it makes sense.
A newbie to try and untangle that mess before navigating your way through it. And
yeah, it turns out Shadowlands was always an alternate timeline.
Worse than that, the players who aren't invested and are new have almost zero reason to care about the story. And guess what?
This was a... I can't believe I did that.
That was really interesting.
I'll tell you, like,
I couldn't believe he did it.
You know, I can't... Nice legs. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. I've shaved them never. You were hot, to be honest.
Okay. I don't know if you wanted to hear that.
It was for charity. The worst part is that it wasn't. I did this for free.
Oh. Should have done it for charity.
But you could, as a new player, buy a boosted character, but now you're gonna be lost on how to play without some external guide. And WoW to a new player is very quickly starting to look like a money sinkhole in comparison to other games. And what you're basically being told by the existing community is that you're not allowed to make a judgment on the game until you've already played 20 to 30 hours, reached level 60, and then begun your...
You can make a judgment on the game. It's just like, you just can't like weigh in on, like, for example, you say like the rating sucks. You never rated. Like, that's when people have issues. You can say, oh yeah, I played the game and it sucks. I couldn't even hit max level before quitting. Okay, so that's just saying you hated the leveling, which is fair. Most people, I think, would agree with you.
Real in-game.
It's not like the worst it's ever been, but it could definitely be better.
Journey,
I think that there's two different judgments for that. I don't think that you can provide an adequate review of an MMORPG after only playing it for 20 hours. But I do think that a bad MMORPG in the first hour, I think a game should be good in hour 1. What, it takes you an hour for the game to be good? What the fuck? I've got other things I need to do. I don't have time for this shit. What is this? So yeah, I think it should be immediately fucking good.
It's just the last 10 levels, followed by the end game where all the actual content is.
But there's 2 different judgments.
Now that might not seem all that bad if you're your regular masochist MMO player. After all, you've been here forever already and there's no getting off this ride.
Yes,
but that's a pretty heavy time investment for your average person who in that same time span could have completed at least 3 single-player games by themselves. So with all that said, with all the cards laid
obviously
bare
not
on the
like
table before us,
but like
with all my whining
Warcraft.
about how I'm just incapable of removing these rose-tinted glasses and comparing WoW to its past self, we've still got to answer the question. Is WoW still the GOAT? And the answer is yes. See, even with Activision Blizzard's missteps over the years, they've managed to maintain something that not many other MMOs do. A core player base. And every time they see those subscription numbers start to drop, even if it's only because they care about the money, they at least try to do something.
They pretend like they care for at least like 6 months, okay? Like they'll be like, yeah, guys, we're listening. We're going to change the bad system finally. And also, so we have a new system. It's pretty much the old system, but there aren't any of the improvements, and it's coming out next week.
About it to retain players. And after playing my way as far as I can into Dragonflight, even I'm sitting here thinking,
I wish I knew how to quit you.
Despite all my bitching about the story, there are still some good, solid, well-written characters that they just haven't figured out how to disenchant yet. The fantasy of the game is still in there somewhere, and Dragonflight proves.
By the way, I never thought Varian was that cool or that interesting. I
think they didn't do enough with him. Like, you know, like his background is cooler than him. Like how he got split in half and one was like a gladiator, the other was like this weak nerd. It's like that was pretty interesting. But when he like became like the king again, he didn't really do anything cool after that I remember.
I never thought he was that great.
That. But that doesn't mean this old girl is always going to be on top. At some point, we're going to be taking her out back, letting her see the sunrise one last time before we load up that double-barreled cancel subscription button and firing away. Now, whether that happens because Activate My Elements can simply make more money through selling predatory wallet-raping games on mobile and stops caring about WoW entirely, or because something newer that just does everything better comes along at some point.
I don't think that's going to matter. Like, in my opinion, I think that Elden Ring does everything that Dark Souls 3 does, and it does it better. I think Elden Ring is better than Dark Souls 3 in every single way. But I would still go back and play Dark Souls 3 every once in a while. Sure.
Especially if there's a mod. Like something that has more content to it. Oh, yeah.
So it doesn't mean that I'm going to come back. I'm never going to play it again. So yeah, I don't think so.
I mean, Classic was also a good one. Like, I don't know. Like, I think Classic Vanilla WoW was... I won't say it's the worst expansion, but I would never want to play it again. Just because it's super time, like, wasting. It just... Everything feels bad about it. Like, combat felt really slow. I don't know. It's just... I wouldn't want to play it. But a lot of people do. A lot of people
Boss
do.
Fights?
Wrath actually would probably play. Because Wrath at least doesn't feel like it's as bad as Vanilla.
Oh, wow. There's like 7 bosses in Dark Souls 3 that are good. What did you forget about the fucking Ancient Wyvern? What about that? Asirios, who just runs around screaming while you hit him and he doesn't do anything. there's so many bad bosses in Dark Souls 3. Yeah, it has a few good ones.
All the Dark Souls have at least a few like really bad ones.
Remains to be seen. My bet is still the same as the one I've stated before. The only thing that's going to kill World of Warcraft is World of Warcraft.
They've been trying that.
Activision Blizzard.
They did try their best in Shadowlands.
King, just remember.
No king rules forever, my son.
They've used that as a meme for a long time with Warcraft.
Hey. I think WoW, like, I mean, I was playing Warcraft 2. Like, I would sit with my mom.
As always, big thank to all my subscribers, both old and new.
What the heck?
And a special thank to the MMO Relationship Therapy Association.
Okay.
Who get to watch this video before anyone else.
This was a great video. I love this. I hope you guys subscribe to this guy. He's really funny.
Excuse me for taking so long to get to it. Anyway, more content soon.
I hope so. I really do. This is
really good video.
This is such a great fucking video.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love this. Let me go ahead and link it to you guys. Link it. Yeah, right here. There you go. The roast beef joke. Yeah, that was just fucking ready to settle down. Holy fuck, man. Oh, that was hilarious. I mean, I do think that it's kind of hard to judge, like, the game based off of its peak, right? It's like, oh, yeah, I was good into fucking bang it. Let me tell you, back in 2010, oh, man, I was the shit. It's like, yeah, okay, Grandpa, let's get you to bed now. Yeah, it's not that big of a
Pretty
deal.
much.
Most important is how it feels inside her. True, true, true. And the fact is that World of Warcraft always does feel good to play. I do think PvP needs a massive amount of improvements.
Yeah, I don't like how it's so focused on arena. Like, I do it because it gives the best gear, but man, I'm not a big fan of arena. And I do like that they added the solo queue, but it's like, you have to wait on a healer? That's just stupid. Like, there should be a solo queue for 2v2s. Just so, even if you lose the games, at least you're not waiting freaking 20 minutes to get into a game.
I think that the way the game is designed is simply not fun for an average person. It's not fun for me. I don't like sitting in a fucking CC chain.
Exactly. That's also really annoying. That there's no real like, there is diminishing returns, but usually only on like the same CC. But you can still be like literally CC locked for like 10 plus seconds. It's stupid.
It's fucking boring. It's not fun. It sucks. And I wish they would change it. However, I would say that this is a good video. And I do think that World of Warcraft probably is still probably the GOAT MMO. I would agree with that. I think that each MMO does something probably like the best. So
yeah, I would say that. But as an overall thing, I still don't think WoW is the best. I think it's just the most well known from its previous, success, which is fair. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. But like overall, like, take everything into account, I think Final Fantasy does beat out WoW.
Like, in my opinion, I think action combat is best in New World.
Action combat. I wouldn't say it's the best because it is the most solid, but it also is pretty boring, at least to me.
World has the best action combat out of any MMO. Lost Ark is the best isometric MMO, and it's not.
Yeah, people are saying BDO is better action combat. I would agree with that.
Not even close. All of the other ones are New World.
1 second.
New World has the best action combat out of any MMO. Lost Ark is the best isometric MMO, and it's not even close.
I wouldn't agree there. Lost Ark is probably the best. In terms of like its combat, it's the best. Everything else I actually really do not like about Lost Ark. Well, no, I like the islands. But like the dailies, how the ults feel, leveling, the end game combat, like none of that is appealing to me in the slightest. It would be different if like the raids weren't like as hard, like release like an easy mode, which I know sounds like cringe, but it's like, it's just too hard. It is what it is.
All of the other ones are average at best. Albion Online might be good for PvP, however.
Albion Online for PvP. I played a little bit of Albion Online and it wasn't, I don't know. I got pretty bored after like an hour.
Actually, you think BDO is better than I haven't played BDO in like 5 years, so I can't speak on that. Maybe BDO is better. I'm not sure. I would say BDO has the best character creator, however. BDO
that is true.
Absolutely the best.
Oh, sorry, my cat. Get your butt off of the cat.
Fantasy probably has the best story.
What you doing, little
World
one?
of Warcraft has the best in-game PvE content, like Mythic Plus, raiding, PvP. There's a lot to do at in-game for WoW players.
That is true.
And they have a lot of really great side content too, with like mount farming, like professions, pets, transmog, like all the completionism content.
Yeah, I would say the transmog system as WoW is probably the best. So maybe that is what WoW does better than every other MMO is the transmog, I would say. At least of the ones I've played.
As somebody who cares about this stuff, I think that World of Warcraft does it better than any other game, and it's not even remotely close. I have not played Guild Wars 2, though, so I can't really compare it to that. Elder Scrolls Online, I played like 2 or 3 days of it, that's it. Path of Exile, that's not an MMO. But yeah, this guy is fucking great, man. Like, I'll link you guys the video. You can give it a like and give him a sub if you liked it. This was such a good fucking video. I love this. Holy shit, this was amazing. I hope he makes more of them.
Yeah, it was a really interesting video. Brought up a lot of good points. Like, these kind of videos are really cool because it's just, at least to me. And of course, he was pretty funny, especially when he was talking about WoW as if it was like an actual girlfriend and like gaslighting him and stuff. Like, that was actually really on point. Let's see. Let me see if there's any other videos we can take a look at. I did see this one with a commercial from that one shooter game where you just see their butts. So I want to check this one out. I have a feeling it's going to be pretty bad. But... Oh. It's like you're just this nerd with like a unibrow. They gave him a unibrow, I think.
I love how they don't even try to pretend like it's normal, good, in-shape Chads that are playing this game. They're like, yeah, we know you're a nerd that's sitting inside, and this is for you. You are our target audience.
You know, one of the first times I've ever seen a game do that was it was a Tony Hawk game, like back in the day. I think it was on PlayStation, or I think PlayStation. But one of the like secret lines was like their recordings, and one of the females there was like basically dissing the players as like nerds. And I remember thinking, I'm just like, who thought it was a good idea to put this in their game? Like, I mean, it was funny to me, but I'm like, I always like found it like weird that they left it in the game to actually listen to. Oh, what the heck?
No fucking way. Is this real? No fucking way this is real.
He's like, what's wrong with you? I really wish they had the subtitles on here so we can see what they're actually saying.
There's no subtitles available.
Happy birthday นะพี่ อธิษฐานสิ
Oh, wow.
Oh my god, who does this? This is no fucking way this is real.
What?
No fucking way.
ผู้บัญชาการขาเป่าสักทีดิ ถือจนเมื่อยมือหมดแล้วเนี่ย
Oh, what's your wish? I get it.
โหลดเลยอีเกตเล่นทุกช็อต
Oh my god.
Holy shit.
Read
I can't
Dev's
believe they did
apology
this.
after that, it's real? Wait, they apologized for
apology.
this?
That makes sense. it doesn't surprise me that there's an apology on this, because this is like over the top ridiculous.
The majority of the player base thinks it's an insult from the publisher. Most of the comments said they shouldn't portray the player base like that.
Oh, I see. So it's like, don't play it as like this chunky loser who is like only playing the game to get off, like playing with one hand, basically.
Oh, so they're not mad about this. They're just mad because the ad called them fat.
Yeah.
Okay. Tower
well, fat
of
like
Fantasy
losers.
in 2023. The critical...
Okay. So, I don't know why I went to like the next video, but oh, that's why. So I think there was like just a few more videos I'm pretty sure I saw on here. Let me see. This one, yeah, this wasn't too long ago.
Yeah,
Moist Critical, D&D backpedals on the license change. I mean, it wasn't even confirmed if that is actually what they were doing, but let's see what this
we
says.
can talk about the D&D stuff now. So we already went over the situation, but I'll break it down real quick. Wizards of the Coast / Hasbro, they made an inexplicably awful decision to change their open game license, making it very restrictive to have your own campaigns and do your own stuff with the D&D world. This targets things like Critical Role, stuff like that, where you have...
Which is weird, because that was like their biggest like appeal and how they got so big. Because if it's like based on their own stuff, like none of that really blew up.
These campaigns that go on for a long time, and it becomes a huge piece of content all over the internet.
Yeah.
They want royalties on that kind of content. They released a really misguided new set of rules that you have to follow. It's all terrible.
From what I understand, they didn't officially release it. It was leaked.
Won't get into
so it wasn't even like confirmed.
The nitty gritty. But in a nutshell, it was basically a community killer. Without exaggeration, their new...
it was like Nintendo level of trying to destroy the grassroots community.
Game licensing, their new OGL, was actually a community ruining decision that would absolutely just tank all of it, for sure.
Yeah.
That's just the reality of it. There was huge pushback on Twitter. A lot of people realized through like an anonymous email from a employee at Wizards of the Coast that they care deeply about D&D Beyond subscriptions. That's their main metric they use. So it became a big trend on Twitter and Reddit to cancel your D&D Beyond subscription, to really hit Wizards where it hurts the most. After, I think it was 2 days, only 2 days of tons and tons of people canceling their subs,
oh, wow.
Wizards finally made a statement talking about the OGL and the changes, and it is such a passive-aggressive statement. Does this article have it? Because I'd like to show you the actual statement in its entirety real quick.
Like, who the heck is in charge there? They need to get rid of them.
Thanks, the resub Flash. And the resub Machine, him, Ryu, and the Prime Ollie. And the Pizza in London. Where... This is the leaked draft. So this is like the new OGL stuff. I'm looking for the official statement.
I thought that's what he had up this whole time. Let me see if I can skip to where he actually has it.
Basically, the tone they take is... So here's their new statement. So I won't read all of it to you. Even though it's not that long, I still feel like it'd be just easier to summarize it. Basically, the tone they take is they walk everything back, and they're like, well, the actual reason behind this was Gigabrain. It's some real supervillain anime shit where we were 5 steps ahead. We wanted all of this to leak so we could get your feedback. We wanted to hear from you guys because we take all of your feedback so seriously. We wanted your feedback on potential OGL changes. And in fact, the main reason we were doing it is because we wanted to address those attempting to use D&D and Web3 blockchain games and NFTs by making clear that the OGL is limited to tabletop role-playing content like campaigns, modules, and supplements. So they tried to play like the hero, protect you from hateful and discriminatory products, and ensure that the OGL is for the content creator and home brewer,
actually believe that,
the players, and the community. which makes no fucking sense because the only reason anyone was able to give feedback is because it leaked. It leaked. They didn't officially post it and ask for feedback. The goddamn thing leaked. Also, this doesn't even talk about the royalties. How do royalties protect from Web3 hateful discriminatory products and this kind of shit? That doesn't even address like the main thing about taking royalties, as well as also having the clause in there where not only do you take royalties, you can take their entire property and sell it for yourself as your own thing without even needing their permission. I didn't talk about that in my video, by the way. That's one that I probably should have, but I focused more on the monetary side. One other thing in the proposed new OGL was they have full rights to whatever you'd make, so they could take that and they could sell it as their own.
And build upon it as well.
They could monetize it as their own, and they wouldn't even need your permission.
Yep.
It was so dumb. It was so fucking dumb. Thanks for the resub.
I think across the board, everyone like agreed like it was just a terrible move.
But here, let me get back to the new statement.
Because even if like that was the case where you want to make more money, it's like, why would you go at it like this? It's like you're not dipping your foot in the waters of monetizing the stuff. You literally like went head first into the deep end.
Where does it go? Yeah, they walked back the royalty, but I want to find, where is it? They're only half right. We both won. Oh, here we go. Second, you're going to hear people say that they won and we lost because making your voices heard forced us to change our plans. Those people will only be half right. They won and so did we. Whoever wrote this needs to be fired. I don't know what team you're using for your press statements, but they are off.
Yeah, this part did not need to be in there whatsoever because it just looks bad.
What this shows, plain and clear, is what people were worried about from the get-go, especially...
Yeah, because it's like, obviously, you were going to do it. And you were going to go, like, as hard as you could. And just by admitting, like, yes, they won on this part of it, but not this other part.
From the leaks and the employee emails, you treat your fans as competition, as different teams. There's the Wizards of the Coast team, and there's the community, and you guys are at war. So it's about who wins and who loses. Your stance should have been, we're all playing for the same team, so nobody won and nobody lost. We're all in this together. But instead, you went for like, no, you didn't win. You kind of won, but at the end of the day, we win. It's so stupid. It's so fucking stupid.
Unfortunately, yeah, looks like Wizards is becoming like the Nintendo, the next Nintendo.
No,
when it comes
they
to
won
like,
and so did we.
Trying to do damage to their own community.
It's literally saying the opposite. It's saying you won, but so did we. There's a separation. There's two teams. Talking about winning and losing on different sides. I don't know why that's hard to see.
Yeah.
The internal memos were talking about how Wizards of the Coast treats the community as obstacles for money. So they look at them in a different way. As like actual competition. So those successful campaigns that are third-party homebrew, they view as actual competition in D&D. Which is obviously not healthy since the entire D&D brand is built on the community. So them coming out and saying some shit like this kind of confirms that fear that they literally view those people, those campaigns, that community as competition instead of like customer is the wrong word. Instead of just part of the same ecosystem.
Yeah, just one big community.
It's just a complete lack of respect.
Yeah, it's not looking good. Especially since they took it as a loss. Like, that tells me, like, okay, so you really did want it to go there. And just because you lost this time doesn't mean you're just going to give up.
It's just, all of it just seems to come out against the community while trying to pretend that it wasn't.
Yeah, and the whole, like, we leaked it on purpose doesn't make sense at all.
Like this shit right here. Our plan was always to solicit the input of our community before any update to the OGL. And the drafts you've seen were attempting to do just that. Except that's a blatant lie. You already contacted Kickstarter about your 20% royalty thing. The only reason you got any input from the community is because all of that leaked. So you had already taken the steps to ensure the OGL could go through without a hitch, without ever getting any input from the community. It's a fucking lie.
Exactly.
The arrogance of this company is astounding. Yeah, it is. It is kind of wild. I don't think saves them by any means. Especially when Pathfinder put out such a strong statement that got so much support. So, I don't think they're getting any new D&D Beyond subscriptions. I don't think anyone's going to re-sign up. I really do think this will be pretty much the start of a slow decline of D&D and its brand.
Yeah, I think this was like D&D was also like already kind of not exactly falling off because it did explode, but it was tapering down, I think. And this kind of stuff is only going to make it worse because a lot of what kept D&D like alive is the people outside of the Wizard of the Coast, like the creators. So it's like if they all turn their back on D&D and go to like another system, like everyone leaves. Like D&D is not gonna last that much longer, unfortunately. Like obviously people are always gonna use the term D&D, but like the Wizards part of it is probably not gonna be a thing. Especially since they can't make like any good decisions there.
It'll transition much more into like Pathfinder and those kinds of other ones. I just don't see anyone going back because it's such a community-driven thing in the first place. You lost the trust of the whole community.
Exactly.
I don't know how you make that back.
Yep. Kind of sucks, but
Brimstar.
I mean, who knows? Maybe with this much backlash, whoever at Hasbro can make the decision would realize, okay, whoever we have there leading the charge with Wizards, like we need to replace them ASAP because they're just ruining the brand at this point.
Another great thing about this, and I don't know how many people realize this, all of this broke at the absolute best time for Wizards of the Coast and Dungeons and Dragons because they have that stupid Chris Pine movie coming out soon called Dungeons and Dragons.
I did not know that.
So, I think this comes out next month. Maybe even less. So all the people that were going to see this probably aren't going to see that anymore.
It's hard to say. I think they will. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think this would have changed that much with that, but that's just, I don't know. I just feel like that's not going to change much.
The Last of Us HBO looks incredible. Oh, I thought it was out. Yeah, all the reviews are good for it. Is the Reese of Dark Wolf. No one cares about D&D drama. I don't think you could be more wrong. This has been huge news.
Yeah, because the D&D thing is like, it's mostly about the community. So, I mean, among other brands, like D&D is going to be like where drama is going to affect it the most. I just think like the movie is still like people are going to at least get willing to give it a shot.
D&D is probably one of the most recognizable names in anything gaming related. That's a name that's had fucking 50 years worth of like media hysteria, satanic panic, and still surviving and absolutely blowing up. Literally the biggest stream on Twitch is D&D. It's Critical Role.
Yeah.
They are legitimately the biggest Twitch stream in terms of the revenue they bring in. They have their own Amazon Prime show. I don't even know what you're talking about. That's straight up delusion.
Yep. It's basically someone who personally doesn't care about D&D and not willing to accept that it is such a big thing.
You don't have to like the game. I'm not saying just because it's super popular it has to be the best game ever, but it is indefensible that it is a huge property still.
Yeah, but I think with Critical Role, like it's not exactly like the D&D part that makes it good. They make it good with like bringing characters to life, like having fun with the adventure. Like, it's not like D&D has copyright on adventure games, like tabletop adventure. So
arguable that it's a huge property still.
From what I understand, it's mainly the player handbook, I think, like the rules of it. But as they mentioned, like Pathfinder, like there's other like branching or other rules out there you can use.
There's about every game imaginable is having a scandal. What other games to this level? Thanks to Reset Uzi. And it's not even the game, it's the company. Did
you see a group of fans bringing the Dragon's Dogma to the West? I didn't see that.
Doing the best it can to sync itself.
I've always wanted to try it.
Which ultimately will probably end up being a good thing for the game as a whole, going to things like Pathfinder.
Yeah. I do think that. Like, because they haven't really done much new stuff with D&D, so it's like, the Pathfinder, like, they're constantly working on it.
They're also destroying Magic the Gathering. Yeah, but that's Wizards, and like Wizards of the Coast, Dungeons, Dragons, Magic all goes in the same bucket. Hasbro, it's all the same bucket.
Yeah. I mean, it could have come from Hasbro, just telling them like, hey, we need you guys to make more money, which does make sense. I mean, D&D is huge, like he said. There's no reason why you can't make more money off of it. I just think they went about it in like quite literally the worst possible way, by trying to cannibalize its community.
They make with D&D, they make for Magic the Gathering as well.
Yeah, would definitely agree there. Why big tech is a collapsing?
Silicon Valley.
So, why big tech is collapsing? Is it? I've not heard of anything like that. Like Google's still like the juggernaut it is. So maybe other ones just aren't being able keeping up.
Is in chaos. Almost all of the major big tech companies are collapsing. For example, Meta is
what? No, Amazon, I seriously doubt is collapsing. Google's not collapsing. Microsoft, like, the only one, Meta, like, that's just because they just don't want to let it go.
Over $1 trillion in 2021,
wow.
But just a year later, and their value has dropped by 2/3. And the other giant.
You've got to keep in mind that, like, it's not like Meta had $1 trillion. They didn't have $1 trillion. This was a valuation of the company.
Yeah.
I'm far behind. Amazon, Meta, Twitter, Tesla, Netflix have all seen massive revenue drops, and the scale of these losses is unprecedented, especially considering big tech has been so unstoppable for the last decade. In fact, revenues and profits were skyrocketing. Silicon Valley was a billionaire factory, with some of the most prolific billionaires building their names and their bank accounts on the back of big tech companies. Bill Gates, Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg, Jack Dorsey, all of them were created by the massive tech boom of the last 4 decades. But then the bubble popped, and now the biggest names in Silicon Valley are seeing their revenue plummet, firing hundreds of thousands of employees, with the stock value of almost every big tech company.
I feel like also like a big factor with this too is that the economy has been going down.
Yeah,
like that's also the truth. Like it's the beginning of a recession, and people are getting laid off. Like,
unfortunately, yeah.
Like in the last 10 years, we haven't had that happen, and also like. This is what happens with a lot of things, is that I think they just keep growing, expecting that they will continue growing, and then eventually they stop growing, and they have a bunch of people that they don't need.
Exactly.
Falling dramatically.
Because it's also like, or maybe they expanded too much, expecting growth to be more than they expected, and when it wasn't there, they had to cut back those that part that they prepared for the growth, basically.
Which leads us to the question, how did it get this bad so quickly? Well, you see, tech was a growing part of the world.
Because I think that makes more sense. Like, if your company is just popping off like crazy, like, you're going to want to have things like already in place for that extra growth that is, you know, based on previous trajectory going to be there. You know what I mean? So, for example, say you had a chain that was doing really well. So you decided, you know, I'm going to open up 10 more stores. But then it immediately like doesn't exactly like die or anything like that, but like it's not growing anymore. So now you have like these 10 stores that are already like almost open, like everything's paid for, but the money coming in just isn't really worth it anymore. and then the stores open up, they're not doing well because it's not like you as a whole are doing bad. It's just the trajectory is no longer matching what it was when you had invested in those stores.
World's economy.
So you're going to take a loss. But that doesn't mean like your company's going out of business.
For years. Over the last decade, tech companies have only got larger and larger. Now, of course, there were ups and downs. For example, the dot-com crash of the late 90s proved the catastrophic consequences of overvaluing tech companies. However, over time, the industry always picked up again. It was a measured climb at first, but soon people forgot the mistakes of the past. And as the years rolled by and technology improved, the companies behind it grew richer and richer. But there were massive problems on the horizon for Silicon Valley, because the path wasn't all golden. For example, companies like Uber have coasted on their potential, hoovering up investments without a proper model for profitability. The same can be said for Twitter, and yet despite this, all of the giants of the industry grew to immense proportions on paper. For example, in 2018, Meta surpassed $500 billion in net worth, and Amazon were closing in on $1 trillion. But all of these companies had a similar problem. They just weren't worth what people thought they were.
Well, yeah, of course, because people don't know the power of these companies. And also, I think that another reason why these companies are losing value is probably because they're getting regulated more. Yeah. So like these companies don't have as much unlimited control to just do whatever they want. So whenever you have the government making more decisions for these companies, it's going to be harder for people to say how much money the companies can make.
Business model.
The evaluation of the overall company net worth will go down.
Models were shaky and in constant need of investment, or they just didn't make that much money to begin with. Their margins were always incredibly tight, and that's why almost all of these tech billionaires never look at the stock price.
That whole period is very interesting because the stock is not the company, and the company is not the stock. And so as I watched the stock fall from 113 to 6, I was also watching all of our internal business metrics. Every single thing about the business was getting better and fast.
Because they believed as their technology spread into every aspect of the world, the companies would always ride the wave of future potential. Their shaky
You have to remember also, like a lot of people they treat trading and like stocks the same as people treat NFTs.
Yeah.
Like, yes, obviously stocks are based on a real product that provides a value, but functionally for an average person, many people just treat them the exact same.
Can I make money off of it? Exactly.
Business model just didn't appear to be an issue at this point. All these big tech companies were gaining more and more power, and it seemed like they were untouchable because big tech had something invaluable: the eyeballs and data of the entire world.
Oh, yeah.
You see, ever since they started pulling in user data at the massive levels they do now, social media companies were then further driven to maximize their engagement, keeping people on the app for as long as possible, and often as possible became the most important thing, which is why we're all so addicted to our phones and our laptops. It makes all of these big tech companies billions of dollars, allowing them to sell more and more ads and exploit more and more of your data. And over time,
yeah, and I think over time also, like, there's been more laws against it. So every time that a country makes a law against holding people's data, this company's value goes like this, because like now they had this thing and they don't have.
And it's only going to get more restrictive because a lot of people do want their what's the word I'm looking for? Their data, like their personal data, they don't just want out there.
Have it anymore.
Which
is a good thing, by the way.
Companies perfected this process by manipulating psychology, making the apps so addictive that the entire world couldn't live without their smartphone. And during this process, they found out that anger and fear are some of the best ways to keep people engaged. And so as the algorithms were fine-tuned for engagement, they pushed more extreme and more provocative posts above everything else, putting them in front of everyone's faces constantly, all while censoring any information that didn't fit into Silicon Valley's political narrative.
I think that's also another issue, and you're seeing a lot of pushback against that now. Is that, traditional mainstream narratives, so many people have been ostracized from like the larger like tech company websites like Twitter, etc., that there are enough of them that then they have their own secondary websites that they're using instead, like Rumble. Obviously I think Truth Social is pretty much fucking dead besides Donald Trump, acolytes. But as you ban more and more people for having the wrong opinions, eventually you get to a point where the amount of people that you've banned is large enough that they can create their own ecosystem by themselves.
And when you do that, you now give people who were part of your ecosystem and weren't particularly happy with you for whatever reason, maybe not political, maybe something else, but now they say that other ecosystem, like, well, maybe I'll just go over there because at least it's, something, another option.
And I think that's what's happened.
Which is why Twitter, Meta, and all these other companies became the breeding ground for social media addiction, censorship, and hatred. And as time went on, the cycle ramped up and the culture war worsened. And these changes in the online space were reflected in the real world, leading to riots, unrest, and
I don't think Meta ever really went anywhere, though. I don't remember people really talking about it.
It didn't matter to the tech companies, though. In fact, this was in their interest. And instead of tackling the problems that they had caused themselves with their algorithms, companies started to then lean further on censorship, suppressing all counter opinions in the name of misinformation. But this solution wouldn't work forever. Tech companies were going to pay the cost for their meddling in public discourse. However, for now, they had to deal with a much more conventional problem: competition. Over the past decade, China has exploded into the technology industry. Companies like Tencent, Huawei, and ByteDance have been eating into the Western market share on a global scale. In fact, Tencent has made numerous takeovers of Western companies like Riot, Epic Games, and even Ubisoft.
Yeah, people don't know this. Riot Games is owned by China.
Yep.
League of Legends is owned by China.
The thing with Tencent and why no one really has been paying attention is Tencent seems to be a hands-off approach. Maybe they get involved a little bit. I don't know, but I don't think so based on everything we've seen. Like, they buy companies that are making a lot of money and just tell them to keep making money.
And through these moves, they've undermined Western dominance in the lucrative gaming industry, with China owning some of the most popular games today like Fortnite and League of Legends. And China's also taking over with things like TikTok and Tencent's investments in Reddit and Discord. And then Huawei attacked hardware manufacturers, releasing cheaper alternatives loaded with Chinese data collection technology. Xiaomi did the same, but to even greater effect. Despite only being founded in 2010, they've gained over 12% of the market already. ByteDance is probably the most sinister. China was well aware of the disruptive powers of social media long before the West had any idea, and they studied what the Western companies were doing with engagement and turned it into an art form, with TikTok exploding in popularity by playing on Silicon Valley's addictive business model. And by learning from Silicon Valley's successes and mistakes, TikTok has grown by 400% every single year, seizing Western social media companies' audiences from under their noses.
I think that TikTok will usually, like, a lot of there's always the new app that the kids use, and the only thing that you can be sure about is the new app will not be the old app. TikTok is still relatively new, but I would be surprised if TikTok held the same relevance in 10 years.
I was going to give it about the same timeline. About 10 years from now, it's going to be like the MySpace or maybe the Facebook.
Because kids
of TikTok. Like how Facebook is now compared to TikTok, TikTok's going to be like that with whatever comes out.
Go from one platform to another because they don't want to go to the old platform because they want something new. I think that's what's happened over the years. It's like Vine, for example,
Which is why almost every major app has now adopted TikTok's short video model. And to put it plainly, this is a targeted attack on Silicon Valley. All these companies have incredibly close relationships with the CCP, which has given them enormous room to scale up. Because no matter how profitable these companies are, they've always got the Chinese government behind their back. And this gives them a massive advantage over the West. They don't have to deal with pesky human rights laws, ethical impediments, or even profitability. Instead, they can be safe in the knowledge that as long as they pull the party line, they can get away with virtually anything. And this isn't just within China, this is everywhere. They get government backing abroad, as all of these Chinese big social media sites are practically a third party of the Chinese government. And as they work in tandem, these companies have become an unstoppable force. And so whilst the Western tech companies are always at each other's throats, China's tech giants have been allowed to build their monopolies in peace. Which is why every day, China gains a little more ground on the West. Because for every user and customer that China gains, Silicon Valley gets weaker. And this new threat has been awful for big tech's bottom lines. And the true consequences have only just begun today.
Okay, alright.
Like what?
But before we continue, I want to tell you about the video sponsor Morning Brew. Morning Brew is a free daily newsletter delivered Monday to Sunday, getting you up to speed on business, finance, and tech in just 5 minutes. You see, before I subscribe to Morning Brew...
How is this different than Amazon and Google? I think that a foreign company that is beholden to the government, that has no recourse if the government asks to, use their files for different things, I think this is very different. But fundamentally, in a lot of ways, it's not. And I think that really with any type of social media, I've said this for years now, they need to be moderated and regulated.
Yes,
everything that you use is regulated. The fucking
it's crazy that it's
Amazon is regulated. That makes the website that you're using. The monitor that you're reading this off of is regulated in like 50 different ways. The fact that like Twitter and like these different platforms can just do whatever they want, I don't really think this has been for the good of the public.
I started my mornings aimlessly scrolling through my phone, watching mind-numbing content. But now with Morning Brew, I get a summary of relevant stories that are really informative. For example, I learned that Tesla stock prices have been tumbling after Tesla delivered less cars than was expected of the company, causing the company's devaluation to drop by 65% in 2022 alone.
Sense, right?
And Morning Brew highlighted that the reasons for this go much deeper than Musk's ownership of Twitter. Instead, they highlighted how the production at Tesla slowed down due to lockdowns in China, along with demand for electric cars cooling down and gas prices lowering, in addition to the market facing increased competition. And this is just to name a few reasons. And it's clear when you read over Morning Brew's articles that they are witty, relevant, and informative. A much better alternative to the dry, dense, and boring traditional news that so many of us are used to. And that's why there's absolutely no reason not to subscribe to Morning Brew if you're interested in business, finance, or tech news. It's completely free and takes less than 15 seconds to subscribe. So sign up for free by visiting morningbrewdaily.com/moon or by clicking the link in the description below.
I don't know if
These
that's
problems
good or
were
not.
still
I've
on the
never used it
horizon,
before.
but they hadn't affected the numbers yet. Apps like TikTok were only just
You know, it's funny. I think an app like that would have blown up more if it had come out earlier and wasn't just on an app, but like maybe you can sign up through email kind of thing. So I think like an older clientele is what makes more sense.
Just getting started and massive growth was still expected. And by the end of 2016, some journalists were hailing Silicon Valley as the future. They said this because something dramatic had changed.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Whenever I read a new world order begins to arise, I mean, fuck, this doesn't necessarily fill me with a lot of, security, okay? It doesn't sound good.
The list of
Exactly. That's like some doom and gloom
the
stuff.
top companies used to always be dominated by oil and manufacturing, and a few financial giants that relied on their sheer scale to dominate. But these companies have now been replaced by Google, Amazon, Tesla, Apple, and Microsoft, pushing out the old guard. However, despite their immense valuations, these companies still weren't nearly as profitable as they should have been. From 1995 to 2015, Amazon only made $2 billion in profit, despite the company approaching $1 trillion net worth. Now, yes, this move was meant to dodge taxes, yet it still portrayed a significant disconnect between Silicon Valley and the rest of the world. Rather than focusing on profitability, Silicon Valley...
Well, no, that is like very small. Like, think about it. Usually companies, their valuation is 7x their annual income. Like somewhere between like 5 to 10x. So if you have a valuation of $1 trillion, let's say $800 billion, you would expect to be getting $8 billion to $12 billion a year.
Valley companies were much more focused on growth, and the best example of this is Uber. You see, Uber spent years focused entirely on growth above anything else. They embodied the Silicon Valley mantra, breaking laws in industries to cement themselves in the market. With a massive leak showing that Uber executives were shown in
Uber broke laws, duped police, and secretly lobbied governments. Oh my god, didn't know that.
Instructing their employees to use chaos and violence to uproot the taxi industry and put pressure on governments. And of course, they had big problems with actually making enough money. I mean, their business model still has incredibly low margins, even after they started to squeeze every penny they could and raising all of their prices, which has caused
I've never used Uber before, but I've heard that people that use it is very expensive. And the people that even drive around with Uber aren't making that much money either.
Nope.
But to be in a worrying situation, with market saturation, their stock price is plummeting, and the company's dreams of market dominance are now fading into the ground. But Uber
when it first came out, it was actually pretty good at making money, but
does still have a slight chance, as Silicon Valley overconfidence has led to way more destructive collapses, specifically in the case of WeWork. In early 2019, WeWork was seen as an innovative new company that was set to change the world of work. Although it was founded in New York, the Silicon Valley mentality had definitely gotten to its founder, Adam Neumann. The charismatic CEO was so good at convincing investors that he pulled in billions. And only a few years after its founding, the company had raised over $1 billion for their office space company.
Wow.
And I say office space company, but WeWork was still listed as a tech company. And so WeWork managed to raise over $1 billion for the company, and this was despite mass layoffs at the company and poor financial performance, because simply enough, investors were just in love with the idea, rather than the product in front of them.
Oh, this is what happens. Like, again, it's not like the people that are investing in NFTs are any special kind of stupid. People did this in real life too. People invest in bullshit because it's like, oh, this is the thing that everybody gets into now, so we've got to invest into it. So yeah, big companies do this all the time. Like, yeah, FTX is a good example. Let's see, Theranos is another example. Those are the top two that come to mind right now.
fact, WeWork lost over $2 billion in 2018, and yet the hype continued. Analysis stated that the company was now worth over $40 billion. This was more than giants like Airbnb, and by September, the company attempted to gain even more investor money, beginning the process of an IPO or initial public offering, and this would open the shares of the company to the public, raising even further billions for WeWork. And yet even with this enormous amount of investment, the IPO started to gain scrutiny as investors started to see that the company was really making no money, and it portrayed the true reality of the Silicon Valley business model. Massive
debt. That's the thing is, if you make your company public like that, everybody can see all of your stuff. Like, that's what it means by having a public company.
Yeah.
Except that you can actually grow and you can get money out of it.
So legally, you do have rights to know about that information.
These people view them as the same. It's like they're not investing in these companies because they have value. They're investing in these companies because they want to be able to make money. Somehow I dropped my phone and I don't like it.
Yeah, they're expecting that they're investing like in early Amazon or early Google.
And now like, where the fuck did it go? Like, how do I drop my phone? Oh, there it is. It fell down and it rolled. It rolled around behind the Pepsi box and I couldn't see it. How the fuck does that even happen? Yeah, you gotta pull the fucking Elden Ring, yeah.
And low revenue propped up by other people's money. And so their $40 billion valuation was cut by 3/4 in a matter of days, resulting in 20% of the company being fired. And
yeah, because people finally realized that, you know, it's not real. It's not a big thing.
They're not actually making anything.
Newman, their CEO, and other executives were all forced to resign, and the company was forced to cut back on its massive growth plans. Reality hit the company hard, and today people are questioning the expiry date of WeWork. But yet again, Silicon Valley didn't learn from this example, despite the very same business practices being used across time.
Well, it's not that they didn't learn from the example, it's that they realized that investors didn't learn from the example. Because a lot of the people that are making these investment decisions are still not tech savvy enough to understand the scope that they're getting into.
Yeah, they're focused more on the success of other ones and not really seeing that there were failures there as well.
And this is even happening with like billion-dollar companies. Because like, look at that guy, Eddie Ibanez, for example.
It's like the whole mentality where like in a game, like there's like a chest in the middle. And you don't really realize until you're like in front of the chest that you're now surrounded by monsters. Like you didn't see the dangers, you only saw the treasure chest.
This guy was able to finesse billionaires into believing that he was legitimate with nothing else than saying, I'm in crypto and I make a lot of money with crypto. It's because people don't really understand it, but they want to make sure that they don't get left behind, so they pretend like they do.
Of tech companies, this was just seen as an isolated case by tech elites. Besides, now wasn't the time to consolidate and slow down. And then as 2019 came and went, the world was forced into the pandemic.
First U.S. case has been...
This is also like a really big point, is that social media grew exponentially during COVID, and now that COVID is over, you're naturally going to have a lot of people that are not going to be using social media as much because they're not home all day.
Yep.
So, like, again,
100%.
This is a natural thing. It has nothing to do with the company itself.
And that was across, like, everything. Like, gaming, streaming. Not, like, Twitch streaming, but, like, Netflix and all that.
Just has to do with things that happen in the world that the company is a part of.
I think Twitch, of course, too, is involved in, like, I think the overall numbers have been steadily dropping. But that's, you know, people going back to work and stuff.
Detected. There's confirmation the coronavirus has reached Australia.
Nobody's going to wear masks again. Nobody gives a fuck. COVID-19, as it was for so many other billionaires and corporations, was a massive opportunity for big tech. The pandemic saw tech companies' values rise by hundreds of billions. They made so much money, they barely even knew what to do with it. And it was the belief at the top of these...
And this was also with gaming companies, too. Somebody asked, do you think this is going to happen with, you know, we're starting to see this happen with esports. Like, how many of you guys have seen, you know, these different esports companies where it's like 100 Thieves, I think TSM, I don't know about TSM, I don't quote me on that, but like multiple esports organizations have laid off a lot of people because esports has been put out as this like massive, huge emerging market, and they haven't really made any money with it. Like, the amount of money that they spend on it is more than the amount of money that they make from players. It's just that simple. And now more people are starting to realize that, so the value of esports is going down by a lot.
I think that's always been the case, is like tournaments never really like generated a lot of money, but it brought hype to your game, and that's the important part for those tournaments.
Companies that this is just how things were. Tech dominance into the future seemed all but guaranteed. Zuckerberg and others would be risky and short-sighted in their investments, assuming that revenue levels would stay strong after the pandemic. And that's why Meta's workforce grew by 28% in just a year, and Amazon massively expanded their own operations, seeing their profits soar by over 220%.
Yeah, it's like I would look at, if I was going to look at like how much have these companies grown or shrunk, I would look at like 2018 versus now, and like whenever they level off, because that's going to give you a better, and then adjust for inflation, obviously, because that's going to give you a much better indication of what this company's really doing, because you had a massive global quarantine, a massive pandemic that affected the entire world. It's like nothing like this happened. Well, the last time it happened was like 100 years ago, and the whole world was way different 100 years ago. So like it's never really happened in the way that COVID happened. So you can't look at that growth and say this is sustainable. It even happened with streamers and YouTube content creators and stuff like that. It's like, think about how many people during COVID blew up and got super fucking popular, and now nobody really cares
Among
as
Us
much
too,
about them,
I think, was going on around that time,
but not proportionally as much as they were.
Yeah.
Apple spent an extra $90 billion just buying back their own stock during the pandemic, betting an amount worth more than the GDP of Sri Lanka on their continued success. You see, tech companies made massive investments into themselves, betting that the good times would never end. And it was this overconfidence that meant that when their profits finally did start to slow down, they wouldn't be able to cope with it. But overconfidence wasn't the only problem that worsened during the pandemic. You see, the culture war was getting more and more intense as people spent more time online. Unwinnable arguments raged as people's lives got measurably worse. And whilst the pandemic was lucrative for tech companies, they were some of the only winners, with lockdowns completely destroying the economy, putting millions out of jobs and businesses out of business. And
the pandemic was great for streaming. If you were a streamer, a world pandemic where a bunch of people are dying and they can't leave the house is a good thing for you. It's the same thing as these companies here. It's like Netflix.
It's like games as well. Yeah.
This is massively
anything you can do at home,
beneficial.
basically.
It's impossible to measure the negative effects of the pandemic on people and their mental health. However, what was measurable was the heating up of the culture war, and eventually the result of this would be social media fatigue. People were just sick of the culture war, and China was now also closing in on Silicon Valley, as over the pandemic, TikTok...
I think also it's not that people were sick of the culture war, people were sick of only being able to have one perspective. And then if you had another perspective, you could get banned. Like, that's it. You would just get banned off of the platform for misinformation or anything like that. That's why people had problems with it. And it's like, I said it whenever it was happening, right? It's like, this is obviously not going to last, because eventually there's going to be enough people that are just like, fuck this, we're not going to deal with it. And then they just make a law and it doesn't exist anymore. That's just what happens. And it's already starting to happen now. You're seeing, obviously, Twitter got bought by Elon Musk. None of the problems that people had with Twitter exist anymore, and the platform has changed.
Grew by hundreds of millions of users, surpassing 1.1 billion in 2021. However, all of these combining factors hadn't affected big tech yet, but it would only be a matter of time. Meanwhile, the tech billionaires were enjoying their moments in the sun. Jeff Bezos spent millions on a personal space trip, whilst Elon Musk...
Oh, you're saying like Twitter is worse now? I think Twitter is pretty much about the same, if you want me to be totally honest. The only difference on Twitter is that now people are openly saying COVID was fake. My experience on Twitter actually hasn't changed. Like, I think that a lot of people that are saying like, oh, Twitter's way better, Twitter's way worse, the only people who Twitter is better for are people that are like conspiracy theorists because they're not getting banned. Everybody else, everything else, it seems like it's all the same.
I guess it would make sense. I
Musk became time
stuff. Like, it was better for people that wanted to express other viewpoints.
of the year for 2021, but all of this would turn out to be some of the last good news these tech billionaires had, as once the world finally opened up again, it signaled the end of Silicon Valley's boom, even if no one believed it. For example, at Meta, revenue growth had risen to over 50% in the summer of 2021, but it dropped sharply over the next 9 months, falling to just 5% by the first quarter of 2022. Amazon also saw a sharp decline, from over 40% to around 7% in the same time span. Even usually stable companies like Microsoft or Apple suffered the same fate, seeing their growth levels fall off. So what happened here? Well, all of the growing problems that Silicon Valley thought they could ignore were finally making their mark, and whilst they had been shielded from the pandemic recession by artificial demand, that was all over now, and the economy was only getting worse, so people began to spend much less on products. People didn't care about ads, essentials became more expensive, so people had less disposable income. Services
It's crazy how expensive shit is at the store.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
I
gotten
am
really bad.
astonished. Like, I'll go to like Wendy's or something like that, and a hamburger will be $5. How the fuck do people afford this? Yeah, eggs are so expensive. I don't really eat eggs, so I'm not sure. But like, this is just nuts.
Yeah, but that was because of like the
How
bird
much
flu.
is like, if you live in the U.S., how much is like a dozen eggs, or 2 dozen, like a thing of eggs? $200? Yeah, I don't think so. How much is your $2 steak? It's still about $2. Maybe it might be 2.5 or 3. God damn, $8? I'm actually going to check next time I go to the store. I'm curious about that. Holy shit.
a boost as well, as people made up for the lost time. And on top of this, the culture war had burned tons of people out as well, leading to less usage of social media. A Canadian survey found that less people were using Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter in 2022 than in 2020, and the only tech company that was spared from the decline was TikTok. Their growth was unimpeded, maybe because they're artificially propped up by the Chinese government. But it was clear for everyone in Silicon Valley that they were losing their audience's attention, and with this dramatic reduction
it's because TikTok does a better job of showing people content that they want to see. That's why. And it's a better content delivery mechanism than Facebook is. Straight up. That's why.
That makes sense.
It's winning because it's better.
Intention came dramatic cuts in their profits. And this is when the crack started to show. Tech companies have become so focused on growth that when it dried up, it hit them much harder than other industries. Over the course of 2022, tech companies lost more and more money, leading to their CEOs to make some erratic decisions. Musk took over as CEO of Twitter after years of negotiations and legal
yeah, and this is also important to keep in mind. Like, obviously everybody talks about like Twitter having to fire a bunch of people, but Meta did the same thing. A lot of these social media companies are doing the same thing, and like tech companies. It's happening all over the place, like Netflix too, for example.
He started off by firing large parts of the workforce, leading to massive technical glitches and problems with the app. Things were going so badly that he was forced to resign from the company. Google had put much of their focus...
Well, he didn't wait, he was forced to resign. That's not really true. I mean, he said he put out a poll, and he didn't... He said he was looking for somebody to take over Twitter, but he hadn't found anybody, and he was only going to step down as CEO. And just so you guys know, like, CEO is not the person who really, they're the person who makes the company day to day, like, run, but they don't really have all the control. The control is either the board of directors or the ownership board. Those are the actual people in control. If
making
they don't
like the big decisions,
like the CEO, they just kick them out. That's it. They're gone.
Yep.
And then new Stadia Cloud Console. But as with every other big tech company, 2022 also saw its demise, being forced to refund everyone who bought it without Google actually getting the products back. Additionally, Uber saw a sharp decline in their business, to ruthless competition, massive leaks, and higher prices. Meta stock value dropped by around 60%.
Well, I think one of the biggest problems with Stadia was that it didn't come with its own screen, so it's like you had to plug into something. Like, it was kind of dumb. Like, the Steam one makes more sense to me. I wouldn't get it, but it's like, it just makes way more sense.
With Teslas dropping by 70%. So once 2022 was nearing its end, tech companies realized it wasn't going to get any better anytime soon. They needed to cut costs, which is why you started to see articles of these big tech companies firing tens of thousands of workers. Like with Microsoft firing over 1,000 employees, then Stripe, a growing startup, letting go of 14% of their workforce. Elon was forced to lay off nearly 4,000 people from Twitter, with Meta following shortly after, laying off a further 11,000 people. Amazon cut their numbers by 10,000, and all of this had happened in just over a month. Eventually, Amazon would double their numbers in December, as clearly they hadn't shrunk enough. And these weren't minimum wage employees either. They were both high-skilled and incredibly...
What's also you have to keep in mind with Amazon is that Amazon workers are competing with robots. Like, there will be a time where whenever you buy something from an Amazon warehouse, there will be one person probably that just makes sure that the box goes to one place or something like that. Maybe. But other than that, it's going to be completely automated.
Basically, it's like the grocery store now. Like, they're just there to make sure the robots are doing what they're supposed to do.
So it's like, you remember back in the day, whenever you go to the store, your mom would take you to the grocery store, and there'd be like, I don't know, 15 cashiers or 15 aisles open. Oh, yeah. And now you show up at the same time, and there's 3 aisles open, and there's like 15 different self-checkout stations. Well, guess what? The same thing's happening at every single other company. You know, jobs are being consolidated. They're being replaced by automation. They're being, stacked on top of each other. There are certain amounts of people that they didn't really need based off of different types of accounting practices. And like, okay, well, you don't really need 15 people. You only need 12. And so, like, what does that really mean? It means 3 people out of every store get fired. That's a lot of fucking people. So that's why Amazon is going to lose even more people, is because Amazon has physical labor. Are we good? Refresh? Okay, I just want to make sure that we're good. Yeah, and somebody says in chat, yes, I work for a manufacturing company for fulfillment center automation. Can confirm. Exactly. So yeah, this is just what's going to happen, is that Amazon employees, like, you've got to keep in mind.
And this is going to be across, I mean, it already was happening with like the car industry, but it's, the more technology gets better, the more it can replace human labor.
Like, it's not a hard job to go to aisle 75, pick out a pair of shoes, and then put the shoes in a box, right? Like, this isn't something that takes a lot of brain power or thinking or decision making. You could program a robot to do that. And guess what? That's what they're doing.
Expensive employees, and in total over 1,000 tech companies fired over 150,000 workers. The Silicon Valley had made their bed with their risky investments and growth-focused ethos. The same companies that had fought over these workers in the talent wars, which was just a year or two ago, were now letting them go and incurring massive costs in the process. And it wasn't just going to cost them at the time either. These firing sprees represent a massive amount of people with incredibly valuable skills. A job board called Tech Jobs for Good has seen massive increases in skilled job seekers off of the back of these layoffs. People have seen the fast life of big tech companies.
I would also say that Tech Jobs for Good being a board is probably not a very good benchmark, because I've never heard anybody use it before. I think that if you want to look at LinkedIn or something that's a much more mainstream job, job marketplace, would be a better use, because that could also just be endemic growth that company could have.
And now instead looking to make a difference, despite a small hit to their paychecks. And this is one of the ways in which the collapse of big tech will inadvertently benefit the world. But perhaps this is symptomatic of a much larger trend in our economy. As going into 2023, with the UN predicting we're going to be in a massive recession, it seems like Silicon Valley can only expect more and more suffering. The future looks grim. Ad buys are low, which has hurt all of the social media companies like Meta, and supply chain issues are now threatening hardware companies like Apple and Microsoft. Governments are also now souring on big tech, seeing their influence as destabilizing. Microsoft's $69 billion acquisition deal for Activision and Blizzard is being debated by monopoly watchdogs around the world. The FTC has already tried to block it. Meanwhile, the whole tech industry is waiting for another court verdict on recommendation algorithms. Google...
I think that's... this is going to happen very soon too. This is the video that we had already watched. I think it was the Captain Sparkles video that we took a look at. Could very well just be a bubble. Market will recover. I think that what's going to happen is that social media will cease to be global, which is a very sad thing. I find it to be probably one of the most culturally empowering and culturally progressive things that we have global social media.
Well, social media stopped being global. I mean, I think just due to the algorithm that's already kind of like happening. Like, because it's showing you what you want to see, it's not really going to show you like things that are like outside of your normal interests. And not many people have like a lot of interest in like things outside of their country. That's just how it is. Unless it's like the royalty of like like stuff like that, or like celebrities. But other than that, like it's usually like things locally.
That you can actually talk to somebody that lives in Saudi Arabia. Now, they're probably using a VPN to get on there. However, you can talk to them, and you can actually hear from these other people in a completely different world, a real person that doesn't have a vested interest. They don't have a, a global agenda. It's like, how was your day? I think that goes so far in making people less xenophobic, less racist, and in general, be able to understand each other better. I think it's huge.
Yeah, I mean, that's the same thing like when you grow up in a school that is like actually diverse. It's like you become much less of a racist person if, you have friends who are of different races.
Is being sued for recommending videos made by terrorists, which then incited an attack in France. And if they're found liable, this will upend years of legal doctrine stating that digital platforms aren't responsible for what people post. The results of the case will dictate what's allowed for years to come and will possibly cripple companies like Google and Meta. It is very clear to everyone.
Oh, and I think that there will be a case too where eventually somebody will ask the question, why are minors on social media websites?
Yeah, that's something I've always found weird. Because it's like the wild, wild west, like pretty much. And it's like, how is this being just unregulated to where kids can go on there and meet like actual, like, I think that was the thing, right? Is that pedophiles were using like those kind of things because they were unregulated.
There is no benefit for society that a minor is able to use a social media platform. There's
society,
really none.
yeah.
And I can almost fucking guarantee you that if this goes to like be a big like social issue, the companies will lose. Because any parents don't care. Parents massively fucking care.
Oh yeah.
Every parent that has a
So I worked at a router company, and one of the most common questions I got was what I thought on trying to what protections I recommended for their kids who are, surfing the internet. Like I got asked that almost on a daily basis.
As a kid has some sort of issue with this kid and social media almost. I hear this all the time, man.
Yeah.
Zero benefit to anyone if you use social media. I think that you can make that argument, but any argument that you can make with that becomes infinitely more powerful whenever it's with kids. So it's like they're first going to get rid of kids off social media, and then maybe you can talk about what you're saying. And so bad parents don't. Yeah, for sure. How else are they going to get them indoctrinated? Well, I think that the problem is that big tech isn't really beholden to the government, really. So the indoctrination that big tech might be doing isn't the one the government wants them to have, especially whenever it's by TikTok, which is made by China. Parents care. They just don't know how or are too lazy or monitor or stop them. Exactly, for sure. And
it's not too lazy. It's like, it's very difficult because it's not like most of the time these kids, they know more about technology than their parents. So,
and I think that's probably something that will be coming up relatively soon. Like, I cannot see a benefit for a 15-year-old girl to have an Instagram account. I can
100%.
see, like, oh yeah, she can, have an Instagram with her friends. Like, yeah, there's probably like benefits, but I feel like you can look at some benefits, but like the net, you take all the benefits, weigh it against all the negatives, fucking like massively like double-digit negative effects. Awful. So yeah, it's really, really bad, and I think that as soon as the population,
I think that was like the good thing about like MySpace and stuff is not many people had like, I mean, sometimes you'd have pictures of like with friends and stuff, but it was mainly like you just expressing yourself with like the music, the background, and stuff like that. So it wasn't like, like, what's the word I'm looking for? Wow, I'm drawing a blank. But like how Instagram and TikTok and stuff where people are being judged on how they look versus them, like as a person.
Start seeing this and people's awareness of this grows, it's going to be done.
Yeah.
Who cares? You can never stop them.
You can at least
if who cares you can never stop them is the answer you want to go with. Why is it that there's already a rule for having kids that are 13 or over?
I mean, by that logic also, like, why have laws against murder? Like, you're not going to stop murder but you will like do a pretty big thing against it. Most people aren't who would probably murder wouldn't because they'd go to jail.
Like if you
versus like if there was no consequences to murder, like there'd be way more of it.
Say that you're a little kid on a lot of these websites, the websites are programmed and compelled by law to automatically ban your account. You're right that of course there's going to be a there's going to be kids that still use them, absolutely. But like for example with social media platforms where people post photos of them.
You know what's funny is I don't think they should ban them. I think they should be just categorized as kids, and they can only interact with other ones that have been categorized as children. But then they also should be much, much more heavily monitored than the ones outside of it. Because obviously you're going to have people who are going to pretend to be kids to try to talk to them.
Themselves, and you see a photo of a 14-year-old, and they're going to ban you. That's what's going to happen. So of course, I mean, like, yeah, they ban you, exactly. So just because, like, for example, whenever they made murder against the law, it didn't get rid of murder, but it made them
exactly what I was saying.
Kill each other. You know, it's the same thing with a lot of other stuff. Yeah, if you make something against the law, you at least have accountability for whenever you allow it to happen. Somebody else allows it to happen.
Yep.
It's about
in the tech world, that 2023 is going to be the true test for these tech giants. And so far, only a week into the year, and Amazon is already shedding 18,000 more jobs, with more cuts expected in the next few months. It should be clear by now that it's going to be a very rough year for Silicon Valley, and only time will tell whether they're ever going to be the giants they once were.
I think that it's a very interesting time that we're going into. And I think also, like, especially after COVID and the two recent elections, right? The 2020 and 2016, every single person that's politically minded has seen the power of social media. They saw how powerful, the Donald Trump social media machine was in 2016. I think that if there was no social media, Donald Trump probably wouldn't have won. But he was massively popular on social media across the board. And then on the other side, people saw how powerful social media was for controlling a narrative with COVID, for controlling a narrative with like the election, for example. I mean, I'm not one of these election denier people, but the fact that you can't even say that is a little bit ridiculous to me. And of course, all the people on the other side are like, well, what the fuck is this? We want to be able to say what we want to say, and they can't do that. So now both sides have had they've had a dosage and an experience of what it's like whenever social media is against you. Yeah, 9/11 deniers. Oh, plenty of stuff. Yeah. All the big tech businesses are not going to die. I don't think that they're going to die, but I think that there's going to be a massive restructuring of big tech. And I can't imagine big tech existing on the global level that it does now in 10 years because of regulation and different parts of like government mandated oversight that I think is going to happen. That's why.
Yep.
Let's see here. I'll read a few comments.
I think it's similar to like the NFT situation. I think it's just a matter of time before the government's just like, okay, you guys are done enough damage. We're going to need to get in there and actually regulate this.
And then we'll move everything else over. And when you censor ideas and only make them more radical, sometimes, but it depends on what ideas you're censoring. I think some ideas, it's probably a good idea to censor them. Some ideas, it's not. My perspective is in general, if your idea is to kill a bunch of people, this is bad. If it's not, it's probably a lot more debatable. I think usually ideas that advocate violence towards certain people or certain groups of people are like categorically bad, and everything else, it's not really that big of a deal to me.
Not just violence, I would say to pushing anything illegal being okay as well.
Think some company will come up along soon that will slay the giants? Maybe, and I think that it'll just be the government. Regulation will always struggle to keep up with tech unless it becomes much more agile. I think that it will be, and I think also there are some general sentiments that these tech companies have that like for example, like their algorithms and like allowing kids on the website. That's not something that you have to like really fix more than once. Maybe it might have to be with the algorithms at least. I'm not sure. What about ideas that advocate violence in general and isn't aimed at a certain demographic, like toppling governments? Well, I don't know. Like, for example, like, like saying that you should go and burn down your local courthouse. Yeah, I think that, like, basically, my perspective in general with like social media is I very strongly believe in personal censorship. And what I mean by that is that if you don't like cats, you should be able to blacklist the word cat on Twitter, and you should never have to see an.
Oh, that makes sense. I didn't even think about that. That actually would be nice.
Another cat in your life. Nobody should have the right to force you to see a cat. But at the same time, I think a person who wants to share their love of cats should not get banned from the website because of that.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
That makes a lot of sense. I didn't think about that.
So I very much believe in that. Absolutely.
I think he mentioned it.
Feline phobic. Yeah, there you
Never
go.
Mind. I'm not sure.
And black metal was built over burning churches. Imagine how cool music based on building legal institutions would be. Black metal was built off of burning churches. I think that you're really talking about a very small subset of black metal. That's like the Burzum, Euronymous, like that group of people. To say that black metal as a whole was built around burning churches, I think is probably a bit too much.
It's a over exaggeration, like just completely.
Yeah, that's like, Norwegian stuff. There's not that many people that are really doing that. It's bullshit about black metal. Yeah. Let's see here. And problem is on the line is stating facts and opinions. Well, I think people should be able to have wrong opinions about things. I don't think that should be bannable unless it's something that's advocating violence. Basically, things that should be bannable should be against the law. That's in general where I draw the line. Isn't it dangerous as you get close to your bubble and you're exposed only to what you want to be exposed? Yes, it does. I think echo chambers are bad, but I think people have the right to be in them. Like, for example, drinking soda is bad, but I think people have the right to drink soda. Drinking alcohol is bad, but I think people have the right to drink alcohol. Like watching TV has no real probable benefit, right? But people have the right. Like, for example, being overweight is bad, but it's not illegal to be overweight. Some people can indulge in negative things, and you can't control people on that level.
Exactly.
Drinking soda makes you bald. Yeah, I heard that one got deleted. But yeah, I think this is a good video, and I hope that we see more people talking about this kind of stuff, because I'd be really happy to see like more forward thinking with social media and people talking about it. I think that too often the conversations around social media are just people that are trying to co-opt it to push their own narratives rather than make it better. Let's see here. I'll read a couple more things and then I want to...
Yeah, usually it's a case where they want their side to have more power, I guess, than the other.
I'll move on to something else. And wouldn't it be better for people to know that it's bad even if they choose to continue to do it anyway? Well, I think it's okay for people that... So, like, for example, if somebody says that... I don't know, like that 9/11 didn't happen or something like that. I think that everybody else is going to say, like, shut up, idiot. Yeah, it did. Like, we watched it happen. Go over there and see for yourself. Or the earth is flat. No, it fucking isn't. Shut up, idiot. Go on a spaceship and see for yourself. Look at all of the data that, like, Pythagoras fucking found in, BC 5,000 years ago. So, yeah, of course. Of course it's better, but I think that discourse is almost always better than censorship, except in cases of advocating violence.
Yeah, exactly. Because it's like, eventually it's going to get to a point where who's deciding the censorship? Like, that's the big problem. It's like a dictatorship. Like, it's all fine when it's like the dictator is like a good person, I guess. But as soon as like the next person comes around, or like they reveal their true colors and they're not a good person, well, you gave them all the power. So if you don't have censorship, you don't have to worry about that on who's getting censored and who's not.
And a few other exceptions.
Yeah, good video. I would kind of disagree. I don't think they're exactly collapsing. I think they're just reflecting what's already happening. The economy's going down, so I think that's... Don't really know what else. See if there's any other videos real quick, just to see what we're working with. Andrew Tate facing 180 days. What? You know what? Let's just take a look. I don't really care too much about Andrew Tate, but
We'll watch this instead.
Oh, this guy.
All right, here we go.
Hi, this is Bruce Rivers. Welcome to another fun-filled episode of Criminal Lawyer Reacts. I'm Bruce Rivers, board-certified criminal defense lawyer, and I try cases. That's why I'm board-certified. Have the chops to go to trial. Today we are reacting to The Gift That Keeps on Giving, Andrew Tate. Before we get to that, this is brought to you by eSign.com.
I'm going to move this up.
I'm sure for a lot of these lawyer YouTube video or YouTubers, like Andrew Tate's like the next like what's Amber Heard like trial. Obviously not to that level, but I think if it went to court, then maybe.
.com. Let's say the cops are coming
that
to get
way,
you. You
there's
can't
a lot
get
of
out
stuff
your house
down here
you
at the
got
bottom.
7 warrants. And you got to sign a deal for a new place. Well,
bit.
just have them e-sign you a document. You send it to them, you sign it remotely. You don't have to leave your house to get picked up on your warrant. You just sign that document remotely, and you're good to go. It's awesome. Download the app. You get 3 free signatures a month. It's awesome. If you're doing any kind of business remotely, it's awesome. It's a way to get things done and get it done fast. Now, today we are reacting to The Gift That Keeps on Giving, which is Andrew Tate.
True.
Now, I'm getting all kinds of flack from people saying, oh, you're just a hater. You're just a hater of Andrew Tate. He's my hero. Well, I don't care if he's your hero or not. I'm giving you a good, in-depth legal analysis. And if my own opinions kind of bleed into that a little bit because I think the guy's a pig, well, so be it. But Andrew Tate, top G, is sitting in a jail in Romania. And they initially detained him for 30 days. They went up on appeal to try to get that reversed.
It's like you've got to think about it, right? I mean, this guy's a fucking, he's spent multiple decades being a successful lawyer. He runs a successful YouTube channel. I'm pretty sure he's like married. So he's a wife and kids. He's got his own home. He's massively successful. And you have these little kids in the chat thinking that trying to call him a loser and think he's going to care. This guy already completed all of the life achievements. He doesn't need a fucking Bugatti. It doesn't matter.
Guess what? The judge ruled against him. The judge said, no, we're not going with your argument, and the risk of flight basically is too great. Remember he said he had 7 passports, and I can go to any country?
I have so many passports. What, are you going to block them all?
And so it's the risk of avoiding the investigation. That's what they talked about in the order. Now, what does that mean? Well, that means now the prosecutor can seek 180 days of detention.
That's half
against
a
him.
year.
And I think that will keep on going. And what that's designed to do is have a review process to see, okay, where are we at now? We don't have that in this country. You're either detained or you're not detained. You either get bail or you don't get bail. If you don't get bail, then you just sit while your case is pending.
It's like, this Andrew Tate talked about how great it was that he could bribe the Romanian officials and everything, basically saying how corrupt they were. But, what if all of these, super corrupt people with no real oversight or accountability, what if they don't like you?
Oh.
Man.
Yeah.
I bet you're going to have a bad day. I bet you're going to have a bad 180 days, actually. Yeah.
Yep.
And that's
especially with someone like Andrew Tate saying it, so it probably got around to them. They're like, wait, he said I'm a corrupt? I mean, even if you are corrupt, you don't want people talking smack about you.
Real common in federal court. In state court, not quite as common. But in this case, he's got 6 accusers, and they are all accusing him of basically sex trafficking and rape.
See, that's one of the things that I think that people don't realize is the fact that there are 6 people that are trying to, hold him accountable or have him arrested for this. It's not like this is one person or it's like the government that's made the decision. There are actual victims, actual people, and the government has investigated this for the better part of a year to verify its authenticity, and then they acted on it.
Now, Vice News has reported that there is a 3rd accuser of rape. And this is really interesting because they got text messages and voicemail messages that
somebody says, sorry, I don't mean to pause again. Somebody says, how do you abuse 6 different people in a row? It's not to say it was in a row.
That's just stupid. How do you how do you abuse 6 people in a row? Dude, what? I don't know why you're even talking to them, Asmund. Like, what kind of idiot thinks that? Like, they had them line up and he just went around slapping one at a time. Like, come on.
However, that whenever somebody gets arrested or convicted of a sexual, like, crime, the odds are, I think that I read the numbers on this, that
there's going to be other victims.
On average, 5 previous victims that have been affected by this person before they got convicted or in trouble.
Yeah.
So this is actually pretty much
it's almost always
the
case.
I'd be surprised if it wasn't more.
Exactly.
Really kind of describe who this guy is. So let me just read you some of this stuff. I haven't verified this because I haven't seen the messages.
Probably
I'm just going to read you what they're reporting, okay? And by the way, there's no fucking Matrix. Okay, the Matrix is get me this, get me that. Bullshit. Your own words, your own actions is what's putting you where you are.
I think that to an extent there is definitely a mainstream Matrix, but the mainstream Matrix didn't make him fucking do human trafficking. Like, just because there is, like, a mainstream group of people that try to make sure that there's a prevailing narrative doesn't mean that every bad decision you make is their fault.
Exactly.
So.
And of course, like, from what they've been saying, like, nothing really as concrete has come out, but at the same time, for them to hold them as long as they have, like, they more than likely at least have something.
A third woman in 2 weeks has come forward to accuse Tate of the misogynistic influence, blah, 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 and in which Tate appears to say, I love raping you. Now,
that doesn't sound good.
She says, I've never been strangled before. I don't know if he's going to stop, and I was so scared. Whenever you think about that situation, you think you're going to fight back, but I'm telling you, you don't. You don't fight back, because if you fight back, what else is he going to do to you? He's a 6'3", champion kickboxer, for God's sake.
That's fucking true. Is like the fact
That's very fair.
Guys, on average, men are a lot stronger than women.
And Andrew Tate's a lot stronger than the average guy.
And a lot of girls let that kind of stuff happen because they're worried that if they try to fight back, the guy is going to escalate things even more.
Yep.
That's what happens.
It's the same when you get robbed.
Those were her words. One of the ways you defend these kinds of things, and I know my detractors on this issue will talk about, well, what about this? What about that?
Right.
Sure. You say, okay, well, after that, then you went back to him, right? And that's really common for somebody who's a victim of abuse to embrace their abuser. And
I would also like to add in the context that one of the other reasons why people feel like they're trapped with an abuser is whenever people go and they say, as soon as this person comes out and they say, hey, this guy was an abuser, everybody says, oh, you're fucking lying. Oh, you're lying. You're just doing it for clout. You're doing it to make him look bad. And like, this isn't true. Like, why didn't you do X? Why didn't you do Y? Like, you know, all this other stuff. So like the people that want these girls in most cases to come out and talk about these experiences earlier and exercise, you know, what they believe to be common sense.
Especially for guys like Andrew Tate that are considered like high value men, I guess. Like he's rich, you know, famous. So it's like, yeah, like a lot of people are like, oh, he doesn't need to rape people. Like he can just get any woman he wants.
Actually provide the environment that suppresses that common sense, as they say it, being used.
Yeah.
And she said, if I go and see him again and I want it this time, then I'm not being degraded. Then it's not the R word. Rape.
I'm not a victim.
And she explained, so that's what I did. So that's why she went back to him.
Okay.
But then she eventually left.
Well, yeah, people justify bad stuff like that all the time. Like, how many of you guys have had somebody that was abusive towards you and you justified it in some way, and then later on you finally, you know, came to your fucking senses and you were like, actually, I was just getting fucked with? A lot of people. So, like, all I'm saying is I'm trying to build a foundation.
It's also that mentality with like NFT people who like buy into it. Like they'll convince themselves it was a good decision up until basically everything's gone. unfortunately. Like, it's hard to convince people like it was a bad thing that happened to him.
Foundation that this is not something that just happens with like girls in these sexual situations. It happens for a lot of people.
The text messages that he sent are just remarkable, just absolutely remarkable. So I woke up and I realized if I had spent the whole weekend, I might up into the hospital. And so he still continued to text her after she left. He says to her, "Am I a bad person? Because the more you didn't like it, the more I enjoyed it. I fucking love how much you hated it. It turned me on. Why am I like that? And I loved raping you, and I loved watching you let me while still debating if it's a good idea or not."
See, like, that's a bad idea to text people that, because like they can pull those logs.
Yep.
Like I would not have texted somebody this. This is like not only would I not have done it, but like if somebody was in this situation, you shouldn't fuck it. Like, are you stupid? Why the fuck are you texting this? Like, how dumb are you? This is an intelligent ape. Yeah, it's just so dumb. And I think that like one thing that this really, really undercuts is the idea that Andrew Tate is some sort of fucking like mastermind. Okay? Nobody who's a mastermind does this. It's just stupid.
When you're under my control, I do whatever I want. And that's your role model? That's the top G? Somebody who likes to beat the fuck out of women? Honestly, are you kidding me?
No, there are a lot of people that actually feel that way.
Unfortunately.
That's like, I understand that it might be hard to understand as like, you know, a guy that's older and, you know, has a lot of status, etc.
It's also a case where it makes, unfortunately, some guys feel like they are in power by being able to do that. And it is gross for a lot of people, but it is the same thing. It's similar like how women will do it to guys where they'll cut him off from his family, his friends, because they want the power over them.
But there are a lot of guys that are incels or adjacent to that that actually do want to be able to do that.
Yeah.
You know, as with most things, Occam's razor. The simplest answer is probably the right one.
No. Anyway, like I said, I didn't verify this, and you know, what's her axe to grind? I suppose that's where the defense goes. So the defense tries to destroy somebody's credibility, but if she's got text messages that are verifiable, it is bad for him. I loved raping you. So. Who would say that? Even if you...
Yeah, exactly. That looks bad for him. So fucking true.
Yeah, exactly.
Joking. Nobody would. And here's the thing, guys, all guys, respect women. You know, this business of I can get pussy whenever I want, I can do this. You know what? You go down a slippery slope when you do that. If you are just true blue and honestly deal with women in a good light, you're not going to have to worry about allegations like this. Especially, you know, and I've handled a lot of crim sex cases over the years, 25 years, right? And in doing so,
because there have been cases where there was literally no evidence of them even interacting, with a woman still trying to sue him for rape. I think it was like in the UK, where they even had video evidence of them just bumping into each other while walking, you know, in opposite directions. So it's like, that's not always true. But in general, that you will reduce the odds of that happening dramatically.
People who dip their toe in the water of depravity. And now, I'm not a prude. I think you can have your derelictions, you can have your fetishes and this and that. But
I have no problem. But the thing is, fetishes and stuff like that, that's not bad. There's nothing bad about that. It's not even like there's nothing bad about that because it's consensual. Yep. Absolutely not. If you want to do BDSM, that's just the same to me as missionary, in my opinion. Exact fucking same.
The more it is not normal, you know, the more it is
you're
kind
into
of
what you're
kinky,
into.
Yep.
The further down that road you can wind up going. You need something
Even
more to get you off. And one of the things he has said in his prior videos was straight up sex is boring. And he gets off on the power and the control. And you can see that in some of his speeches that he's given. And when you get into court and they start using your own words against you.
That's not good.
Text messages.
Yeah.
Videos.
Yeah.
Tweets.
Uh-huh.
It creates a picture. And, you know, and what they do is they don't just have one thing that they present.
Not very good.
The prosecution will do it brick by brick by brick, and he will be his own worst enemy. There's some breaking news that he went to the hospital.
Yeah, see his chat reminding us, like, it's the same with Amber Heard. Like, if you took away all the testimonies of things she said, and, like, it wouldn't be too much against her. I mean, obviously there'd be a bit, but a lot of the things she had said, like, really worked against her.
And it's unconfirmed as to why he went to the hospital.
Yeah, it's like, I can't believe, and it's just like, he's so fucking stupid that he recorded videos of him doing this stuff in private. Yeah, it's just nuts, man. There's nothing wrong with that. Both parties consent. Doesn't seem to be the case here. No, it doesn't, and that's what the problem is, man. This dumbass that says he says this is role play, ends the video with "I thought you were cool." Bro, there's nothing wrong with role playing something like that. That's totally fine because it's two consensual adults. The problem, the thing is, if the girl was okay with it, she wouldn't be fucking talking to the government for a year. She wouldn't have invested a year of her life if she was okay with it. Like
that, and he even says it like, well, you were thinking if it was cool or not, like if you're okay with it or not. Like he still did it. So it's like before she was able to make up her mind on whether it's something she would be okay with. Sounds like he already like pushed it. So that's I think like pretty hard evidence against it, because it's like he in his own words said that she was still like not really cool with it, but still did it.
Just think about it logically. Like this is a -1 for her whole life. This is gonna fuck up. Like let's say there's no emotional trauma and she's doing it just to fuck him over. What are the odds that 6 people want to dedicate an entire year of their life and potentially massive fucking public, exposure to shutting down some loser? It's just probably not going to happen. For money? I don't think so, man. I really don't think so. Because if the thing is that if they did it for money, they're not going to get any money from him after they go to the government. Like
if you want to make money off of it, it would have been better to like do a press thing, selling the story to like a media, especially to like US media. They would have gotten way, way, way more.
Do that for money before you go to the government.
Yep. 100%.
And also, like, if a girl is finessing this guy and she's like, you have to pay me because you did this and I'm going to fucking, if you don't give me a bunch of money, I'm going to go to the government with this, the police. I don't really feel that bad for him, because if you didn't want her to be able to do that, maybe you shouldn't have done the thing that now she's able to go to the police with. Think about it like this. Yeah, holy shit, man. So they wouldn't get awarded any money unless it goes to civil court? Bro, what do you think the odds are that Andrew Tate is going to have to pay these people money? He's going to go to jail. I don't know what the court is over in Romania. I don't even know if they have civil court. I have no idea. Yeah, he's going to be in fucking jail, man. Victims are entitled to compensation after criminal court? Maybe. I don't know. We'll have to see. I have no idea how the law is over there. Is a Romanian court case about rape or human trafficking? I think it's probably a, it's like a buffet.
Yep.
Let's see here. And I'll read a comment here. I believe those girls saw an opportunity in this. For the moment, they were okay with it because it was consensual and private, not because it is public. Tom Y., you understand your entire argument goes into the garbage whenever Andrew Tate himself admits that they didn't like it and that they were trying to actively resist him while they were having sex.
Exactly.
He admits that it wasn't consensual. So what are you saying? Are you saying that your top G is a liar? I mean, are you calling the top G a liar now? Come on. Come on, he would never do that.
Yep.
He's extremely paranoid. He talks about he can't even go to the barbershop without renting out the whole barbershop for fear that somebody's going to kill him. Why is he that? Or is that shtick? That could be shtick too, because that could just be consumption for social media.
Because to be fair, if someone really wants to kill you, there's really not much you can do.
I love how this
not
guy,
unless you
who's
like hide in a bunker for the rest of your life.
Thinks that somebody can't kill him if they want to. Some random fucking dude with a homemade gun killed the Prime Minister of Japan. We've had 2 presidents of the United States get killed. If somebody wants to kill you, you're going to be dead. Somebody important. You know, what are you talking about? Like renting out a barbershop? What happens whenever you leave the barbershop? Doesn't matter if you have 6 people around you if somebody can aim. It's so silly.
Yep.
Or is he ingrained so much with local mafia and organized crime that he's done so much shitty business that he's pissed so many people off? Don't know. But he went to the hospital and don't know if he was attacked or not. But it seems like it was just a routine check. If he was attacked, a couple things could be at play. He could pay somebody to attack him so that he gets out of there, because it's easier to be in a hospital setting than it is in the crappy, shitty Romanian jail that he's in.
Probably.
Or it could be a legitimate attack. Don't know. But he did go to the hospital. I think it was more for a routine check than anything else, so I think it's probably a lot about nothing.
That's what my understanding was, is that it wasn't some sort of massive illness. He just went in for a checkup or something that was pretty much, you know, an everyday thing, and people blew it out of proportion.
I mean, that's what they were going to do anyways, but it doesn't, like, I don't know. It's just speculation, so we'll have to wait and see.
I don't know,
He's been tweeting about it through he's got people doing his social media still, which is pretty active. This is just a quick update on Andrew Tate and the denial of his appeal, a new accuser, and his trip to the hospital. So we'll see you next time here on Criminal Lawyer Reacts. Okay. I'm Bruce Rivers, board-certified criminal defense lawyer. Make sure you sign up for Patreon, follow us on Instagram, follow us on Twitter, and we'll see you next time here on Criminal Lawyer Reacts.
Bruce Rivers just broke down your case. I love these videos. I think they're fucking great, man. Yep.
Yeah. I've been watching them since Amber Heard.
Tate will be a superstar in Romanian jails. We're fucking low IQ morons over here. I don't know. I think a lot of guys, like, this is always my understanding, is that I think a lot of guys that are in jail for different stuff, they look down on people that commit sex crimes. Like, committing sex crimes is, like, very, very low on the totem pole in prison. Yeah, and it doesn't matter, by the way, it does not matter if you are a championship kickboxer or something like that. If 3 dudes jump you, they're going to change your life, okay?
Yeah.
Like, it does not fucking matter. That's happened. Like, I've heard many stories about that. This is not like in the movies, guys. Yeah, they just beat the shit out of you with a knife or without a knife. They just get the drop on you and hit you in the back of the head with a rock.
Yep. There's nothing really you can do.
Like, what do you think? Like, think about, like, those metal pans that, like, people have, like, their food in. I don't know if they still use those. If somebody hit you on the side of the head with a metal pan like that without you knowing it, that would probably give you brain damage. It doesn't matter how big or strong you are. It's going to completely fuck you up.
At the very least, daze you to where you can't defend
it's
yourself.
Crazy, you know, that people think that that guy would be okay. Yeah, absolutely not. Let's see here. I'll link it to you guys one more time. We'll watch the other video. Here we go. Wouldn't hurt him because he got no brain. Yeah. Well, we'll see. This is a shorter one. We'll wrap it up with this one. Let me turn it up again. Yeah, somebody also said in chat, being known as a professional fighter would encourage other people to, like, step up to you. Yeah, that's true. That's why, like, who are the people that have the most fucking guys around them? Conor McGregor, Floyd Mayweather.
Yep.
Because people want to step up to them and get in a fight with them to say that they beat one of them in a fight. So that's why they have like tons of fucking bodyguards around them all the time to prevent that from happening. Ego shit. Yeah, absolutely.
Hi, this is Bruce Rivers. Welcome to another fun-filled, quick episode of... What is this? Oh, it's Criminal Lawyer Reacts, CLR. I'm Bruce Rivers, board-certified criminal defense lawyer, coming to you live with my pearl handle pistol cufflinks given to me by our content genius, Michael Rivers. So today, it's going to be a quick video. So remember we talked in our last video on the gift that keeps on giving, Andrew Tate, about certain text messages. We're going to talk about that in a second, but before we do, let's say you're Andrew Tate and you need to get your medical records over to the prison staff and you don't know how to sign a release of information. Well, you're in custody, but you have a laptop and they send you a document and you e-sign it.
I'm just going to step away for a moment. Okay.
So you don't have to leave your cell because everybody else wants to do what they want to do to you. And you're able to get those release of medical records so you can pretend you have some kind of condition so you can get out of that prison cell because it just sucks. You go to esign.com, get the app. You get 3 signatures a month for free.
This is 100% some Saul Goodman shit. This is so good. I love it.
If you do that, you'll be good to go. You can do it for anything else, retainer agreement or business agreement or any kind of contract that you want to sign remotely. Remember I was talking to you a little bit about these women coming forward with these messages and you know, and I love everybody that comments, whether it's positive or negative.
That's a lie.
And we've, you know, and some of you guys, you know, you're just super loyal to Andrew Tate. Yeah. And I think that's you got to have somebody that you're loyal to, right? Yeah. Not me. I mean, am I biased? Yes, I'm biased. Because his words make me not like him. Yeah. But that doesn't matter. Because what matters is, what is he going to face? All right? Mm-hmm. And what is the evidence out there? So I can give my opinion all day long. But does it really matter if the evidence is not there? Does it really matter if the evidence is there? Let's just give it to you straight. Remember, he says, "I love you." Let's play. I haven't heard this, and I know what you guys are gonna say. I know what you people who have one ball in each hand.
You didn't like that I was thinking I can do whatever I want to. That's what it is. I'm the smartest person on this planet.
Oh, that's a voice recording controversial influencer Andrew Tate.
No way, man! That's AI! That's AI! There's no way he would even say that!
A woman in 2015. That audio, along with disturbing messages reading, quote, man. "I loved raping you," are now coming to light as Tate faces sex trafficking charges overseas. Vice World News published the messages and voice notes allegedly made by Tate. We want to warn you, they may be disturbing to some.
I bet.
All right, you ready? Now, if you're saying this is AI, that would be a great defense. And here's the thing. You know, I've seen Elon Musk talk about how they have this AI.
It's possible.
And maybe it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But this is going into court. And if it is AI, you're going to have to prove it.
Well, it's also like, so if you wanted to prove that like the voice was AI, there's a lot of different ways that you can do that. In the same way that one guy was able to get his essay caught for using ChatGPT, a lot of AIs have different patterns in the way that their audio and the way that they're generated in different avenues that allow people to reverse engineer and find out that they're made by AI. Also, the fact that he's saying something that is in line with everything else that he said on every other platform, even admitted to publicly, I mean, like, fuck, it's not really a stretch of the imagination that he said the thing that he texted to somebody else, is it? And then on top of that, you can look at, obviously, when was the AI, when was this submitted to the police? Who submitted it? What is their history with, you know, any sort of like fucking, like any sort of like audio tech stuff? Because somebody can't just randomly do this. You know, send this to an audio engineer, have them look at it to verify its authenticity. I'm sure this is very easily doable by a court. All of this is easily doable.
It'll be almost presumed that it's the real deal because you have to have somebody lay foundation. That's how this works. So you can't just get a piece of evidence in just because you say it is what it is. Yeah. Somebody's going to have to say, this is the recording of Andrew Tate, and it was sent to me. So whoever was the recipient of this.
Metadata. Yeah,
but let's listen.
Am I a bad person? Because the more you didn't like it, the more I enjoyed it.
Remember, that's exactly what I read to you in our last Mr. Tate video.
Oh, yeah.
I loved how much you hated it. Turned me on. Are you seriously so offended I strangled you a little bit?
I think I'd be offended if you strangled me a little bit.
Now, yeah, that's probably true.
Without
I would
consent,
be too. I wouldn't like that. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it sounds fake as fuck. Oh, I don't know. The thing is that, I mean, there's 6 different people saying he did stuff like this. There's text messages of him saying he did stuff like this. He's talked publicly about doing things like this. He's already been kicked off of another show in 2016 for doing something like this. If it walks like a duck, if it quacks like a duck, maybe it's a fucking duck.
Well, keep in mind, some people like that.
Maybe it's just.
But if you're complaining about it, you probably don't have a safe word, and you need one.
You didn't pass out. Chill the out. Jesus Christ! I thought you were cool. What's wrong with you?
Oh my god.
I thought you were cool. So.
One second. Okay.
So I could put my hands around your neck so you could, I watch your eyes pop out and get petechiae eye all over the place.
And if I had actually hurt anybody, the Romanian police would have me in jail.
What? Now, is that AI? If I would have actually hurt anybody, Romanian police would have me in jail.
Where is he right now?
Yeah, that did not age too well.
That's like this. That's like the stupidest thing you could say. If I didn't do it, if I did something wrong, the police would have arrested me. So I didn't do anything wrong because I'm not arrested. Well, I'm arrested now. Yeah, but I didn't do anything wrong.
Yep.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Where are you? I think you're in jail. Here's the thing. We've only seen just snippets. You know, and let's talk about the procedure a little bit. There's the evidence gathering stage, which is what we're in right now. And I've seen some comments, you know, where people say, well, you know, they've come back and they've said that they didn't do it. He hasn't had an opportunity to cross-examine anybody yet. Well, no, you wouldn't at this stage. This is the charging stage.
Yeah.
It's the very beginning.
Oh, and I want to make sure this is clear again. I've mentioned this multiple times, but I'll say it again. Andrew Tate deserves his right to defend himself.
Yeah,
he deserves his right. Like, if I could push a button and put him in jail, I wouldn't do it. Because I don't have all the evidence and I haven't heard the arguments. He deserves his right. And he will go to trial, and then we will put him in jail. Problem solved. Probably.
You don't get your opportunity to cross-examine somebody before you testify or before you get charged.
Oh, really?
You get charged.
Well, the judge will look at it.
Then you go through pretrial procedures. Maybe you have some motions. Maybe you make a motion saying that all these recordings are AI and they're really not. And so you file a motion with the court.
Yeah.
And then you bring the women in and you say, she says, no, he said this to me. And, and these would have been recorded on WhatsApp and apparently sent to them, so they would have the recordings.
Yeah.
And if they come in and lay foundation for him, it is an admission of a party opponent. So it comes in as his own statement if it has sufficient indicia of reliability. That's kind of the standard. So this is just our little kind of follow-up.
Yeah, because you've got to remember, there's never going to be a case where you're 100% sure on something. You're just trying to get as close to it as possible.
To what we said before about these messages, and so because we report as we get information, and if it doesn't make sense,
give me a minute. Gotta go do something. All right, I'm back. I have my kids in here. Come on. Oh, what are you doing? Okay, let's continue.
I'll tell you that. Do I like Andrew Tate? I think he's a pig, so what? But it doesn't mean that I'm not going to give it to you straight. I'm not going to lie to you about Andrew Tate. I'm going to give it to you the information that we have as we get it.
Yep.
And right now, we're going to have...
There's no reason to lie.
Somebody dumb in chat. Let's fucking address this. Okay, here we go. Where's this Dumbo? Shit. Somebody about girls having rape fantasies. 62% of girls have rape fantasies. Okay, well, what if these people aren't part of that 62%?
Yeah, that's always been a stupid argument that incels bring up is oh, because she has a rape fantasy, that means this many women want to be raped. It's no. It's a fantasy for a reason. It's the most ridiculous thing ever because it's let's be fair. If they really wanted it to happen, they could put themselves in extremely vulnerable situations. Go to a dark alley at night in a major city by yourself as a woman, and well, it may not be rape. It could be you could be killed or something horrible. But all situations are bad. But they would never do that. Heck, they could put something on Craigslist and give everyone, like, have something set up for someone to do that to them, but they don't. Like, it's a fantasy. Ridiculous. It's like the whole stepsister fantasy, yet that almost never happens that I've ever heard of. It's kind of gross. But it's a fantasy that's, like, super popular.
Because, like, if you have 6 people, the odds are that all 6 of them are part of that 62% are actually below 50%. So if we want to start using percentages, we can do that. That's weird as fuck. Bro, like, there are some people that get into weird shit. Yeah. It's true. I don't know if it's 62%. That sounds insane. But, yeah, sure. But that doesn't... People have, like, a fantasy of this, but that doesn't mean that they want it to happen.
Exactly. Exactly.
It's crazy, man.
There's a lot of fantasies people have.
More and more and more and more of this stuff. Drip, 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 drip. The gift that keeps on giving. I'm Bruce Rivers. Thank you for watching us. Subscribe. Follow us on Instagram. Follow us on Twitter. Sign up for Patreon for crying out loud. And we'll see you next time here on Criminal Lawyer Reacts.
Bruce Rivers just broke down your case. He know all the charges that you about to face. You ain't coming home till 2058. That self-snitching gon' get you put away. Bruce Rivers.
G-Wink. Oh, I'll show you guys. Yeah,
it's a pretty cool
Rivers
outro.
Is fucking great. Like, we've watched his videos for multiple things now. I think that just everything about him is, he's a very likable guy, I guess you can say. Yeah, he's a very likable guy, and just the way he structures things, I think that it's like I don't really know like the word is for it, but there's something about it that makes him very likable for me in my mind. Let me go back and I'll read a few comments about these, because the comments about stuff like this is always fucking hilarious. It's possible a single point in their lives, somebody ever thought about that fantasy with someone they trust. It doesn't mean they signed up for it or something. Well, also, like, wouldn't it go to show that these people weren't part of that 62%? Because if in your mind they get raped and it's a good thing for them, they wouldn't want the person to arrest. They wouldn't want to have that person arrested because they liked that it happened. Like, no. It doesn't, like, even if you use your logic, it still doesn't make any fucking sense. It's stupid even then. What's wrong with these people? It's like the 3rd time now. I think that what's wrong with them? That logic doesn't imply consent. Yeah, it doesn't. It's just so silly. This is a dark, dark conversation. Well, to me, it doesn't bother me at all. But
I don't think it's really that dark of a conversation, because it's a conversation that's just normal. Like, if they didn't give consent, it is rape. It's just how it is. Like, it's not a gray area. It sounds like he got off on them basically wanting him to stop, and that made him even more turned on. Like, you can consider it a kink, which is fine, but the only problem with that is that he pushed his kink onto someone who wasn't consenting.
But yeah,
it's like BDSM. Like, if you're into BDSM, that's fine. But imagine if, like, you're going around doing that to people who did not consent to it. You'd be put away.
It's so crazy to me that people are going off the deep end to try to defend something like this. It's nuts. There's a lot of set up roleplay like that. I don't know. I don't care. I don't want to know. I don't want to care. Okay? I'm not part of that 62%. I think it's really fucking weird. If other people want to do it and it's consensual, go ahead. I don't really want to hear about it even.
Exactly.
Okay? Let's see here. People defending him are the same types that defended Amber Heard. Yeah. I think that's actually a really good point. Yeah. The same types of people that are defending Amber.
Like, it doesn't matter what the evidence says. Doesn't matter. Even when they have his own voice saying it, it's not, nothing matters.
Andrew Tate are just the other side of the spectrum of the ones that defended Amber Heard. That is so fucking true.
Like with Amber Heard, it was like, because she's a woman, she's not guilty. Andrew Tate, because he's Andrew Tate, he's this big popular guy, I look up to him. It's quite, like, even though it's everything's pointing towards that, I still will not believe it.
Let's see here. You know, if they have the fantasy, but the reality scarred them, it happens. They have them sign consent forms. Yeah, I think stuff like that already happens.
Yeah, they do. Not gonna go into detail, but it's like even with the BDSM stuff, a lot of that, at least with like groups and stuff, there's usually like some kind of consent form with a safe word. Like that's normal, because sometimes the kink can go too far for the person you're with. Just because you're into the same kink doesn't mean you're into it to the same degree either.
Let's see here. They point to a picture. It's Johnny Depp. Yeah, exactly. Let's see here. No one actually believed in innocent until proven guilty. That's why I supported listening before condemning Depp. I think that you can listen, as I said.
Yeah, even like most, like it's not like people are condemning Andrew Tate. It's more like evidence is now occurring that makes him look more and more guilty. It's like with Amber Heard. It's like at first I didn't really want to believe either of them until I heard more. And the more you hear about Amber Heard, more like her own words confirm things. It's like, okay, she did it. Like 100%.
Somebody is innocent before proven guilty, but I don't think that it is unreasonable. There is a preponderance of evidence that this dude is guilty.
Exactly.
It's not like there's a lot on both sides. It's like you've got private conversations, private recordings, public statements, multiple witnesses, fucking over a half a year investigation into this, and then...
Wow, these people are stupid. Like, I was watching his chat, and they're like, it's hearsay, and it's not. Like, text messages are not hearsay. That's idiots. Like he's publicly said like he's into this kind of stuff, obviously not like actually doing it, but definitely like leaning towards, okay, he seems more and more like the type to do it. But yeah, Jesus,
him
man.
saying that, and that, so that's all the evidence against him, and then the evidence for him is that it's the Matrix.
Exactly.
Okay. Yeah. So, big surprise, people have come to a conclusion. That's crazy, man. It's where it was funded. I don't care. I don't want to talk about the fucking 62% thing. Like, I don't give a fuck. It doesn't matter. Let's see here. Even the way he defends himself in the voice, literally just him agreeing with what he did, but then adding stopping a pussy. Yeah, I know it is. What about his ex-girlfriend defending him?
Just because one person says you're not a murderer does not absolve you from murder. Like the amount of like serial killers who had people who said they never did anything like to them, it's pretty much every single one. That's why they get away with it for a while.
He didn't do anything wrong in that circumstance.
Like if you're a person that steals a lot and then you go to a store that you didn't steal, does that now make it where you don't steal? The argument's ridiculous.
Okay, we're going to go into the other video, all right? I'm going to link it to you guys. Yeah. All right, let's go back over. We'll look at this again. Here we go. Yeah, this is just crazy. I don't know what to say.
And it could be that maybe she was really into that, like, rape fantasy stuff. So for her, like, it wasn't a big, like, bad. Like, she consented. And that's the big thing is, like, the consent part. Like, you can be into the stuff Andrew Tate's into, like, dominating over a woman. But it's, like, only if they're consenting to it, because it is a kink.
The evidence is not enough, which is why they made it public. It's a psyop in order for the people to condemn him.
The people don't condemn him. That's going to be the court.
Evidence is not made public because it gives the defense opportunity to defend. So I think that's not true. My opinion is that I don't think Andrew Tate has lost a lot of fans from this.
No.
I think that if Andrew Tate gets convicted of human trafficking and rape, he also won't lose a lot of fans.
Sadly.
I really mean that. I think that.
Because a lot of his fans are, let's be fair, they're the type that think women should be second-class citizens.
That's true. Yeah, I don't think that's the case in any regard. Just keep that in mind.
Exactly. Like, it's really gross, but that is what it is, you know. Okay. Let's see if there's anything else. Your monkey from Mousy. I mean, I might as well check it out, right? Why not?
I'll be mouse and to be monkey.
Okay. So I think I can grab my Pokemon now. Yeah,
I'll see that.
I'm a reap.
You got a Machop. Okay, you go for Machamp, right?
I want the sheep.
No, don't get the sheep. Don't.
I want the sheep.
No.
Look at him, he's so cute.
Please get Machamp, please.
I don't like him, he's ugly.
Oh, the rival name? What should I call the rival? Should I call it Mouse?
What?
Are you my rival?
I'll be your rival. What's this hoot hoot?
Oh no, you got a hoot hoot? No.
He's so cute. What do I use on him?
Just throw a ball.
I don't have any more balls left.
I'm praying.
Is this like their Nuzlocke thing for Pokemon, I'm assuming?
I'm praying. Oh, that's okay. That's okay, I guess.
For Pokemon, obviously.
Oh, no way, that's so good.
He's getting the ball.
You got it? Okay, Pog, I should get mine. Yes! Right, what should I call my Rotom? What are you going to call your Pokemon union?
Bingo.
Alright, go for it. What am I going to call mine, guys?
That's so funny. Mousy is just like being as cute as ever. While Sea-Dog is like trying his best to actually be like getting the job done.
Crotom.
Never.
Can I get your number?
That is so
very funny. I don't want to give this guy my number.
Shot is shot, you know? Alright, in this cave. We're gonna encounter something in this cave. What? I got a legendary. Oh, I might kill it though, right?
You're gonna be okay.
I might kill this by accident.
He killed it.
Oh my god. Oh,
that's gonna hurt.
Okay, you can kill that Pokemon.
I'm gonna kill it.
Yeah. Alright, keep going left then now.
It's a Palkia.
That's another legendary Pokemon.
Did I kill it?
Yeah. Yeah, why not?
Heracross.
Oh, Heracross is good. Let's try and get that. That's a nice Pokemon.
Ah, finally.
Yes! Let's go! We got a Heracross!
This piece of shit is 1 inch taller than me?
Dude, your team is so stacked.
Funny.
I feel like you're just saying that to make me feel better.
What? No, you have Machamp, you have a Skarmory.
But I don't have a sheep!
Who cares about the sheep?
I care about
I was just gonna get anyway!
That's funny. I think you should have just let her do what she wanted, just to see how far it would go. With her picking like the cutest Pokemon. Alright. I didn't think it was gonna be much with that, but sometimes it's fun to watch stuff like that. Alright. What to watch? Usually I have some videos lined up, but honestly, I went through them and I've been pretty busy, so I haven't like stocked up. That's fine. Just gonna go through it. Oh, Legal actually. Let's take a look at that.
Dungeons & Dragons has altered the deal. Pray they do not alter it any further. Because for years, Wizards of the Coast, which publishes Dungeons & Dragons, has operated under an open gaming license, an OGL, that allowed people to create and profit from unofficial content in the Dungeons & Dragons universe. Or does it? It's time to think like a rules lawyer. The idea is that the OGL is a legal framework that allows people to use the rules and ideas of the role-playing games to create their own works, and it was originally released in the year 2000s by Wizards of the Coast, and a lot of people have come to rely on the terms of the OGL to make and publish their own content.
Yeah, I wonder if anyone's actually had their own lawyer look it over. So, I mean, I didn't even think about that, but I would assume no.
Under the aegis of Wizards of the Coast. But that was version 1 of the OGL. Now, according to a leak, version 1.1 of the OGL, which has not officially been adopted, makes huge sweeping changes that will affect anyone that makes content even related to Dungeons & Dragons. But this leaked version 1.1 update to the OGL is a mixed bag.
And that's the
it
drama.
purports to crack down on sexist, homophobic, and transphobic content that is created with the Dungeons & Dragons name. It purports to grant a perpetual license to Wizards of the Coast.
I never even heard of that. Like, what the heck?
For anyone that makes content using that license. It purports to require certain people who make content using that license to report that usage to Wizards of the Coast. And if you make over $750,000 in revenue, you
I think that other stuff kinda is fine, but this part,
have to pay certain royalties up to 25% to Wizards of the Coast on certain
25% is a
income.
massive amount.
These are big changes. Now, it's important to distinguish the OGL from the actual Dungeons & Dragons rules. The Dungeons & Dragons operates under a set of rules that's up to version 5e at this point, and the OGL is not the Dungeons & Dragons rules, and generally speaking, those rules are found in the System Reference Document, the SRD. That's a 400-page document containing just about everything you need to know about playing D&D. The main benefit of the OGL, whether you're talking about version 1 or version 1.1, is that it allows people to use and reproduce the SRD, the rules. But for people who make content that just simply works with the rules but doesn't reproduce them, well, there's a big question about whether you need the OGL at all. Now, we'll come back to that later. Now, these sweeping...
If I had to guess, it would be no. Unless it was like direct content created by Wizards.
Changes caused a huge uproar among fans and content creators alike. But like I said, it's a mixed bag. On the plus side, it provides a relatively clear...
Is it Dresden? Driss? I think I got confused there. But like that one night elf, or I think it's a night elf, whatever. Anyways.
Path to allow almost anyone to create officially licensed content, and that's pretty rare. It's not like Disney says, sure, you can make any Mickey Mouse content you want, just pay us if you happen to make over $750,000 in revenue. And if these changes were coming from a position of absolute restriction, like Disney has a lockdown on their IP, then people would probably rejoice that they have this pathway to make officially licensed content and profit from it. But as a
in a way, people might be a bit happy, but let's be fair, it would not be anywhere near, it would never grow to what D&D's current community is. Like, at least in my opinion, like the rules as they are basically what WoW did with Warcraft 3 after Defense of the Ancients took off and, you know, League of Legends was made, Dota was made. But now, if you notice, that it's dead. No one's creating content for that anymore.
Stands, we're coming from the opposite. We're coming from a world where almost everything was totally open, and these restrictions are causing a lot of consternation. So many people are upset about...
Like, I'm not saying people wouldn't have done stuff with Disney if Disney did that. I'm just saying it wouldn't be anywhere near to the level that D&D was able to, the D&D community is. Like with like Critical Role and Pathfinder.
This leaked modified OGL. And the leaked OGL differentiates between commercial and non-commercial content. People making non-commercial content are fairly unburdened. And the leak says that making money via Patreon doesn't necessarily count as commercial. So that probably covers a large swath of people who might otherwise be upset about these changes. Now, I'm not going to dive too deep into the changes of this OGL. It's reasonably easy to understand to the credit of the lawyers who drafted it, and a lot of the coverage has already described what the implication of these purported changes are. And there are some issues as far as enforceability and promissory estoppel and reliance. Can you revoke a license that was granted in perpetuity? I'm not going to get into those. For a more detailed breakdown of the contractual provisions themselves, I'd highly recommend you check out the nerds over at Opening Arguments. They really go into the details of what the original and the leaked OGL say and what they don't say. It's absolutely the best breakdown of the contracts themselves. But I also think almost everyone is missing the biggest issue. And what I want to cover today is one of the more fundamental flaws with this whole setup, and I think, frankly, it changes everything. And as it happens, this whole controversy is a perfect opportunity to teach people about the difference between copyright and trademark. So, you know, win-win. But the original OGL has been around for a while, and it was intended to provide an open platform for players. And for some of the critical background on that history, I turn to the D&D expert and uber nerd, Matt Colville.
The products that they make for Dungeons & Dragons tend to sell best to players. Well, adventurers don't make a lot of money because only one of the 4 or 5 players at the table buy them. But you still gotta make them.
Or
so his argument was
not Guildmaster, Game Master. Sorry,
don't make a lot of money because only one of the 4 or 5 players at the table buy them. But you still got to make them. So his argument was, why don't we open these rules and make it so that anybody can make products for us, and that way third-party companies will come along and they will make adventures for us. And they'll make other stuff too, but we don't care. And that way they'll support our product. And there was also some verbiage in there about how, and if those companies improve our rules and it's published under the OGL, then we can take those improvements, right? And then our game will improve. And that was a very egalitarian way of looking at things. And then fast forward, and Wizards of the Coast releases a 4th edition, which was very controversial and alienated a lot of fans. And so they sort of freaked out and released a 5th edition. 4th edition wasn't released under the Open Gaming license. It was released under a different license called the GSL, which was much more draconic and restrictive. And then 5th edition was released under the old OGL, which is much more open and broad and empowers people to make the stuff.
I didn't know that.
Privately, the reason Ryan said he wanted to talk the board into opening D&D was because he did not like the idea that any one company would control this hobby. Like, he was like, I think D&D should belong to everybody, and this is the best way I can think of to make that happen. D&D is, I think, more of a folk tradition and a hobby.
Makes
than
sense.
A classic
Yeah.
brand. And it has always relied on the people who play it more so than any other game I can think of, except, perhaps like Skyrim, right? Where there's so many mods for it. It's always relied on the audience to create content for it. Things like The Thief come from people playing in Los Angeles and coming up with a new class and literally calling up Gary Gygax on the phone and saying, hey, we got this cool idea. And he's like, oh, that's cool. I'd probably do it like this. And all of a sudden there's a thief in the game. Right. So that relationship between the players and the people making the game has always been
I mean, that's what I was talking about, is like, instead of trying to literally cannibalize the people who are making the content, they should do more with them, like make it more public that they're working with them. Like do your own Twitch channel where you're pulling in people who make content that you like, that the company likes or thinks is like of higher quality. Like, they could have done a lot of things to get more monetization out of the brand.
More gray and weirdly nuanced than almost any other game I can think of.
Okay, so with that background out of the way, let's talk about the difference between copyright and trademark. I promise it will be worth it. Now, copyright is a certain legal protection for...
I'll be honest, I have no idea what the difference is.
Or expression. When you have an original work of authorship, whether it is a movie or a novel, and you affix it to a tangible medium, well, then copyright will protect that expression. Copyright does not protect ideas, it does not protect processes, it protects expression. Whether that expression is in the form of words, or a painting, or a video, copyright will provide quite a lot of protection. Trademark is about serving to identify the source of a particular product or service to distinguish that product from other sellers in the marketplace. The idea with trademark is you don't want consumers confused. You want people to actually know what they're buying at the time.
I was about to say that, like Apple and Android.
Time of sale. And trademark is a little bit different in that it can last forever. As long as someone is actually selling the trademark good, that trademark will continue for the protection of consumers. Now, Dungeons & Dragons as a tabletop RPG.
And that does make sense. Like, if someone released a phone and said it was Apple, but it wasn't, and it was just like this piece of crap, but they charged you like $1,200, they could probably scam, like, get a few million out of them. Like, not gonna lie.
Product involves both. It contains copyrightable pieces of expression, as well as trademarkable elements that are meant to identify it in the marketplace. Let's use a board game that everyone is familiar with, Monopoly, as an example here. The name Monopoly is trademarked. There is a long history of the Monopoly trademark that dealt with years and years of litigation. Let's put that aside for the moment. The logo of Monopoly is also trademarked.
I'm surprised the name can be trademarked. Like, across the board, you can't use it for anything? That seems a little crazy.
Official Monopoly board, the actual squares and everything on it, that's copyrighted. That is expression. It's as if it were a painting. And then sometimes within board games, you have specifically detailed characters that can be copyrighted. For example, in Monopoly, Rich Uncle Pennybags is a copyrighted character. And in Clue, you have Colonel Mustard. Those are copyrighted characters.
I'm only a guest.
Yeah. That makes sense.
But the name of the game, Monopoly, is trademarked. So you can't go out there and create a game called Monopoly and sell it, even if the rules of the game are completely different. But what about the opposite?
What if it's a different medium? Like, what if you made a video game? Not video game. I guess Monopoly has video games, so I guess it makes sense. What if it was like a book called Monopoly? I wonder.
What if you created a game that had a different name but followed the same rules as another game? Well, that takes us to the fundamental flaw of this whole entire controversy, which is that you can't copyright the rules to a game. You can't copyright a process. Now, this goes back to an extremely old copyright Supreme Court case in the late 19th century called Baker versus Selden, where someone tried to copyright a particular method of bookkeeping. In that case, a guy created a method of bookkeeping, i.e. accounting, and published a book about it. The book did okay, but it really took off when another person created another book of basically just forms that used the same methodology, but didn't credit the original person. The original author sued, but the Supreme Court said that there was no copyright available because you can't copyright a method. And that idea was later codified in the Copyright Act of 1976, which said, quote, "In no case does copyright protection for an original work of authorship extend to any idea, procedure, process, system, method of operation, concept, principle, or discovery, regardless of the form in which it is described, explained, illustrated, or embodied in such work." So, for example, if you wondered why everyone could play the game Words with Friends on Facebook, even though it was an exact clone of Scrabble, well, that's the reason. Scrabble can't have copyright protection over the rules of the game. It can only really get trademark protection over the name Scrabble, not the rules contained therein. Now, there is a little bit of a wrinkle here in the sense that if you had a manual of rules, you do get a thin copyright over the exact expression over the rules as laid out in that rule book. However, you don't get a copyright over the rules and processes themselves. So in a sense, you can have something that has exactly the same mechanics, the same processes. It just can't necessarily have the exact same expression if you were to reproduce the rules perfectly. But that's kind of a minor quibble. So how does this relate to the Wizards of the Coast update to the OGL? Well, I think, and I could be wrong, that Wizards of the Coast is assuming that anytime anyone creates any content that happens to use the rules of Dungeons & Dragons, that it's covered by the OGL. I don't think that's the case. Now, this is not legal advice. Your mileage may vary. But as we discussed, you can't copyright the rules. You can't copyright the methodology and processes. And that takes us to the thing that no one is talking about. Here's part of the secret. The original OGL kinda sucks, and here's why. The main benefit of the OGL was that it allowed people to include the SRD, the system reference document, in their material. If your material doesn't require a reprinting or quoting of the SRD or the 5e rules, then you probably don't need the OGL. The original—
Yeah, as long as your game doesn't specifically state uses 5e rules or D&D 5e rules, then it's like, I see what he's saying.
OGL allowed people to use what it called, quote, open game content, meaning, quote, the game mechanic and includes the methods, procedures, processes, and routines to the extent such content does not embody the product identity. Now, it did not allow people to use, quote, product identity, meaning, quote, product and product line names, logos, identifying marks, including trade dress, artifacts, creatures, characteristics, stories, storylines, plots, thematic elements, dialogue, incidents, language, artwork, symbols, designs, etc., etc., etc. So based on what we've already discussed here, I'm not sure that there was much benefit to the original OGL. It mainly allowed you to use stuff that you were already allowed to use, unless you wanted to actually quote the expression that was found in the SRD itself. And the new OGL does basically the same thing. The leaked OGL allows licensed people to use, quote, licensed content. It says, usable D&D content, quote, licensed content. This is Dungeons & Dragons content that is included in the SRD version 5.1, including basic game mechanics, a curated selection of classes, monsters, spells, and items that allow you to make content compatible with Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition. And then the new OGL goes on to say, not usable D&D content, quote, unlicensed content. This is Dungeons & Dragons content that has been or later will be produced as official, that is released by Wizards of the Coast or any of its predecessors or successors, and is not present in the SRD version 5.1. Unlicensed content includes things like the most famous Dungeons & Dragons monsters, characters, magic spells, and things related to the various settings used in Dungeons & Dragons official content over the years. What the old open license content referred to as, quote, product identity. So both OGLs purported to let you use game mechanics of Dungeons & Dragons. And in my view, that's stuff that everyone was always allowed to use. But of course, the benefit of the OGLs, whether it's version 1 or version 1.1, is that it provides certainty. So there's that. But let's differentiate between two different types of content. In one bucket, you'll have what I'll call reproduction content. And in the other bucket, you have what I would call homebrew content. In this first reproduction bucket, you have things that would probably be considered from a copyright perspective derivative works. That is, works that are based on a copyrighted property that Wizards of the Coast owns. So for example, if you made a t-shirt that features a character that is based on an official Wizards of the Coast Dungeons & Dragons campaign, and you put that on a t-shirt, even if you paint it yourself, well, that's probably a derivative work. and you need to get the permission of Wizards of the Coast. And to their credit, Wizards of the Coast has a fan art policy that allows fans to create fan art. And this is on their website, and I don't think it's changed. But also in this bucket is stuff that reproduces the SRD. Remember, I said that they do have a copyright over the actual exact wording that's in the SRD. And recall that both the original OGL and version 1.1 allow people to reproduce the SRD. So if your livelihood relies on actually reproducing the expression of the SRD, you would need to abide by the terms of the OGL. And I don't think that has changed. And maybe you want to quote large sections of the SRD to put it into a reference manual, or maybe you want to put the entire SRD into a PDF along with your original content. Say if you created an entirely new set of rules, but it starts with a basis of the SRD and you don't want to have people referencing back to the old SRD. Well, that is probably covered. And to their credit, both versions of the OGL allows people to do that if you want to quote the SRD. It creates a pathway for that. But this reproductive bucket consists of things that are based on things that Wizards of the Coast can actually copyright. In the second bucket, and this is the thing that I think most people are upset about, would be homebrewed adventures and campaigns whose only connection to Wizards of the Coast is the fact that they use the rules in Dungeons & Dragons 5e. In this bucket, I'm kind of thinking about the things that you see on Critical Role or Dimension 20, where they create a campaign that is 100% original. The characters are completely new. The settings are completely new. And the only connection that these campaigns have to Dungeons & Dragons and Wizards of the Coast is that they rely on the rules that are set out in Dungeons & Dragons 5e. As we discussed, I don't think Wizards of the Coast has much protection over the rules themselves, the processes and methodologies contained in the Dungeons & Dragons rules. So if you create an otherwise original campaign, where the only connection is the fact that it uses the rules that are set out in D&D 5e, I don't think that runs afoul of the OGL. In fact, I don't think you need permission from Wizards of the Coast in any case. Even if you videotape and live stream that campaign, I don't think you need their permission. Because at the end of the day, Wizards of the Coast doesn't really have any kind of IP protection over the rules themselves. Now, admittedly, there's a lot of gray area here because it's not as simple as one bucket for fan art and one bucket for homebrew. Wizards of the Coast in D&D has all kinds of different characters. Some are pre-made. Now, arguably, those characters are often in the service of the mechanics of the game. They define the strength or speed or dexterity of these particular characters. But there's also backstory there. So does that create the kind of character that is protected like Colonel Mustard or James Bond?
I think there are some characters in D&D that are like that, though. So I don't know if that would be the same.
Or is that simply a rule in the game that functions within that rule-based universe? That's a tough question. But I'm also skeptical that the changes to the OGL affect virtual tabletops or Kickstarters as well. Again, the virtual tabletops are basically using the mechanics of the rules themselves, which I don't think Wizards of the Coast has much protection over. And same with Kickstarters over original campaigns and adventures. You know, again, if you're creating an entirely original world that just simply happens to use the rules of Dungeons & Dragons, I'm not sure that there's much that Wizards of the Coast can do about that.
That does make sense, and that's what I think a lot of people were bringing up is like, how would Wizards claim copyright over fantasy?
Though at the same time, if you are trying to do a Kickstarter over something that Wizards of the Coast actually has protection over, if you wanted to crowdsource a movie based on the mythos and lore of Dungeons & Dragons, that probably is going to be covered by the OGL. Though another gray area where I'm not sure where a court would come down would be, say, live streaming a playthrough of an official Wizards of the Coast Dungeons & Dragons campaign. Obviously, Wizards of the Coast publishes a number of official Dungeons & Dragons campaigns, and if you live streamed you and your friends playing through that, that is using official Dungeons & Dragons content over which they do have the copyright.
Yeah,
that's a tough
sense.
call. Though I would say that's analogous to live streaming a playthrough of a video game, which is also kind of a gray area. A video game is copyrighted. And it's an open question whether your playing through it is adding enough original content to be covered by fair use. And the same would go for playing through a Dungeons & Dragons official campaign. Though
That's hard to say, because to what degree does it fall on? Because it's like, would you watch the game over a live streamer versus without the live streamer. Like I think that would be the most definite example is like, okay, well, if it was like no live streamer, the game just playing, would you watch it? If the answer is no, then yes, a live streamer is adding to it to a point that it's outside of copyright, because you're proving like, okay, it's like saying you're transforming it enough to where it's now palatable, like you actually want to consume the content.
I do think that is a separate question from the kind of fully original homebrew type of situation that we were just talking about. Now, if you are a big player in the space, like Critical Role or Dimension 20, there might be some true advantages to making sure that everything is officially licensed by Wizards of the Coast. And they might...
Yeah, I think the biggest problem with that is just the legality. Like, not even legality, it's honestly getting lawyers involved. Like, it's going to be expensive.
Might not be able to avoid it. And certainly if you are going to create your home...
Then again, Pathfinder said they would, they're going to do their thing. So, I mean, Critical Role could probably just switch over to Pathfinder system.
Homebrews that are not officially licensed, you can't say that they are officially licensed, and you probably can't use the name Dungeons & Dragons except in a nominative or descriptive fair use way, in the sense that you might be able to say something like, this campaign is compatible with Dungeons & Dragons, because even with trademark restrictions, you can describe a thing by its official name, but you're likely to be able to compare stuff and say that this is compatible with the rules of Dungeons & Dragons. You're just not allowed to say that this is from Dungeons & Dragons or somehow officially licensed. Anyway, that's just a theory, a game legal theory. And of course, the situation has now changed. Wizards of the Coast released a statement on dndbeyond.com on January 13th. In a tongue-in-cheek way, they said that they were cognizant of all of the pushback and, quote, rolled a 1. They say that, quote, the next OGL will contain the provisions that allow us to protect and cultivate the inclusive environment we're trying to build, and specify that it covers only content for TTRPGs. That means that other expressions such as educational and charitable campaigns, live streams, cosplay, VTT uses, etc. will remain unaffected by any OGL update. Content already released under version 1.0a will also remain unaffected. What it will not contain is any royalty structure. It also will not include the license back provision that some people were afraid was a means for us to steal work. That thought never crossed our minds. Under any new OGL, you will own the content
There's no
you create.
way it didn't.
We won't. Any language we put down will be crystal clear and unequivocal on that point.
And honestly, I don't think really many people cared if you stole things, as long as you stole like ideas, like, oh, that was a really cool monster that this homebrew had. Let's try to incorporate that into one of our official campaigns. Like stuff like that, I don't think anyone had any problems at all. It was more like, I think it just sounded like you were giving giving it to where you can take someone's stuff, like a campaign, like say Critical Role, and just release it as your stuff instead.
Now, not only have I been talking to tons of D&D players and GMs, I've also been talking to Wizards of the Coast lawyers. Now, there's tons of stuff going on behind the scenes, but all the lawyers will officially say is that their statement is sincere. Typical lawyers, just the worst. But look, it's great that they listen to the criticism. I'm sure that the changes will mollify a lot of what people are currently upset about. But I think the point remains, if you're only making content that is D&D compatible and doesn't reproduce their IP, well, maybe you never needed to comply with the OGL in the first place. Maybe the real OGL was the friends that we made along the way. Smoke bomb! Now, normally I would not cover a topic like this. This is way too nerdy, even for me, and it's way too in the weeds. Normally, a subject like this would be covered by fellow YouTube attorney Richard Hogue. A few days after Christmas, he suffered a stroke, was rushed to the hospital, and underwent extensive brain surgery. It seems like he's through the worst of it, but regardless, he's going to have an extensive recovery period. And Richard has always been a straight shooter, and his YouTube channel, Hogue Law, has always been a resource for insightful legal commentary on a lot of legal minutia. And his channel, as many of you know, is focused on the gaming and video game industry, things that Richard is incredibly passionate about. This is exactly the kind of video that he would have loved to have made. if he'd been able to. His road to recovery is going to be long. His sister has created a GoFundMe page called Reasonable Minds Can Rebuild, because one of Richard's famous phrases is that reasonable minds can differ, because he wasn't afraid to offer an unpopular opinion, because reasonable minds can differ, especially when it comes to the law. And that's always
Yeah, especially when the law isn't like so black and white. A lot of things in the law aren't really super black and white.
It's been an incredibly admirable trait of his. So I'll put a link to his GoFundMe page down in the description.
I've seen some of his videos before. Yeah,
and
they're good.
up on screen. If you're able to support it, it would mean the world to me, so that we can speed along his recovery, because legal commentary on YouTube is just a little bit dimmer without his contributions. And then, of course, he can deal with all these friggin' nerdy questions about Dungeons and Dragons and Wizards of the Coast. Bunch of nerds. Cool kids play Magic.
That's funny.
Because
yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people did. Like, even people who weren't like really into the law was already like questioning, like, does D&D even have copyright against like a lot of this stuff? Because it doesn't make sense. So, pretty much explaining what people already thought. So, that, I think, does it. Like, I'll be honest, I'm pretty hungry. I got a quick snack before. Pink sauce just won't go away. I'll try to get some more videos to react to. But for now, yeah, thanks for watching. See ya.